Chapter 151, A Trip to the Black Lake Part 2. The merman's skin is iron grey, and the dark green hair is long and tousled. Their eyes were yellow, so were their mutilated teeth, and they wore pebbles strung with thick ropes around their necks. It seems that this group of mermaids attacked Fleur, and once the fragile breathing bubble spell is destroyed due to the attack, the price is that Fleur looks like this now. Sure enough, her actual combat still needs to be improved high. Fleur's magic level is definitely good, but her actual combat is not that strong. Think about it, Cedric also used the breathing bubble charm in the original book, but he guarded himself very well and didn't let the mermaid attack him easily. This vigilance and concentration, as well as the rich practical experience, make the same spell play a completely different effect under the hands of different people. Ryan caught Fleur with one hand, preventing her body from sinking further, and threw a spell on her to calm her down temporarily. But this is just a method similar to anesthesia. Ryan doesn't want to be dragged to the deepest part by Fleur. The best way at present is to get her back to the surface quickly. The mermaids smiled maliciously at Ryan, but when Ryan looked back at them with calm eyes, they immediately persuaded them again. This group of guys did not dare to approach. The stone fork in their hands trembled slightly, and their bodies were quietly retreating. In this regard, Ryan just spit out an ancient syllable, which is the language of dragons. The few mermaids naturally could not understand the dragon language, but the melodious tones seemed to have a strange magic power in the water, which made them lose their strength, and their originally strong bodies fell straight down. In fact, this syllable is not profound, it is simply a swearing word. Gunnar can amplify the power of the dragon clan just by saying it through the dragon language. TSK. Ryan looked at the mermaid with interest and thought, is this a domineering overlord? Sure enough, the dragon family is really good at what magical creatures? 233,333. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Alemagus can master the part of Ryan after he has advanced to the 5-clawed golden dragon, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to maintain his human form and use coercion. Let's get rid of the mermaid in front of me for the time being, and then we have to quickly send Fleur back. Ryan held Fleur up and cast a spell on her. Because of this magic spell, Fleur's body moved upwards gently and quickly returned to the surface. At this time, the rescue team had just come to the top to prepare to dive, but they saw that Fleur had already floated up. Someone rescued her? The members of the rescue team hurriedly rescued Fleur, and their duty was to rescue the warriors as soon as possible in the event of an accident to avoid danger to their lives. One member took out his wand and quickly checked the situation of Hibiscus. The subtle force and relaxation spell seems to be to prevent her from ignoring the experience of the rescuers because of lack of oxygen. She quickly deduced the reason based on the traces of the spell and each person's unique magical characteristics. That pale golden magic still remained. No doubt it was Char's magic. It seems that Mr. Ambrosius saved Miss Fleur with a spell. After learning about the situation, the rescue team took Fleur back and told Dumbledore everything. Dumbledore nodded, and then used a loudspeaker spell to announce to the audience that Fleur had retired, and because of the interruption of the match, Fleur would not be able to participate in the third match, which means her trip to the Triwizard Tournament. This is the end of it. This is a very sad thing for Button's students, and an even sadder thing for Fleur, because when she woke up faintly and knew that she had retired, she suddenly thought of her sister. Now that he has retired from the competition, isn't Gabriel going to sleep at the bottom of the Black Lake? Therefore, Fleur could not feel the cold wind around her at all, and the sadness in her heart almost drowned her emotions. Apparently, Dumbledore had coaxed her. Of course, the actual situation is that even if Fleur is out, Dumbledore will definitely keep Gabriel safe and sound, because Dumbledore has a very high prestige among the mermaids. Otherwise, there would be no story of the mermaid cooperating with Hogwarts in this game. Back at the bottom of the Black Lake, Ryan's speed has gradually slowed down. His wand had a warm golden glow, and he looked around. listening carefully. Ryan turned 360 degrees in the water. The silence made his eardrums feel slightly oppressed, and he had come to the deepest part of the Black Lake. I thought that after the end of the previous aquatic grass jungle, it should come to an end. Maybe there will be a place similar to the ruins, but there is nothing moving around except the aquatic plants. 0. Ask for flowers. So go deeper. Ryan's eyes turned to a cliff at the bottom of the water. There was basically nothing else around. God knows how deep a lake can be. Kind of a waste of time. Ryan's figure turned. The whole person was completely alimags, and a half-meter-long golden dragon appeared. Char's speed in the real 5-clawed golden dragon form has been qualitatively improved, and the water flow is also submissive to Char in this form. In just 5 minutes, Ryan passed through the layers of darkness. Now the bottom of the water is a large area of black silt, and the deep lake water is separated by a long water curtain because of his progress. Then he finally heard the mermaids' unforgettable singing. It must be said that the mermaids' singing is much better than when they speak themselves. The melodious voice reached Ryan's ears through the lake, like crying and complaining, like resentment. Only 1 hour to find and recapture what we took. Finally found the right place. Ryan's body vibrated, and the speed increased a bit again. Soon he saw a large rock in the turbid lake ahead, painted with many mermen, with spears in their hands, chasing what looked like giant squid. Char swam by the rocks, chasing the mermaid's song. Don't delay, it's about halfway through. Lest what you seek rot here. Suddenly, many rough stone dwellings appeared all around, spotted with algae, and there were faces in those dark windows, all of them merman. As Ryan moved forward, there were more and more stone dwellings, and some dwellings had gardens around them. He saw a little green lady chained to a door. Mermaids emerged from all directions, hiding behind their houses or walls, and secretly looking at Ryan, because Ryan is not a humanoid at this time. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon is not big, it still has the shock and deterrence to the mermaid, so they dare not approach at all, and can only watch from a distance. Ryan didn't care about this. He quickly turned a corner, and a very strange scene appeared in front of him. Righteous chapter 52. Only the fool swims back. The place seems to be the square of a small village of mermen, surrounded by houses, and in front of the houses there is a large group of mermen floating. Some mermaids in the middle sang in unison, calling for the warriors to come over. Behind them stood a crude statue, a giant mermaid carved from boulders. On the tail of the mermaid statue, 4 people are firmly bound. Punlo and Hermione were there quietly, and Jingmai looked like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. On the other side is an unknown woman who appears to be the dance partner of Krum's Christmas ball. There was also a little girl with cloud-like silver hair and a tender but pretty face that was really impressive. That was Furong's younger sister Gabriel. The 4 of them all seemed to be sleeping soundly, with bubbles spewing from their mouths from time to time. Presumably Snape had concocted a special underwater potion for them. Originally, the mermaids changed their songs to attract warriors, but who would have thought that a strange dragon would pop up in front of them? Immediately, the mermaids who were singing in unison scattered and fled, and they all found a place to use as a bunker, and the square fell into peace. Ryan was a little helpless. He quickly came to Hermione and Punlo's side, and then turned into a human form. The mermaids stared wide-eyed, and looked at the humans in front of them incomprehensibly. It seemed that they couldn't understand why Char was able to switch between the human race and the dragon race. But in this way, Ryan is more embarrassed, whether it is from the perspective of scoring points or from the perspective of saving trouble. He can completely bring all the hostages here back to the surface at one time. But then, wouldn't Krum and Harry be helpless? Why don't you just throw Gabriel to Harry? Ryan didn't dare to throw Hermione to Harry and take Gabriel back by himself, until Hermione knew that she would be finished. Thinking of this, Ryan Edom was waving his wand. Shenfeng fell on the rope tied to them accurately and without shadow. The rope that tied the hostage to the statue was woven from water and grass. It was thick, slippery, and quite strong. Even Shinfing Yuing felt a little laborious to cut it. The two gods gave Punlo and Hermione their freedom with precision, and Zaya hugged one in one hand and was about to leave. You can take two people away. The merman seemed to have plucked up his courage, and it emerged from behind the statue, making a hoarse voice, and it spoke human language. This is not the same as the agreement. Ryanya smiled slightly. This mermaid seemed to have a lot of status, because it had a long green beard, a short necklace made of shark teeth, and was more than 2 meters tall. It's just that his shaking hands and the unsteady stone fork betrayed his heart. I don't want to hurt you. Ryan's speech in the water was not affected by the environment at all, and the clear voice was answering the mermaid's words. Please don't stop me, otherwise you may have some trouble. It is obvious that the mermaid's body froze, and it almost saw it. Char's wand gradually surged. The more and more solid golden magic power. If he refuses, will the entire mermaid race be wiped out by him? The mermaid understands the horror of human wizards very well. The more friendly white-bearded wizard Dumbledore, and Zaya in front of him have such strength. Please take it easy. The mermaid, who was able to communicate with Char in human language, did not feel humiliated, but he breathed a sigh of relief. But please don't hurt my people. Ryanya showed a good-looking smile. I am very kind. Mermaid, get out of the way. Suddenly, a harsh scream came from Ryan. A group of mermaids were chasing the giant octopus, and their expressions were terrified. The octopus was huge. Each tentacle was more than 5 meters long, and it rushed straight towards Ryan when the mermaid was chasing. Only the mermaids will scream. You must know that they are warriors who have made an appointment with Dumbledore to never hurt the competition. If anyone is injured or even killed here, it will be troublesome. Ryan almost didn't look at the octopus, took his right hand away from the waist holding Punlo, and pointed his wand lightly at the giant octopus. There is no cold in the snow. The originally surging water suddenly solidified, and in the eyes of the mermaids, the huge octopus directly turned into a huge ice sculpture, and the restless tentacles became honest, shattered to pieces. It was another spell. The giant octopus ice sculpture, which was frozen by the great snow without cold spell, appeared cracks and then shattered into powder. It was gently rolled up by the flowing lake water and disappeared completely. What the hell? The expressions of the mermaids are a little dull. This giant octopus is actually not weak, but it is often hunted by mermaids because of its bulkiness. But such a big thing was shattered by Char in an instant. This time, all the mermaids looked at Ryan and almost knelt down. The reason why they didn't really knelt was because they didn't have legs. Ryan's hand continued to hug Punlo, and said softly, then, goodbye everyone. After talking about a simple wandless spellcasting by Zaya, he cast a rising spell on himself, but he didn't see him returning from the same path. He took Hermione and Punlo to the water quickly, and finally disappeared from the sight of the mermaids. To be reasonable, Ryanya said that there is no need to go back the same way. I have already followed the rules. At the beginning, I don't need to do anything rude, and I look for it in the water honestly. I can't keep doing it if I find it all. Besides, the regulations don't say that I have to swim back. It can save trouble, and I'm afraid I'm not a fool. After about 5 minutes, the light in front of him became more and more moony, because Char's vertical upward movement brought it closer to the water's surface. It should be almost there. Ryan estimated the distance, and at this time it was about 15 meters away from the water. Looking at the bright water curtain in front of him, Char's lips moved slightly, and there was a golden light in his eyes. It was a little thicker, as if he was talking about something, and the audience who were waiting in the stands suddenly noticed something unusual. Look, what happened in the center of the lake? When everyone heard the words, they turned their attention to the heart of the Black Lake. The lake surface, which should have been calm, was constantly surging, and a huge vortex was vaguely formed, as if an invisible big hand was stirring in it. The faster the vortex spins, the bigger it gets, and finally it spreads out. Suddenly the wide lake tore open a deep rift, and the water flow went straight through the rift. as if it were a chasm that could not be filled or crossed. In the eyes of everyone's curiosity, the crack began to extend towards the shore, and at the same time, a group of bluey gold water clouds appeared in front of everyone, passing melodious traces on the lake. Looking more closely, everyone's eyes stared at the boss. It turned out that Ryan was standing on this exquisite water cloud, and the entire lake was torn apart by its rapid speed, as if a pair of scissors cut the water surface. He held Punlo and Hermione, who woke up faintly, in his arms, and soon came to the platform where the players started. While everyone was stunned, the water flow under the stand gradually rose, the flowing lake water gathered and formed, and finally turned into a step made of water, shining in the sunlight. Ryan looked at the two girls in his arms and chuckled. The dream of the Black Lake is over, let's come back. Chapter 53 Respective Homecoming. One day, my sweetheart, I guessed that the colorful auspicious clouds would come to marry me. I don't know why. This kind of plot has been suddenly made up by everyone. Malfoy said that he was stunned, and he stammered, This way of coming back is too cool. The crowd silently agreed. Ryan didn't care about this. He snapped his fingers gently to make the dampness on himself and the two girls disappear, and then under the control of the magic spell, he quickly put on a robe. Even if you don't catch a cold, no one wants to be blown by the cold wind like this. Ryan asked, How is it? How do you feel? Punlo smiled, It's fun. It feels like a dream. Hermione nodded, Yeah, I can feel everything under the water, but I can't move, I can't speak, and everything returns to normal until I leave the water. At this time, Dumbledore ran over in a hurry. He looked strange. I'm a little surprised by your quickness. But why did you bring back the two of you? Ryan briefly explained to Dumbledore, and at the same time he told Dumbledore, at the place where the hostages were. Ryan used magic to leave a text, telling Harry that the situation asked him to bring Gabriel. In fact, if this is the fear that Harry won't be able to come back, Gabriel is a child after all, so it will be much faster to get back to the surface. After hearing this, Fleur glared at Zaya fiercely. Although I am grateful that you saved me, why didn't you bring my sister back and throw it to Harry Potter instead? Ryan's face is expressionless. It's not all because of you. If I bring you back without a sister, I'm afraid your sister will kiss me gratefully, and then you will collapse. I'm just thinking about the objective difficulty. Although it was annoying, Ryan could only complain silently. He continued to Fleur, and I believe that Harry will definitely be able to bring your sister back. Speaking of which, Ryania raised her head and forgot to look at the clock. Very good. It only took half an hour in total. Karkaroff's face darkened. Mr. Ambrosius, although the way you came back depends on that the effect is good, but you don't seem to be in compliance with the rules, right? I remember clearly saying that it must be done underwater, and you just appeared on the surface ahead of time. Char glanced at Karkaroff. Sorry, Mr. Igor, I think you have to study the rules again. The rule about this game is that the hostages must be found underwater, but there is never a rule that prohibits coming back any other way. At the same time, Ryan looked at Dumbledore. That's right, Professor Dumbledore. It's really not allowed by the rules, so there's no problem with Charles doing this. Dumbledore nodded. And Mr. Ambrosius showed us the exquisite magic manipulation and huge magic power. This outstanding skill, even me all had to applaud him. Don't underestimate this scene of breaking through the waves and stepping on the water and clouds, which requires extremely strong magic power control and smooth and strong magic power output. The principle is very simple. It controls the formation of the lake water, and then makes it independent from the entire lake water and becomes an individual. Then give the individual Shuyan the magic power to move forward, and finally realize the scene of returning on the water. Since Dumbledore has said so, Mrs. Maxime and Percy, one of the reviewers, have no opinion. There are 5 reviewers in total, and more than half of them support it, so it is useless for Karkaroff to say anything. He could only come to the edge of the stand angrily, staring at the dark lake, waiting for Krum's return. The waiting time seemed to be extraordinarily long, and Fleur became more and more uneasy. Her face was very bad, but in fact, It was at least 20 minutes before the end of the game time. But for people who are concerned and anxious, every minute can be said to be like a year. And Ryan was already warming up with a big blanket and two girls in a happy newspaper group. Although he wasn't cold at all, there was something called when Ryan Nephrite Jade. 233,333. Finally, less than 10 minutes before the end of the game, ripples appeared on the calm lake under the stands, and it seemed that someone was about to come up. Immediately everyone's attention was attracted. A few seconds later, a pitch-black head jumped out of the water, and it turned out to be Harry. Dumbledore looked very happy, and the fake Moody, who had been silent, patted the railing and seemed to be in a good mood. Harry took a deep breath of the air on the shore. At this time, the gills of his gills that had appeared because of the gills gradually degenerated, leaving only faint traces on both sides of his neck. It must be delayed further. The medicinal effect of gills will soon be exhausted. Disappeared. He supported Gabriel with one hand, and it seemed that all the hostages had been spelled so that they would wake up quickly once they got back to shore. Gabriel's face was pale, she coughed a few times. Dumbledore didn't waste time, and quickly got her up first. Fleur was so excited that she hugged Gabrielle's head and kissed her hard a few times. At the same time, she quickly took out a towel to wipe off the water on her body. The Buttons students who watched on the side also hugged happily. Harry cast a rising spell on himself, causing his tired body to rush to the stands. At this point, Harry's second round ended. Karkaroff's face was ashen. Even if he lost to Char, he was not ready for Krum to lose to Harry. And about a minute after Harry came up, the lake surged again, and a grey shark head jumped out of the water, and then returned to its original shape in a burst of deformation. Durmstrang's students sighed slightly, but still tried their best to applaud Krum. Krum came to the stand with his Christmas dance partner, and was surprised to find that he was the last one. He understood Karkaroff now. Why is his face so ugly? He hugged his partner gently, then lowered his head and said nothing, waiting silently for Dumbledore to announce the final result. Dumbledore quickly disappeared from the crowd, and after a few minutes, he ended the discussion and announced the result aloud with a loudspeaker spell. "All right guys, now that all our warriors have returned to shore and all the hostages have been successfully brought back, let me announce the results of the second round of the Triwizard Cup." Dumbledore said, "I will announce the scores in the order in which the warriors returned to the surface. Mr. Lacour first." Krum didn't know the situation of Fleur yet. He looked at Fleur in disbelief. She lives in the house. It was the first to return to the surface. However, Fleur is still true, although she did not come back with victory, but was sent back by Ryan. It is very regrettable that our Miss Delacour lost her mobility due to some accidents during the competition, so she lost her mobility early. She will have no points in this round, and she will not be able to play the final round. Chapter 54 I was wrong. Everyone sighed slightly for the result that was repeated on one side again. After all, hibiscus is the most beautiful scenery among the warriors. Of course, this is only the initial decision. After discussion by the organizing committee, we decided to give Miss Delacour another chance. She can still participate in the final round of the competition, but she will play in the last place! The audience cheered again because of Dumbledore's words, and Fleur seemed very calm about this, as if the lost qualification had no effect on her. She flipped her hair lightly, and then whispered to Ryan, "I haven't thanked you for saving me yet." Ryan waved his hand. "It's nothing." "Thank you anyway." Fleur smiled slightly, but, speaking of this, Fleur's face changed. She looked very angry. "I still can't forgive you for leaving my sister. What if Harry Potter fails? It is obvious that my sister admires you so much. Why did you leave it like this?" Do you know that Gabriel is sad?" This Ryan tended to Gabriel. She hid behind Fleur. Her eyes were red and looked very distressing. Well, Ryan also felt that his behavior was a bit excessive. He could handle it better, instead of making his little fangirl feel so uncomfortable. Ryan said softly, "It's true that I didn't think about it enough." To be honest, this is also a strange psychology of Ryan. Even though Harry was his good friend, He instinctively didn't want Harry to touch Hermione, so he took all Hermione and Penlo away directly, and made a lot of excuses to prevaricate. He could take Penlo, his hostage, and Gabrielle at the same time, but this strange psychology made him make a different decision than usual. When did I become so possessive? Ryan lowered his head and looked at his hand silently. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Maybe it was the influence of the blood of the dream demon, or maybe it was something he didn't notice in his character. Sorry, Gabriel. Ryan lowered her body and looked at Gabriel sincerely. It makes you sad. Gabriel rubbed her big red eyes, and she tried her best to squeeze a good-looking smile. Mr. Ambrosius is fine. I came back smoothly anyway. I just have some regrets. But Ryan could see clearly that Gabriel's little face couldn't hide the sadness, which seemed to touch the softest part of Ryan's heart. Really? Penlo hugged Gabriel, and she glared at Zaya. Don't be sad, little sister. I tell you, the guy in front of you is bad. It's not good to choose him as an idol, and my sister will help you in the future. You teach him a lesson. Gabrielle buried her face in Penlo's chest. She was a little breathless. This beautiful beating sister seems to be better than her own sister. However, people still admire Mr. Ambrosius very much. Well, it's really inappropriate for me to do this to my little fangirl. Even Hermione couldn't stand it. She joined Penlo's camp. She touched Gabrielle's head. Yes, I will teach you a lesson for you later. Done. Ryan has a desire to die, because her actions seem to have indirectly created a united front of the three women. And Gabriel is really simple and kind, which makes Ryan want to smoke herself. Of course, the voices of the few people were not loud, and Dumbledore waited for the cheers on the field to calm down. Next is Mr. Ambrosius, Dumbledore said. He finished the race as quickly as possible with excellent magic skills, and also helped the other warriors to rescue all the hostages. Of course, I think Mr. Ambrosius should start by caring about younger hostages when saving hostages. Dumbledore blinked. There was nothing wrong with him doing two things, and he could hear the conversation between Char and Fleur clearly. Despite some small regrets, we decided to give Mr. Ambrosius 10 points. The students cheered, but Ryan was in no mood to listen to the cheers. He lowered his body and looked at Gabrielle with sincerity in his eyes. What everyone criticizes is that I also deeply realize my own mistakes. While holding Gabriel's small body, Penlo couldn't help but say, too perfunctory. Please, how do you say I'm your man too? Give me some face. Okay. No number. Gabriel struggled to get out of Penlo's arms. She waved her hand vigorously. It's really okay. Mr. Ambrosius must not do this. Hermione sighed softly. Look at how sensible they are. Penlo thought for a second and chuckled. We all like Gabriel so much, and the little girl is so kind. Why don't you just be Gia's brother, Char? No. Fleur grabbed Gabriel back like a calf. This brother is unreliable. I don't agree. Gabriel's eyes were full of joy at first, but then it instantly dimmed, and tears flowed from her big eyes. But, sister. Fleur was a little soft-hearted, but she still shook her head and disagreed. It's okay. Under Fleur's fierce gaze, Ryan stretched out her hand and touched Gabrielle's head. Regardless of whether your sister agrees or not, I will be your brother from now on. Really? Gabriel's eyes were full of brightness and vitality again. Great. Then can I call you Brother Ryan in the future? Brother Ryan, I'm here. You. Fleur wanted to say something, but when she saw Gabrielle's happy appearance, her heart softened, and she whispered to Ryan at random, let me explain first, you are responsible for the decisions you make. Don't bully Gabrielle! Rest assured. Ryan said seriously, I won't let such a kind little girl feel sad again. Looking at Gabrielle's happy appearance, he seemed to see the shadow of the unicorn Artemis on her body. Penlo and Hermione were also very happy. They also liked Gabrielle, a beautiful and pure little girl. Maybe it was the happiest thing to be able to keep the yearning in her heart when she was the most carefree. As a result, Ryan and others did not pay attention to the results of the second round. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Harry won the second place with 8 points of silence, and Krum won the third place with 7 points. Therefore, the current total points is that Char is first, Harry and Krum are tied for second, and Fleur is last, and this order will also determine the order of appearances in the final round. Chapter 55 Father and Son Part 1. The backstage of the author of Fleur exploded, and the chapter was released. Don't panic. Everyone was not caught driving. Although there were some ups and downs in the process of the game, the final result was great. Joy. Whether it was those who played out of order or those who played normally, they all qualified for the final round at the same time. And as long as they enter the final round, they have the opportunity to compete for the championship of the Triwizard Tournament. Because the previous performance is only to pave the way for the final round, players with an advantage in the previous ranking can certainly get a certain priority in the third round, and they can freely choose which part of the maze to enter. But this is far from enough. As long as someone takes the lead in winning the Triwizard Cup hidden in the third round of the game, in the forest maze, that person can directly end the Triwizard Tournament and win the final victory. So Ryan, you always felt that in this Triwizard Tournament, only the first and third rounds were the most important. The first round is the beginning of all clues, and the third round is the end of all stories. As for the second round of pure experience, at least the students enjoyed watching it, didn't they? After Dumbledore announced the results, the students also returned to their resting places. Just as the warriors were preparing to leave one after another, a man suddenly appeared on the shore. His face was a little blank, but there was hidden anxiety in his eyes. And Harry and Dumbledore came back from the stands together, and only Harry remained among the warriors. Almost as soon as he saw Harry and Dumbledore, the man on the shore rushed over. Behind them is the little Barty disguised as Moody. When he saw the person on the shore, his face was very ugly. His already terrifying ears and face were even more distorted. The magic eyeball did not move, but stared straight ahead. Sorry, Dumbledore, I have to tell you something. Percy exclaimed. Director Crouch, why are you here? Is your body okay? The person who came is Barty Crouch from bringing and resting. His face is bloodless and doesn't look very good. Healthy. The fake Moody next to him had a gloomy expression on his face. He actually broke free of the Imperious Curse himself. Little Barty couldn't believe it in his heart. Perhaps in his impression, his father was just tough, but he was actually a little weak and incompetent. But now the weak-hearted father used a strong will to break free Soul Curse. If we let him out of our control, and then effect Voldemort's resurrection plan, it's all over. Moody, played by Barty Jr., slipped a hand into his pocket quietly. He was very aware of the seriousness of the matter. God knows what Barty is here for. In order to solve his worries, even his own father, Barty Jr. has already moved to kill. Barty Crouch shook his head and said like Percy, I don't care. Seeing this, Barty was slightly relieved. He almost forgot that the wizard who was hit with the Imperious Curse couldn't remember who put the Imperious Curse on him, even after the wizard who was under the Imperious Curse unlocked the curse. Know your own situation. Dumbledore seldom saw such a serious expression on Barty's face. The two had known each other for a long time and knew a lot about each other. Barty Crouch winked. Dumbledore waved to Char and the others. Goodbye, warriors. I think our director Crouch and I still have some personal topics to discuss. Mr. Potter, please wait for me here. Barty didn't walk away immediately. Fake Moody stood by, trying to make his figure appear calm, since in this case, he'll stay here for a while to protect everyone's safety. Harry looked at the fake Moody with gratitude, and his hunched body was so tall in Harry's eyes at this time. Dumbledore nodded. I'll trouble you then, Alastair. Bettycroft looked at the fake Moody, and said nothing, then came aside with Dumbledore. Harry was still a little dazed about this. So what's the matter? Fake Moody was silent, and he also wanted to know what Barty Crouch was here for. Not far away, Barty Crouch whispered something to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore also looked serious and nodded from time to time. After about a few minutes, Dumbledore looked solemn. Everyone, I have some things to leave first. Let's see you in the third round. After speaking, Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder, and then the figure quickly disappeared into the woods. Barty didn't leave. He turned around and came to Harry's side. The fake Moody pretended to distance himself, but his magic eye was staring at Barty crouched through his skull. Distinguish what he said from his lips. Harry asked a little embarrassedly, "Sir, do you have anything to do with me?" Barty thought for a while. "In fact, nothing happened. I just saw your game. It was very exciting. You have such a performance in your grade. You are indeed a child of the brave Porter couple." Harry was a little curious. Do you know my parents?" "Ah yes, your parents. They were excellent wizards and I've always regretted the loss of such a wonderful couple in the wizarding world." Barty tried to be kind. "Even though they are not around, I think they'll still be proud of you." "You flatter me." Harry was a little shy, compared to I'm a lot worse. Barty smiled. The Ambrosius family is young and cannot be judged by common sense. But there is no doubt that he is an outstanding young wizard. Barty felt that he had prepared the ground, and just as he was about to further develop the topic, the fake Moody suddenly turned his head. "Crouch. Are you trying to kidnap Potter for a summer intern at the Ministry of Magic? The boy who went in last time hasn't come out yet." Fake Moody looked at Barty coldly. Barty had not looked directly at his father for a long time, and the pain of being controlled by his father for a long time seemed to come back to his heart. At this time, the efficacy of the compound decoction was somewhat weak, and Barty did not replenish it in time, which made the habit of being suppressed by the compound decoction reappear. Barty wanted to explain, but fake Moody suddenly stuck out his tongue, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Barty's face changed. He was all too familiar with sticking out his tongue. This was the action his son would make subconsciously whenever he was emotional, but the person in front of him was clearly Alastor Moody. Barty's face turned pale. He only felt a splitting headache, and the sequel of the Imperious Curse appeared at this time. Chapter 56 Father and Son Part 2 Everyone, the author's backstage exploded, and the chapter uploads are blank. I'm very desperate. Don't worry, I didn't get caught driving. Old Barty quickly walked to the fake Moody. The two were very close, and he stared at the fake Moody. Moody was not at all frightened by that horrific face. Fake Moody also seemed to have noticed his subconscious movements. He tried hard to keep his tongue from sticking out, and his mouth was tight. After repeated confirmation by Barty, he did not see any flaws in the fake Moody, but he did not think that the action was his hallucination. So he must confirm where his son is now. So Barty walked away from the fake Moody, and he whispered in Harry's ear, "You must be careful. Voldemort is coming back, and they are going to do Voldemort against you." "Coming back? Harry is in an ice cellar," the fake Moody shouted coldly. "Everyone says I'm a lunatic. You who can say this should be a lunatic." Facing the fake Moody's words, old Barty didn't answer. He took a staggering step towards the forest in the distance. His back looked lonely and thin, drifting away in the wind. "Mr. Claus seems tired, doesn't he?" Harry looked at the back silently, thinking in his heart, he should ask Zaya for some tranquilizers. Too bad Harry didn't know that this was the last time he saw old Barty. Fake Moody took out the compound decoction from his pocket and quickly gave himself a big gulp, so that he could continue to play his role, and the normal eye flickered faintly. "Goodbye, my father." This was the last word Barty left to his father in his heart. A few days later, both the Zai Daily and the Daily Prophet were occupied by the same news. Headline: The Director of the International Magical Exchange Division, Barty Crouch, is dead. He was discovered by Hagrid, who was inspecting the Forbidden Forest, and he had been dead for several days by this time. According to the test of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, Director Claus was attacked without resistance. His life ended with the unforgivable curse. Who the hell attacked and killed him? All kinds of problems came one after another, and Hogwarts, which had been celebrating, seemed to have cast a shadow over it. Because of a high-ranking, upper-level director of the Ministry of Magic, he died around Hogwarts like this. This incident also alarmed Connolly, who immediately strengthened his guard and rushed to Hogwarts at the same time. In the headmaster's room, Connolly and Dumbledore are talking. and all the warriors, McGonagall, Snape, Fake Moody are here. Harry, you should be the last person to see Crouch after I leave. Is there anything wrong with him? Dumbledore was lying in front of the pensieve, looking at the silver threads tangled in the basin, such as confusion and blurred speech. Harry shook his head. Mr. Crouch doesn't have any other problems except that he doesn't look very well. Connolly was a little distressed. So who the hell attacked Crouch? Now many people throughout the Ministry of Magic don't feel safe enough, Snape said coldly. In any case, I think our warriors should be careful. If this unknown attack falls on them, it will be troublesome. Dumbledore nodded, looking at Harry and the others. That's why I called you here. During the time, the atmosphere was a little dignified, and no one wanted to have an invisible threat by their side. Threat. This invisible terror makes people feel terrified. Professor Dumbledore, I think there is something odd about this. Ryan knew exactly who the murderer was. He glanced at Fake Moody and continued, and the look made Fake Moody shiver a little. I remember Mr. Crouch's strength should be very good, right, Minister Connolly? Connolly nodded. Old Barty is indeed a very good wizard. Fudge is very aware of Barty Crouch's strength. From his previous position, he knows the first major department of the Ministry of Magic, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To put it simply, they are the lawmakers and enforcers of the entire magic world of the country, and every director of the law enforcement department is undoubtedly an excellent wizard. Most of the director generals were promoted from the ERA's office. In this way, the director of the executive department had enough prestige to mobilize the powerful ERAs with different personalities. Barty Crouch is exactly that. Think about a guy who stood out from many ERAs, with both strength and scheming, and died so vaguely, even if he was a competitor in the political arena. Cornelius Fudge said it was quite incomprehensible. So, strange things happened. 0. Ask for flowers. Ryan Dow. Will an experienced wizard like Mr. Crouch be killed without any resistance? Moreover, it is still enough for the wizard to be extremely vigilant, alone in the jungle, under this situation. Dumbledore thought for a while. Indeed, it is very difficult for even me to fail Crouch without resistance. Then we can infer that. Char smiled slightly. Mr. Claus was attacked by someone he knew very well and was close to. So he died without any precautions. Who is the person who made Crouch so familiar and defensive? Ryan's eyes seemed to wander on the Fake Moody. I want to investigate carefully. There should not be too many candidates who can be determined. Fake Moody's fingers trembled slightly. The fact is that he suddenly changed back to his original appearance, causing old Barty to lose his mind for a short time, so he let old Barty be instantly killed by himself. Why? I have a feeling of being seen through. Barty Jr. doesn't like this feeling very much, and all he needs now is only 2 words. Look. Everything will be different when his master returns. If he was exposed by Ryan here, it would be hard for him to imagine what kind of way his master would torture him. He didn't want or dare to make such an attempt. Fortunately, Char still needed Barty Jr. to continue to play his role, so Char did not expose him. Connolly seemed to be convinced by Char's words. I see, I think I know what to do. Dumbledore rubbed his head and seemed rather annoyed. He looked at Connolly. All in all, it won't be very peaceful next time. After ordering these, everyone left one after another, and Harry paused, because he was the first to come to Dumbledore's office. Out of curiosity, he saw Dumbledore in the pensieve, about Barty Claus. Strange memory. Sorry, Professor. Harry's voice was soft but firm. I forgot to tell you one thing. I seem to have seen Mr. Crouch's son in the pensieve in my dream. The one about Voldemort. Dumbledore's pupils shrank, and he turned his back to Harry with no expression. Is that so? Harry scratched his head. It's also possible that I read it wrong. Chapter 57. The Conquest of Durmstrang. Maybe. Dumbledore surprisingly did not answer Harry's question directly, and no one knew what he was holding in his heart at this time. However, because of Crouch's attack, the sales of Daily began to officially suppress the Daily Prophet. Under the careful screening of Lupin and Char, they put some practical and moderately difficult defense against the dark arts spells in the newspapers, and explain various precautions in detail for everyone to learn. Coincidentally, because the director was attacked, this approach just catered to everyone's need for a sense of security, which led to this situation. Originally, the editors of the Daily Prophet were going crazy. They asked Connolly for help many times, but it was a pity that Connolly had no time to care about them. His attention now is to find out the murderer who attacked Crouch as soon as possible, and further consolidate his prestige and position in the Ministry of Magic. There is quite a long preparation time before the final round of the competition, which is a full 4 months. Whether they are warriors or normal students, they have to put more energy on themselves when they are in contact with the Triwizard Tournament. Ryan hadn't continued to practice with Snape for a while, anyway. The current situation was basically that no one could do anything about it. The progress of the Book of Law Gods has also fallen into a certain stalemate. Chapter of Alchemy, Chapter of Potions, Chapter of Spell, Chapter of Bloodline. Although these 4 chapters have given Ryan a great help, it is difficult to make breakthroughs on the following pages, because the current last chapter, Bloodline chapter, has been blocking Ryan's progress. The difficulty of stripping off the blood of the Dream Demon is even higher than what Char had imagined. Although Char and Lupin worked very hard to study it, the purified blood of the Dream Demon had unimaginable stability. Originally, Ryan's idea was to first analyze the structure of the blood vessels by making the blood vessels clear, and then to analyze the blood vessels extraction. But the current progress is in the second stage, and the process of analyzing the structure is severely limited. Now the characteristics of the blood of the Dream Demon in the body of Char and the characteristics recorded by the Black family are completely different. More importantly, the fully awakened Dream Demon bloodline has no reference at all, so its research difficulty is much higher than that of Dragon Blood. Looking at the dusty pages in his mind for a long time, Ryan felt a little melancholy. If you can't achieve the physical perfection in the chapter of blood, I'm afraid it will be difficult to further study the Book of Dharma God. Of course, in melancholy, Ryan is not so anxious. After all, he is only 14 years old. Youth, age. This is Char's biggest advantage. Even if Voldemort can rule the magic world again, Ryan is sure to stay silent until the day when he hangs Voldemort. Since there are existing things, it is very difficult to break through. Ryan has to continue to focus on the spell, and the magic mentioned by Krum before aroused Ryan's interest. Therefore, during the 4-month off-season, Char has prepared quite generous gifts to come to Durmstrang's black ship. This ghostly black ship has intricate magic applied, making it look like a luxurious castle inside, while the solid floor does not shake in the slightest, and driving on the water makes people feel like walking on the ground. Delicious wine, food, and a variety of potions that are easy to fight are loved by Durmstrang students, and in the black ship, Zayab used all the visiting students of Durmstrang without stopping. This almost incomprehensible gesture convinced the students from the north. In the end, he managed to get what he wanted, and it was Krum who gave it to him. Looks like it's a little different from what I imagined. Before and after, Ryan has spent nearly a month on the black ship. He looked at the thin book in his hand. This is your martial arts magic, is it too thin? Ryan shook his head helplessly. Even if this book, there are traces of magic inside the book, which can be the reading speed of Asia. This book is simply not enough to read. Make no mistake about it. Krum looked at Zaya mysteriously, and he still held the pure white wine that Zaya brought in his hand. The scorching temperature made the men in the north happy. This is the essence of our school's martial arts magic and difficult magic. Summary: I don't think you will waste time on the most basic martial arts magic. Well, it turned out to be a super intensive version. Ryan understood, but he didn't see him looking away from the book, and he took out another bottle of precious liquor from the storage bag and threw it to Krum. Krum looked very happy. If you give me another drink of this kind, I can get you the most advanced martial arts magic. Ryan's mouth twitched slightly. Although you Durmstrang are very open-minded about magic, it's not like you have no concept of protection at all. Of course, Ryan would not persuade Krum to protect his inheritance. "If you're not afraid of drinking to death, please feel free." Krum took over this strange porcelain jar with some curiosity. As soon as he opened the seal of the wine, he was conquered by the extremely mellow wine aroma. Any left? Krum licked his lips, now feeling that he liked this kind of baijiu from the east more and more. That's not enough. With a cold face, Ryan took out 2 more jars, each weighing 5 pounds. "If you drink to death, I won't be responsible." Drink to death? Krum obviously didn't believe it. It really doesn't work. He'll just use magic to get rid of it. It's impossible to drink to death. Ahaha, this taste is really enjoyable. While smelling the wine greedily, Krum took out a thin roll of parchment from his pocket. The parchment unfolded so hugely that it was almost as tall as Ryanya's entire body, and it was densely written with text. "This is the treasure of our academy." Krum suddenly became serious. "Although you can borrow it, you can't take it away from here." Just swiping a few spells on this parchment, Char immediately understood what was recorded on this piece of paper. That is the deepest spell and core principle of martial arts magic, and it can be said to be one of the core inheritances of Durmstrang Academy. It is estimated that Karkaroff gave this very old parchment to Krum. This kid is really interesting, so he lent it to himself so generously. "Don't worry, I won't take it away." Ryan looked for a place everywhere, and the sketch quill worked quickly with another piece of parchment of the same size, while he continued to look at the previous magic book. After about an hour, the sketch quill had perfectly reproduced everything on the parchment. Looking at the densely packed texts explaining various spells, Ryan felt a little happy. It seems that there is something else to do. Chapter 58. Such a coincidence. Chapter 57 has been reissued. So annoying. The backstage of Silly Foo makes me want to go crazy. Martial arts magic. Their essence is a new magic created to make up for the shortcomings of the wizard's melee combat. It is also the unique creation of the legendary witch from Bulgaria, the founder of Durmstrang, Nerida Veganova. Although Nerida is a witch, she has excellent physical fitness, and there are even rumors that she was born as a female knight, so she knows the energy contained in the human body very well. When she came to Northern Europe, in order to give full play to the physique of Nordic wizards, so that their strong bodies would not be completely useless after becoming wizards, this strange martial arts magic that only uses people with excellent physique was born. The content of real martial arts magic is far more than what Char has come into contact with. Turning magic into weapons is just one of the most practical and efficient ways to use martial arts magic. In fact, the most profound martial arts magic can even use the terrifying destructive power of the legendary knight. Its destructive power is extremely powerful, otherwise it would not have been Durmstrang's most new trick after so many years. As Krum said, it is too easy for Char, who has the dragon Alimagus, to learn martial arts magic, because part of the Alimagus, his half-dragon body, is too strong. The possible sequel of practicing martial arts magic can be completely ignored at this moment, so Char's martial arts magic has improved rapidly. Char, who has turned into a 5-grabbed golden dragon, still occasionally comes to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Looking at the lake where he often comes, Char feels quite effective, because the martial arts magic added by the dragon effect has cut the lake straight into 2 times. The cracks at the bottom of the lake need to be watered twice for 10 seconds to return to normal. It would be exciting if someone came over in the cold. Ryan looked at his dragon claws strangely. This kind of attack is simple and rude, and its destructive power is far superior to Shenfeng. There are still a lot of details about martial arts magic. One thing is very clear, that is, the melee combat ability of wizards is indeed compensated by this kind of magic routine from Northern Europe. And when Krum saw that Zaya used a few martial arts magic, he was even more stunned. I'm afraid he would never have imagined that in such a long time, Durmstrang's housekeeping skills were learned by Ryanya. In fact, the principle of martial arts magic never leaves the word magic. No matter how you change it, you can't change the form of magic. The so-called change is inseparable. When a wizard has enough magic power, strong body, and fast learning ability, it becomes quite simple to transform and master martial arts magic. But this time Chirrua came to Black Ship not just to show off his martial arts magic progress. Perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps with a tentative attitude, he showed Krum the map he got from the Star Fort and circulated in the ancient times of the Ambrosius family. Because Ryan has repeatedly confirmed that the place described in this picture is definitely not the country of Yin. This is the answer given to Ryan by the authority of the Ministry of Magic of Yin Country. They clearly understand every geographical structure of Yin Country, unless there is a place where time and space are distorted. But if there is such a place, drawing this picture is useless. Anyway, no one could find Krum and read it several times. This is not a Nordic place. How can you see it? Krum pointed to the layout of the map, although the geographical shape of this is very similar to the coastline of Northern Europe. The degree of its winding and the overall shape is quite different from the glacial coastline of Northern Europe, so I think this should be somewhere near Central Europe or even country. Is it near Yin Country? It's a pity, if there is such a place. Char may have found it long ago. Seeing that Krum was very determined, Char shook his head. Okay, I see. Because I have a lottery attitude, I don't have much hope. But Krum's words also reminded Char, could this map be an island in the Sea of Yin Country? So after solving the martial arts magic, Zaya came to the library, and he quickly flipped through various books on geography and islands. He never believed that the things left by the Ambrosius family were just ornaments. It was obvious that such a high bloodline concentration was required to open the door in the Star Castle. In this deadlocked stage of strength advancement, Chaya instinctively felt that the place depicted in this picture must have a certain connection with his own family's own blood. And now he still has a lot of time. He can try to find it. Brother Ryan, Sister Punlo is waiting for you to eat. Ryan, who had been reading in the library for several days, turned his attention away from the books in front of him. He flipped through the pages extremely fast. There were several stacks of books half a meter high on the entire table. Well, I know. Ryan touched the head of the little girl standing beside her. Gabriel's face was slightly red. She enjoyed the warmth in Ryan's palm. Come on. Don't let Sister Punlo and the others wait. This little girl. Ryan is a little helpless. Didn't you say that you want to be my little fangirl? Why do you feel that now you call Punlo and Hermione more kissable than calling me? I know. Ryan pouted, picked up the map on the table, and prepared to fold it up and put it away. What? Gabriel stared at the map in Char's hands with wide eyes. Brother Char, are you going to travel near France? Ryan's hand froze, as if he had captured some important information. Gabriel, what did you just say? Hey, that's what I said. Gabriel pointed to the map in Char's hand. Isn't this the map of Guernsey Island? Wait, you know this place? Gabriel nodded. I should have read it right. My sister took me to this place. This is Double Moon Bay in Guernsey. Double Moon Bay, Guernsey. Is there such a coincidence? Char asked softly. Gabriel, where is Guernsey? Gabriel's small eyes were a little shy, so Brother Char also has something he doesn't know. This Guernsey Island is the island of Ying. Seeing Gabriel spell out Guernsey word by word, Char suddenly realized that Guernsey may be called by a different French name. Among the many archipelagos in the country, there is a place called Guernsey, which should be the place. Gabriel said. His wand was quicker, and a very thick book fell into Char's hands. After quickly flipping through it, the details of Guernsey Island appeared in front of Char's eyes. Chapter 59. I really found it. This island is really too small. It is hidden in the vast ocean. If it weren't for its special status, people who have seen it may equate it with the huge reefs on the sea. After a careful search on the island map that is not very clear, in the groove on the northwest coastline, after zooming in on this tiny island dozens of times, there is an interesting place. Its two coastlines are long and curved, but they intersect each other like two crescents. Here, it is exactly the same as the map in Char's hands. It's really here. Ryan's voice was very soft, and there was a strange light in his eyes. Guernsey, an overseas territory of China, is located in the Channel Islands in the English Channel close to the French coastline. The surrounding islands form the Guernsey area. This is the 3 royal territories of the Yin Kingdom, and it is also a place that the Ministry of Magic cannot govern, because the exclusive territory of the royal family is not directly managed by the Ministry of Magic. This is the consensus reached by the magic world and the Mole world. And in a more distant era, when there were still palace wizards, this kind of royal possession was taken care of by them personally. No wonder the Ministry of Magic couldn't find this place. It turned out to be this place. Looking at the smile on the corner of Ryan's mouth, Gabriel couldn't help but turn a bit more ruddy. She whispered, "Brother Ryan's smile looks really good from the side." "Sorry Gabrielle, what did you say?" Gabrielle lowered her head and shook her head quickly. No, I have nothing. But I have to thank you very much, Gabriel." Ryan looked very happy. He picked up Gabrielle at once. The little girl's light body seemed to have no weight. "You did me a big favor. Come, let brother kiss." Gabriel was a little stunned. She felt a touch of warmth suddenly appear on her forehead, her little face flushed quickly, and her whole head was buried in Ryan's chest. "Brother Ryan, what are you? What are you doing? People will be shy." It was only then that Ryan remembered that the little girl was a very shy child, and he was a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm a little excited." Fortunately, Ryan is usually in a quiet corner, and there are no other students here, otherwise Gabriel would be even more shy. He put down Gabrielle gently and put away the map. "Let's go to dinner first." Gabriel nodded, then walked in front of Char with joyful steps. Because the waiting time was too long, Dumbledore knew very well that he could not let the guests from afar be too boring. Therefore, whether it is a student of Xbuttons or a student of Durmstrang, they are no different from ordinary Hogwarts students except that they cannot enter the dormitory apartment of each college. As for why Ryan stopped looking carefully at everything about Guernsey Island, it was because he knew exactly what to do now. If it was delayed for a while, Punlo probably wouldn't climb up to the bed for himself at night. Intolerable. As for Guernsey or something, since you already know the location anyway, it's much easier to go further. Sure enough, it turned out that Char's choice was very correct. Seeing that Punlo's eyebrows are already wrinkled, Ryan, who knows his girlfriend's character too well, understands that she is about to be a little emotional. "Sorry, there was a delay." Ryan hurriedly stepped forward and kissed Punlo lightly. Punlo's eyes were a little helpless. You should pay attention to his image. They are both old and married, so why care? Zaya took Punlo in his arms as if nothing had happened, and the students who occasionally passed by pretended not to see. "It's a joke. You can't stop you from spreading dog food. Isn't it okay for labor and management to play stupid?" Gabriel made a little face. "Brother Ryan is not shy." Punlo nodded. She said playfully, "Yeah, your brother Ryan has a thick skin. When Gabriel grows up you must be careful when looking for a boyfriend, but you can't be deceived by this kind of guy like your sister." Ryan sealed Punlo's lips and didn't let her continue. "Little Beauty is getting more and more ignorant, Gabriel. Don't listen to your sister Punlo's nonsense. It will be broken." Gabriel nodded ignorantly, but when she thought that she would have a boyfriend in the future, I don't know why she was a little excited. Now that Gabrielle came to find Char, she no longer needed Fleur to accompany her. Anyway, no one at Hogwarts didn't know the youngest girl in the Hogwarts castle. Moreover, Fleur said that she could no longer control her sister, because she suddenly found that her sister had 2 more sisters and 1 brother, and everyone was rushing to play with Gabriel. She looked at the moon outside Hogwarts from time to time, and then she felt her status was declining, and she didn't understand what was going on. When the meal was over, Char continued to work on his own business. After repeated confirmation, he was sure that Guernsey was depicted on the map. What does this map want to tell me, and where does it want to take me? Zaya touched the ancient sheepskin map in his hand. The thick texture is the accumulation of thousands of years of time. After thinking about it again and again, Ryan decided to go there in person. There are still 2.5 months before the start of the 3rd round. As long as there are no unexpected circumstances, There is definitely more than enough time. So he told Punlo and Hermione of the decision, while taking a long vacation with Dumbledore. By the way, Punlo now owns nearly half of the business operation rights of the Ambrosius family. Although there is no actual title, she is the CEO of the Ambrosius family industry today when Zaya is basically not involved. And Hermione's authority has also expanded a lot, not only Zydaily, but also any place related to the cultural industry has her shadow. In addition, in the entire Hogsmeade, she also has the absolute right to speak in all the affairs of the Ambrosius family. Now the two most prosperous places in the magic world of Young Kingdom, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and Ryan have divided their powers, so he has more time and energy to do his own things. Even if Char is to leave temporarily, according to the existing system, it will not affect the development of any Ambrosius family for at least half a year. This is trust in the people closest to you and a confidence in yourself. Let Punlo and Hermione not feel boring in their best youth, but also to all the warriors Char cherished them, and this power was given by Char after all. When he wanted to take it back, relying on everyone's magical contract with the Ambrosius family, it was an easy thing to do. With the consent of Dumbledore, after parting with his girlfriends, saying goodbye to friends, and finally in Gabriel's reluctant eyes, Ryan touched her head. Don't be sad. Brother Ryan will be back soon. I'm just going there to have a look. It won't take too long. Ryan smiled at Fleur, because I'm still waiting for a complete victory. To end the Triwizard Tournament, Fleur, who was about to say a few words, was suddenly very angry. Obviously this guy looks so good looking, but why is he a bit cheap? How does it feel? Go quickly. Fleur hugged Gabrielle in her arms. I want to see how you win the Triwizard Tournament. Ryan nodded. I'm very rude to abuse people. Chapter 60 Guernsey Quack. The sound is powerful and dully a heartbeat. And in this heartbeat, Ryan appeared from the void. His figure was distorted for a while, and his unilateral transformation was over. Is this Guernsey? Char looked at the desolate surroundings. The withered yellow rocks had been eroded by wind, sand, and waves, and they had turned into strange shapes. The scattered heights and lows formed a unique coastal scenery here. Originally, if Char wanted to get here, he had to use flying props, because apparition could not move those places that were not positioned. Fortunately, Char has found the spatial coordinates of Guernsey Island through the Ministry of Magic, so with this reference, he can feel here so quickly. Feeling the strange throbbing in his chest, Ryan was sure that this was the place he was looking for. The restlessness from the depths of his blood seemed to be called by something here. But the scenery around here is really desolate, and the Shuangyu Bay marked on the map still needs to be looked for. Ryan cast an invisibility spell on himself. After all, this place is not under the control of the Ministry of Magic, and there will inevitably be other people monitoring it in the royal territory. After preventing himself from being discovered by ordinary people, Char moved along the coastline. The overall area of Guernsey is not large, with a total of 69,572 square kilometers. If you are willing to wander slowly, 1 hour island enough to circle the island. Such a small island belonging to the royal family, will it hide the secrets of its own family? With this kind of mood, Ryan's steps are not very fast, and he carefully observes everything around him. He revolved around the island counterclockwise, and the further he walked to the northwest of the island, the more burning his body became, as if some energy was about to pour out. Is it here? Ryan slowly stopped, and the outline that appeared in front of him was the same as that described in the data. This is Shuangyu Bay in Guernsey, and the unique layout is so iconic. Ryan stared at the map in his hand and looked at the scenery in front of him, and then doubts flooded into his heart. It seems a little different. Perhaps it was a problem with the collection of the data itself. Although in general outline, the Shuangyu Bay in front of him was exactly the same as on the map. But if you look inward from Shuangyu Bay, you will find a big difference if you look at the layout of the scene in Shuangyu Bay. The layout shown on the map clearly shows that the Shuangyu Bay has layers and layers, and the terrain gradually rises. After about a few hundred meters from the coastline, a spacious plain will appear. But Ryan looked in the direction, and what appeared in front of her was a scene completely different from the map. There is no stacked terrain, and no patchwork layout, and some are still just yellow rocks. The waves slapped fiercely on the rocks by the sea breeze, stirring up white waves, and two sea cliffs with a height of dozens of meters facing each other silently across the blue sea, like two lonely crescents. Maybe that's why it's called Double Moon Bay. In Shuangyu Bay, there is no plain at all, and the uneven terrain extends all the way back, and it takes about a long distance to see the gradually growing green grass. Is it because the age of this map is too distant, and Guernsey has changed in the past 1,000 years, so it is very different from the record? But this idea was quickly rejected by Ryan. The ability to change the appearance of an island so much in 1,000 years is something only the might of nature can do, or earthquakes, or underwater volcanic eruptions. Ryan remembered very clearly that the country of Ying was not located in any earthquake zone. It was completely inside the Eurasian plate. Even if there was an earthquake, it would only be the aftermath of a distant plate collision. I have never heard of, or seen in records, such a strong earthquake where the country of Ying is. Could it have been artificially destroyed here? Even though Guernsey is small, given its unique status, the protection of it can be said to be quite high. In addition, the resources here are almost zero, and it is impossible for the mole world to spend energy to move a royal possession. After eliminating many possibilities, Ryan could only filter out two options at the end. Or is there a super duel between wizards and wizards that destroyed the entire surface of the island? Or, the island also hides other secrets? At this moment, a gust of sea breeze blew, and the map in Ryan's hand was released. If Ryan hadn't hurriedly controlled it with magic power, I'm afraid this thing would have to fly away. Staring at the ancient parchment, the light in Char's eyes gradually brightened. This is something I never noticed, because the map that was blown away at risk turned around in the air. Now, what is displayed in front of Ryan is the completely reversed map. The empty back. There's only one map for such thick parchment. Ryan looked at the parchment thoughtfully, the yellowish and empty back glowing a little in the sunlight. Although I have repeatedly checked this map, there should be no traces of magic in it, so it will not be a magic map similar to the Marauder's map. But this does not mean that this map has no hidden secrets. There is a small icon in the lower left corner of the map, which is the emblem of the Ambrosius family, a beautiful icon like the letter A. The light never dies. Their hope lasts forever. The words of the Ambrosius family suddenly popped out of Ryan's mouth. Maybe I have some very primitive methods used by those old ancestors? After finishing speaking, Ryan flicked his fingertips gently, and a few drops of faintly golden blood oozed out of the cut skin, and landed firmly on the blank back of the map. The moment the ancient parchment came into contact with Char's blood, the yellow and thick surface immediately absorbed all the blood. The red lines on the back of the blank began to appear, and a brand new map was outlined between the staggered coils. Its outline was very similar to the front of the map. This is? Char's eyes narrowed, not yet happy because of his correct judgment. The scene depicted on this map is exactly the same as the current Guernsey Shuangyu Bay. Even the large stones on the two cliffs were lightly marked. Come out. What? Ryan was even more puzzled. He thought it was something that could unlock the secret, but it turned out to be the current map of Guernsey. And what was the map on the front? In Char's doubts, the map on the back was still quickly completing, and finally something different appeared in the blank space next to the map. That was a very short sentence. The day when the skies overturned. Chapter 61. March. Chihu is 61. On the day of the brilliance of March, when the sky overturned. Char whispered the sentence that appeared in the margin next to the map. This text looked quite old, because it was neither in modern English, nor Latin, or even Old English during the Anglo period. This is Celtic from an earlier period, almost forgotten by history, an ancient language that has been in circulation since before BC. If it weren't for the fact that the Ambrosius family had a collection of books about this knowledge, I'm afraid Char would not be able to understand this sentence. It is not difficult to understand literally. When the three moons radiate each other's radiance, it is also the time when the sky is overturned. If you only talk about the glory of March, Char will be able to understand it almost without thinking. Shwangayube plus the moon in the sky, isn't this the cross brightness of March? But here comes the problem. This day, in the end, is understood as a day, or refers to the day. Ryan frowned slightly. He had already roughly understood the meaning. It was not difficult to solve this simple puzzle. He just needed to wait for 2 more opportunities to confirm the specific situation. One is at night, when March is together, the other is during the day, when the sun and the moon are shining together with the 3 months. To this end, Ryan quietly waited for the arrival of the night. When the waning moon in the sky fell on the sea in Shwangayu Bay, it reflected the rippling water and moon with the crescent moon in the sky, and the crescent moon on both sides of the crescent moon radiated a silver light at the same time. This is the case with March Kiwi, but there is nothing abnormal except for the extraordinary beauty. Except because it is on the island, the moon in the sky is extraordinarily clear and bright. Then the first case has been temporarily ruled out, and of course it is not certain whether a different moon phase is required. Therefore, Ryan had to wait for the different moon phases to be confirmed, while focusing on the second possibility, the 3-month cross brightness of the first day and the same month. Sun and moon co-brightness is not a very rare thing. In fact, it is a natural phenomenon, which is caused by the different rotation cycles of the Earth around the Sun and the Moon around the Earth. However, it requires certain conditions for the Sun and Moon to be directly observed by the naked eye. Generally, it is possible to see it in broad daylight during the month of clear sky and good visibility, from the 21st to the 23rd of the lunar calendar. For the phenomenon of the Sun and the Moon to appear together, the Sun and the Moon need to be above the horizon at the same time. So in theory, as long as the atmospheric conditions are relatively good, this phenomenon may occur except on the 15th day of the lunar calendar. But there is a second condition, that is, the limit magnitude of the sky, so that the darkest celestial bodies cannot be seen too low. Generally speaking, when the sun is just rising or about to set, the brightness of the sky is easy to meet this condition, even in cities. Fortunately, this thing is still within my scope. There are not many records of the sun and moon together in the academic literature of the country of Ying. This is the ancient wisdom of the working people of the East. According to the lunar calendar, it is now around the 17th of the lunar calendar. If you're lucky, maybe this week. Ryan scratched his head helplessly. Fortunately, his storage bag was big enough, and he always kept a magic tent that he could live in temporarily. After carefully arranging and applying various protective spells, Ryan silently camped near Shwangayu Bay, waiting for Shwangayu Tongyui at different times. After the 17th day of the lunar calendar, the moon becomes more and more incomplete, and the arc of the moon in the sky becomes more and more charming. But no matter what, every night in March Tongyui, something strange happens. No matter how the sea breeze blows and the waves are sparkling, it is still normal in Shwangayu Bay. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, Char had been staying here for nearly a week. And this day is the 23rd of the lunar calendar, and it is also the most likely day to see the sun and the moon together. In the tent, Char quietly closed his eyes. This is an ancient and traditional way of meditation, which can help wizards to calm down their hearts, because Chiria's restlessness has always been there and has never calmed down. Strange to say, just as the last evening was approaching, the magical elements in the sky suddenly thickened, which made Ryan, whose senses were exceptionally sharp at this time, suddenly open his eyes. Coming. Char can feel that every pore of himself is breathing desperately, as if there is something in the air that he desperately needs. He walked out of the tent quickly, and there was a crescent moon hanging in the sky that day. and opposite the crescent moon's forehead was a crumbling sunset. True sun and moon, the sun symbolizing masculine life and the moon, which is feminine and quiet, appear at the same time in the dim sky. At this time, the sea in Shuangyu Bay was calm, the slightly rippling water clearly reflected the moon in the sky, and three equally long and narrow crescents were intertwined. And the new scene that appeared in front of them was completely invisible to ordinary people. On the calm sea, there was a tiny vortex under the crescent moon. If it weren't for the vortex exuding slight magical fluctuations and being caught by Char's keen senses, it must be an experienced wizard who might have missed it. Underwater, Ryan was stunned for a moment. Then he put the magic tent in his bag, turned into a small 5-clawed golden dragon with a shake, and fell from the sea cliff, getting closer and closer to the tiny vortex. The reflection of the white moon makes this small whirlpool appear extra blurry, and at first glance it looks like an ordinary wave. Char repeatedly confirmed that there was no trace of black magic, and then dived into the water. In terms of size, this vortex can only allow one person to enter vertically, and the icy sea water rotates in the vortex, and its spiral spreads downward until it reaches the continental shelf of the island. The characteristics of the 5-clawed golden dragon made the swirling water flow have no effect on Ryan. He moved forward very fast, and he fell to the bottom of the sea in no time. When he raised his head slightly, he could see the shimmering sea above his head. Gone. Ryan stared at the bottom of the water that could still be clearly seen in front of him. The black stones seemed to be announcing that it was over. One of the stones was just aimed at the moonlight, and there was a faint silver light on it. Middle dot. So Ryan stretched out his claws and gently placed it on the stone. The stone suddenly stretched out a few spikes, which seemed to be a self-protection mechanism. It was not until Ryan took his hand away that it became uneven and ugly. Looks like. Fortunately, the Ryanya dragon's scales in the form of the 5-clawed golden dragon are tough enough, and there is no way for the stone to hurt Ryanya. Do you want to drop blood again to recognize your relatives? Ryanya thought about it and turned into a human form, without even using a little animagus, a pure normal form, and at the same time cast a water avoidance spell on himself. Although the water avoidance charm couldn't make Char move underwater for a long time like the breathing bubble charm, it was enough to allow Char to move freely for a few minutes. In the water avoidance spell, Ryan gently cut his palm, letting the blood flow, and then when Ryan placed his slender palm on the stone reflecting the moonlight, a strange thing happened. The stone no longer had spikes, and the silvery stone seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing Ryan's blood. Blood continued to flow out of Char's hands, and the stone became more and more crystal clear. I said, "Can you hurry up? I won't be able to hold on to this water avoidance charm like this. You have to go up and do it again." This blood is really not enough to see, and the vitality in Ryan's body is huge enough to completely ignore this kind of speed. As if to answer Zaya, the stone became more and more round and smooth, and then a strong white gold light erupted, illuminating the seabed transparently. Then, in this strange light, Ryan's whole body was forcibly pulled by a powerful attraction, and suddenly disappeared into the seabed. Mouth Chapter 62 Two Islands. Revolving the sky in front of Ryan's eyes is a gorgeous white light, and his body is difficult to control under the powerful attraction. While the sky was spinning, he could already vaguely see the narrow exit in the distance. And when Ryan finally came out of this light channel, she almost choked to death. The sense of time in this passage has become extremely weak. At this time, the water avoidance spell on him has disappeared, and he has no idea how long it has passed. Outside the passage is not some wonderful place in the imagination, but endless sea water. I wipe. Suddenly surrounded by the incoming sea water, Ryan hurriedly used Alimags, which stabilized her figure. At this time, Ryan's head was slightly raised, and there was pitch black sea water in front of it, and there was a faint light above, symbolizing the water surface not far away. Looking back again, the exit of the light channel gradually shrinks, and finally disappears. 847 inches C, The place where the exit was originally turned into a rough and ugly rock, which is the rock that Chaya came in contact with. What's going on here? Ryan was a little puzzled. Could it be that after a long time, I just turned around in it? Thinking in vain was useless. Ryan swayed slightly and slowly moved towards the water surface. When he broke the water, the two long and narrow sea cliffs in Shuangaiu Bay were still the same. The cold bright moon was almost touching the horizon, and the moonlight was extremely skewed. Soon the night was coming to an end and dawn was coming. It's been the whole night, Ryan sighed, then flew out of the water, turned into a human form, and landed firmly on the rocks beside Shuangaiu Bay. The messy rocks were cold and pitch black under the disappearing moonlight, and there was an indescribable terror. It seems like nothing has changed, right? Using the not-so-bright light, Cha looked at the situation around him, and then discovered the problem. At this moment, the place where he was standing was where he camped, and the protective spells he left behind were all gone. Not even a trace. Something is wrong. Ryan walked towards the interior of the coast with steps, and the rolling rocks extended towards the interior of Shuangaiu Bay. The chaos that Ryan saw before had changed at this moment. The rocks that had no place to be placed seemed to be fiddled with by a pair of invisible hands, and they began to become neat. The large and small rocks were stacked in an orderly manner, and the simple but neat stone stairs appeared in front of them, stable but firm. Extend forward. This scene is exactly what was depicted on the front of the map. That stone actually took me to another island. Ryan, you understood what was going on. The same Shuangaiu Bay, but the difference was the scenery inside the Shuangaiu Bay. Gently pull out the wand, and then the light looks at the map. The route that the front of the map guides at this time can finally be found in front of you. Just walk forward along the road lines formed by the rock, and finally you can reach the destination marked on the map. But when Zaya actually stepped on the slowly rising rock steps, things changed. When his feet stepped on the cold rock for the first time, strange fluctuations came from the ground. The fluctuations instantly made Ryan's body heavier, and the blood vessels that had finally calmed down a little again surged up, and there is an increasing trend. It seems to be blood, responding to the call from afar. And what is the distance hidden in the darkness? Looks like it's here. Ryan couldn't help putting away his wand. He took out a few bottles of tranquilizers from the storage bag and took them, but it didn't help. Seeing that, Cha tried to change into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon, and tried to use Alimagus to become a more powerful body to withstand the restlessness. When he used Alimagus, he found that his magic power was so thick and stagnant that there was almost no way to mobilize it, let alone Alimagus, who made all-round changes to his body. It seems that this is an extremely large-scale magic enchantment. It is difficult for Ryan to perceive the magic in the air. Even if he thinks about taking a few steps back and changing into a 5-clawed golden dragon, he can't do it, because there is an invisible force behind him that hinders him. So he can only stay here. It keeps advancing through the invisible and huge magical barrier. As a result, every step of Ryan's movement is particularly difficult. As he got closer to the marked location and took one more step, the restlessness of his blood vessels became more intense, and his body became more and more exhausted, and even his spirit was affected. If it wasn't for the Dharma God throne in his mind showing a sense of existence in time, and using its cold and pure energy to warm and nourish Ryan, I am afraid that Ryan would become more and more manic at this time because of the too hot blood. What is this all about? Rao is the throne of Dharma God that has guarded Cha's spiritual beliefs, but it can't change Cha's slower and slower pace of progress. At this time, the moon had completely disappeared, and Shuangaiu Bay was plunged into the deepest darkness before dawn. It was really a mistake. I should have checked in advance. But I stepped into the magic barrier so hastily. Of course, this is also because the nearby magic enchantment is so ingeniously arranged that Shurya can only notice it when he walks in. While clenching his teeth, Ryan took a difficult step. Each movement weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. At this slow speed, Ryan slowly moved up, and finally finished the stone steps and came to a spacious plain. There was soft green grass under the grass, and the cold wind swept across the plain, desperately digging into the gap in Char's clothes. Then a ray of sunshine came from afar, and the red sun rose at the end of the plain. The coldness that belonged to the night was quickly dissipating, and the vague and dark environment gradually became brighter. The rising sun was rising, and the golden sunlight made the plain more magnificent. This vitality also made Ryan's mood a lot happier, and he continued to walk forward. About half an hour later, Char had already walked a long distance on the plain, and his target could already be seen. It was a stone forest standing in the middle of the Great Plains, strange and mysterious. The sky has become bright, and when Char shifted his attention a little to the sky, I finally understood the meaning of the second half of the words on the edge of the map. The sky that should have been blue no longer exists now, and there is another Guernsey Island above this Guernsey Island. It seems to be a reflection, but it is completely different. The scale of Guernsey in the sky is exactly the same as that of the island that Char walks on, and the outline of the edge of the coast is very similar, but the specific environment is completely different. At the same time, the appearance of this reflection is very vague, as if it is in the water, and it corresponds to every location on Guernsey Island where Char is located. It turned out that Char was walking in the place depicted on the front of the map, and in the sky is the opposite side of the map, which is Guernsey in reality. The overturned sky is actually the rotating sky. The ground that once walked on has now become the dome of another Guernsey Island. Who would have thought that Guernsey Island, which belongs to the royal territory, is actually two opposite ones? The stone that absorbed his own blood was actually a portal that brought him to this place. Chapter 63 Ancient Ambrosius. Ignoring the miraculous scene in front of him for the time being, Ryan felt that he still had to reach his destination quickly, and if he went on like this, the scorching temperature was about to make him uncomfortable. Before he knew it, his footsteps became lighter again, and his speed gradually increased. When he reacted, he had quickly walked all the remaining distances and came to the center of the plain, ancient and ancient. In front of the mysterious stone forest. It's really getting a little bit more and more incomprehensible. Ryan moved her body a bit, and the scorching heat and discomfort since stepping on the stone steps were completely invisible. He looked at the stone forest in front of him. It was composed of groups of upright stone pillars, each of which was more than 10 meters high. The intertwined formation gave the stone forest a considerable scale. The Ambrosius family, the place that led me to this place, is here, so, what exactly is in here? This time, Ryan was not sloppy. He directly made himself into a half-dragon humanoid. The golden dragon pupil was like a golden flame that burns forever. In this state, he could use all kinds of magic faster and stronger. He is confident that even if Dumbledore and Voldemort come, it is impossible to solve himself in this state, and he can survive the worst result. There was only one thing that made him uneasy. Although it was confirmed through repeated inspection that there was no magic in the stone forest, what was the complex emotion formed by this vague unease and expectation? Ryan took a deep breath and stepped into the stone forest. It seems that no one has ever been here, and the air is full of turbid and heavy feeling, which makes people feel very bad. At this time, a very light and thin voice came from the depths of the stone forest, making all the hairs on Ryan's body tremble. You are finally here." It was an old and kind voice, full of indescribable weariness and joy. "Son, come to me. Why are there humans? If this is really the map left by the Ambrosius family 1,000 years ago, Char believes that he must be the first person to set foot here in the past 1,000 years. So what is this sound? Did the ancient ancestors leave something similar to magical inheritance? Or is there a man here from 1,000 years ago?" Ryan didn't want to think further, and under the protection of the Dharma God throne, he was completely unaware of the strange attraction emanating from the voice, but his body instinctively wanted to move towards the depths of the stone forest. There is something that is calling for itself, calling for its own blood. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The voice still reverberated softly, and the subtle and elegant voice was incessant in the stone forest, and it never stopped. "It's all here. What are you afraid of?" Ryan will naturally not be affected by this voice, but he also doesn't want to leave, otherwise the meaning of his hard work to come here will not exist. Moreover, Ryan felt that the Dharma god thrown in his body might be playing soy sauce at ordinary times. If he was really injured enough to be fatal, it would definitely save Ryan in an instinctive way of protecting the master. It's been proven many times, so Char is willing to bet. So Ryan let go of the control of his body and let his instincts be attracted by the things deep in the stone forest. And the cold energy emanating from the throne of the law god still kept Ryan's mind unusually calm. This voice is very clever, or he saw Ryan's hesitation at the beginning, so he didn't say much, so as not to make Ryan more suspicious, but quietly waited for Ryan to act. The speed of Ryan's progress is not very fast, which is related to the narrow space of the stone forest itself. When he passed through layers of obstacles and finally reached the deepest point, he saw a huge stone in front of him. The stone was more than 2 meters high, and there was a tiny crack in the middle, as if a huge stone door was closed. Ryan looked around. The top of this place happened to be the gap created by the interlaced stone pillars. A ray of sunlight was quietly stuffed on the white boulder, which looked holy and bright. "What are you looking at?" the voice sounded again, and the source was the huge rock in front of him. Firayanya was silent for a while. "Look at this wonderful space again." "Wonderful, isn't it?" The old and kind male voice let out a low laugh. "Perhaps, but you don't seem surprised." Char shook his head. "Actually, I am not only surprised, but there are countless confusions. But these emotions will not help me solve the problem." After he finished speaking, he walked quickly to the boulder, and placed his palm lightly a few centimeters from the surface of the boulder. "There is a wonderful power in your body, but it is not pure." Ryan raised her brows. "So what?" Saying that, Char released part of his animagus and immediately returned to his normal human form. It turned out to be transfiguration. No wonder it has the characteristics of other bloodlines. The male voice seemed satisfied. "So, you are indeed a descendant of the Ambrosius family." Ryan slowly removed his hand from the surface of the boulder. He was very nervous now. This time, he felt the ancient and terrifying magic on the boulder. Char swears that even the barrier of Notting Island is not worth mentioning compared to the magic on this boulder. The refinement on the boulder is so ingenious and powerful that if someone tries to forcibly destroy the seemingly quiet surface, what awaits him is the violent rebound of this ancient spell beast version. "You, no Ambrosius." The voice was melodious and melancholy, as if to smash all the sorrows of countless years into it. The white boulder shone with a faint light, and Ryan's eyes were a little surprised. This kind of light was very similar to his own magic color. It was bright gold, bright and warm like the sun. Even the light of the white boulder is purer than that of Char. From the tiny cracks between the boulders, the magic power gently overflowed, and finally slowly condensed in the air, forming a human shape, with long white hair and a moon-white robe. He looked very tall. He has a long white beard, looks neat, and his face looks a little old, but it doesn't make people feel old and weak, and what remains is only calm and kindness. His brows are full of graceful eyes, and it can be seen that when he was young, he must have been a rather handsome young man. His eyes were filled with the light of wisdom, and Liu Lijian's pupils seemed to be able to see through everything in front of him. The man looked at Char with a smile. "Because, I am also Ambrosius." Chapter 64 Merlin. Superior, I will start my business trip early tomorrow morning, and I will not be able to get home until 7 or 8 in the evening. The update will be late tomorrow night. Ambrosius. Ryan stared at the man with an illusory body. Although it was not a real body, Ryan could still feel the kindness of his bloodline to him. It can be said that the white-haired old man in front of him seems to have all the qualities of a wizard: wise, powerful, rational and kind. This is the first impression he gives, even if he doesn't have any wand in his hand. As long as he stands here, he becomes the center of the whole world, and the magic element that ordinary people can't detect wanders meekly beside him. When his eyes swept across Zaya had a feeling of being seen through. The white-haired old man looked at Ryan's eyes with interest. The pupils of the two of them were so similar. "Do you know who I am?" In fact, Ryan knew already had a guess, but he didn't say it. The white-haired old man nodded. "Oh, your heart has already told me the answer. It seems that you already know." MMP, this guy's legilimency is too terrifying. I'm obviously very focused, but he sees my inner thoughts like this. The silent Dharma god throne also seemed a little unhappy. The power that Ryan couldn't understand lightly fell on Ryan's sea of consciousness, and a more calm and rational state appeared on Ryan's body. In this state, Ryan is almost completely empty inside, and any thoughts will not reveal some surprise in the eyes of the white-haired old man. His old voice is a little happy. "Very good. Your mind is very strong. You are worthy of my descendant." After speaking, the white-haired old man paused, and he stared at Zaya and said word by word, "Congratulations, little guy. You guessed right. My name is Merlin Ambrosius." This is really what I thought. So, the map left by the Ambrosius family actually led me to find our ancestors? Come on, you are a person from more than 1,500 years ago, but why you can speak fluent modern English, it is easy to make people doubt whether it is good or not. But I can't help but believe what you said, because my blood and my instincts have already told me the answer. It's a pity that Cha, who is further protected by the throne of the law god, is in a very mysterious state, and even Merlin can't read Cha's thoughts further. The old man who called himself Merlin didn't show anything because he couldn't see through Ryan's thoughts. He looked at Ryan with a smile. "Can you tell me, how did you guess it?" "It's not difficult." Ryan looked at the white-haired man calmly, without any fluctuations on his face. "From the extremely similar magic power, pupils, temperament between you and me, and the state of cheering blood in my body, I can be sure that you are stronger than me." Ambrosius, although it may be a bit arrogant to say that. Ryan's eyes glowed with confidence. "I have read all the information on the past generations of the Ambrosius family, and there have been many powerful wizards, but there are not many wizards who have reached my level, and they are stronger than me. Of Ambrosius, which I have not seen in the inheritance. Then there is an ancient Ambrosius who is stronger than me, and this ancient island that followed the map from 1,000 years ago. There is only one answer in front of me. You are my ancestor, Merlin." Smart, confident, but really good little guy. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if Zaya didn't show his magic power, he could still feel the terrifying magic power hidden in Zaya's body. And this extremely profound eclumency technique, that is, the mind protection technique defined by Merlin, had already made him. He was shocked. So he didn't think that Ryan's remarks were arrogant, because at his age, he might be inferior to Ryanya. Merlin said, "But, you won't speculate that after I am Merlin, you don't know Ambrosius?" "Will not." Ryan Dao, time has made you not aware of the current situation of the Ambrosius family. Since you, the first generation of Ambrosius began, each generation of patriarchs has their own autobiography and achievements. This is the generation of Ambrosius. The heritage and achievements that have been handed down have been passed down from generation to generation and have never been cut off. However, you can only gain 50% of my trust now, Ryan said softly. "I need you to answer a few questions." Merlin looked at Ryan curiously. "Interesting. I never thought that I would be questioned by descendants in 1,500 years. Let's talk about it. Why do you speak a modern language?" Zaya stared at Merlin. His hand had unconsciously squeezed the wand. In Merlin's time, he should speak Anglo, even Celtic like the text of the map. Definitely not this kind of violation impressive modern language. Thinking in the worst direction. Will the person in front of you be someone who is similar to snatching one's house? This one. Merlin looked at Zaya strangely. "Didn't you learn the star magic inherited from the Ambrosius family?" "Star magic?" Exclamation mark. Char's brows slightly frowned. "This magic has long been scattered and broken in the family's inheritance. At present, I only have simple astrology and stargazing theory. So that's the case. It seems that some things were not preserved back then. Merlin shook his head. There are spells called prophecy and power word. Even if I can't return to the human world, I can use the stars to observe the new life things, and so is language. Human world? This word made Ryan slightly startled. Could it be that this is no longer the human world? Merlin touched his unreal beard. Let's think about it, in your current terms. These two techniques are like pre-recorded TV, which can show me everything. The difference is that I can watch to the future, and what you see is the present. Electricity, TV. Ryan's forehead is black. Do you want to be so trendy? Power word and prophecy are so stupid. In other words, shouldn't this be something used by the church? How did it come to you? And it's still star magic? I always feel the same sense of disobedience. Merlin smiled and said, don't look at me staying here all the time. But I know very well what the world looks like now. If I remember it wrong every day, it's 1995, right? Ryan, sure enough, it's still too strange. If this is really his ancestor, then this guy who has lived for more than 1,500 years is simply a monster. And he can know everything that happens in the world. Although it's a bit unbelievable, 70% of me already believe that you are Merlin. Ryan paused for a while, her expression a little serious. But according to the family records and rumors in the magic world, you should be long gone. Why, now you appear here? Or, is this the legacy you left behind? Inherited? Merlin shook his head, his expression gradually dimmed, and the dazzling golden hole was full of irresistible sadness. This is not the inheritance I left behind, maybe in the rumors that I am dead, but in fact, I am already here. Here, it has been struggling on the edge of life and death for more than 1,500 years. Chapter 65 Merlin. Down finally, I finally got home, I can continue to code. I saw everyone's reward today. I am so happy, cack. I can't repay it, I have to add another chapter tomorrow. P.S. from the author's broken thoughts, in fact, the number of chapters is not a multiple of 5, and the obsessive-compulsive disorder has occurred. Before I say that, I almost forgot to ask you. Merlin's golden eyes stared at Ryan. Little guy, what's your name? Although I'm really young, it's still a little uncomfortable to be called a little guy like this. Ryan held it for a few seconds and said, Ryan. Shire? Merlin touched his chin, evened Adam. Ahahaha, isn't it technical for your parents to name them? Is it really good for you to say that about your own descendants? Char looked at Merlin with a smile. Please continue to tell your story. I'm curious. Merlin coughed lightly. He seemed to be reminiscing about something beautiful. But the topic he was talking about was so heavy. When you talk about why I'm still alive, you have to start a long, long time ago. At that time, I was probably not as old as I am now. Merlin said, one day I met a huntress whose name was Vivian. Vivian? Ryan searched her memory hard. This huntress, she shouldn't have seen it in a certain book. Did you fall in love with her? Merlin was silent for a few seconds. How do you know? Shouldn't it be like this according to the normal development of the plot? Ryan pouted. How could someone suddenly mention the first person after more than 1,500 years is a woman? There must be something tricky, right? Could it be my ancestors? Grandmother? Merlin took a deep breath and decided to ignore Zaya. At that time, I didn't know her identity. Later, I learned through some way that this woman was originally the Princess of Northumberland, at least that was the case at the time. She is very beautiful, intelligent, and extremely gifted. I have never met such an amazing talent, as if she was born to be a great wizard. So when she left the hall to say goodbye, I proposed to King Arthur. Let her stay in the palace to accompany and serve the queen. King Arthur? Ryan's heart sank. This is an older legend. In history, most people regard this legendary king as a myth, because in the inheritance of history, the time when King Arthur lived was vague or even blank, and no one knew what it would be like. So King Arthur is more like an ancient and beautiful lie. But according to legend, Merlin was indeed King Arthur's mentor, as well as his patron and guardian. And Merlin has also mentioned this person now. So the legend of King Arthur is true? Merlin didn't care what Ryan was thinking, and he didn't try to read Ryan's thoughts. King Arthur agreed, so Vivian stayed, and I got along with Vivian in the palace and took the knowledge of magic, and the hard magic of the stars was imparted to her when she was so charming and had an air I couldn't resist. So I fell in love with her when I was her teacher, and I did not reject my love. So we are together. What the fuck? What the hell? Is it that crazy? Ryan stared. Teacher-student love? The wise but somewhat old Merlin, the young and beautiful female student, is too exciting. Who can resist this? At least that's what I thought at the time. Merlin touched his nose. Ryan, you could almost hear what it meant. Could it be Vivian? Do you have any ulterior motives? How should I put it? Maybe it's because she's afraid of me. Merlin's tone was calm. Because she is afraid that I will use a spell to control her. She is really a ridiculous and lovely woman. Ryan was taken aback for a moment. It is not difficult to control a person with spells. The fascination agent and the confusion spell can completely create a kind of false love. This kind of thing can be easily done by Ryan, not to mention the unfathomable in front of you. Merlin. So while she was with me, she said that she would not do that husband and wife thing with me, or even become husband and wife, until I passed all the secrets of my life to her. Merlin's words were a bit desolate. I was attracted by her intelligence and wisdom, so I accepted her as my apprentice. Why should I worry about it? So I agreed to her request without risking any deceit, and I didn't even think about using reading mind art, observe her thoughts. Perhaps I would have just looked at it a little more. But in fact her heart is far more complicated and terrifying than her appearance. Ryan Dow, then, what is her purpose? What about this? Merlin looked at the gap above the stone forest mockingly. The sunlight was warm. What she thought was to use my magic to control me, and then force me to obey her orders. Merlin didn't say anything else about the matter, and the story about him and Vivian wasn't overly portrayed. But within a few words, Ryan seemed to have seen the false love formed by concealment and deception. Wait a moment, Ryan suddenly thought of a very serious matter, and he had to break through the deep sadness. So, my ancestor Merlin, how did I come here? You were born by your father and your mother. Merlin looked at Ryan with the look of a fool, and said angrily, can I trouble you to be normal? Ryan stared at Merlin. According to what you mean, you have nothing to do with Vivian. You are still an old single, and she is still an old and pure woman. Speaking of which, Ryan felt that her words were very elegant and easygoing. Merlin, and Ryan continued, or, you can get pregnant by kissing? Merlin raised his hand high, as if he wanted to give Ryan a mouth, but he was incorporeal at the moment. I'm not pure anymore. Let me ask you first, how many female companions do you have? Merlin looked at Ryan maliciously. You don't have to hide it from me. I know my own bloodline very well. This time it was Ryan's turn to be embarrassed. He was silent for a few seconds. 2. Oh, a little bit. Ryan, your willpower seems to be pretty good. Merlin touched his beard disrespectfully. With your bloodline concentration, it's not easy to be so restrained, like your ancestor. I can. Ha ha. The attraction to the opposite sex is very clear to Ryan. If Ryan doesn't restrain herself, I am afraid that she will become a scumbag in the mouths of people. Merlin coughed a few times. Although it is indeed difficult to continue the bloodline of the Ambrosius family, but your ancestors and mine have many female companions, otherwise there would be no current Ambrosius family. Alas, why are my ancestors so weird? Ryan looked at the sky silently. Chapter 66 The Waiting Man. Emotional Merlin is an old-fashioned product, and Ryan feels that it is necessary to contact some manufacturers to revise some information about Merlin. For example, the very popular chocolate digging magician card includes Merlin's card. In this regard, there is only one sentence, recommended deletion. Where did I just say, you little guy keeps interrupting me? Merlin thought for a while. Oh, I remembered that Vivian had ulterior motives. Ryan sighed slightly. She was still very sad and sympathetic, but after hearing that you have many female companions, Why do you feel so well deserved? Later, Vivian had already learned almost all of my magic, except for some extremely advanced spells. She seemed unable to master it. When she decided to return home, my heart was broken. Maybe this parting will be forever, because she is the Princess of Northumberland after all. So I decided to escort her by her side. And she didn't reject me. It's not true I don't have feelings. Merlin seemed a little proud, but Ryan couldn't laugh. He had a hunch that the end of this story might be related to the end of Merlin. And the strange smugness in Merlin's eyes made Ryan a little uneasy. Even if it is romantic, it is not lewd after all. A person who has been hurt by emotions can really face the past so calmly. Merlin continued, but on the way, I observed the stars one day and night, and learned that King Arthur was being attacked by the fairy Morgan in the distance, and he was in urgent need of reinforcements. So I immediately took Vivian to the fortress where King Arthur was to rescue Fairy Morgan. Ryan can be considered to have heard the name Morgan. In his memory, this is not an existence called a fairy. Usually, people use the witch to call this woman who is both good and evil. By the way, Merlin interrupted himself. She is your grandmother. Ryan held her forehead. So, your female partner Morgan went to attack King Arthur. In this case, you chose to protect King Arthur. Ah, so it is. Merlin's tone was a little indifferent. Because of King Arthur, he is very important to the whole of England, and I have to make some sacrifices. Here we go again. Ryan frowned lightly. What was the unease that occasionally appeared in his heart? Could it be Merlin in front of him? His character is a little distorted because of the 1,000-year wait. Is this a warning to me? Ryan rarely has a bad premonition, and every time this premonition occurs, something happens without exception. So this makes Ryan's mood not to be careless. Merlin continued, on that day, the two of us traveled and crossed the sea until it was getting dark. And Vivian was very tired. Her physique was still too weak compared to mine, so we had to rest on this island and borrowed a stone room that seemed to be once inhabited by a pair of lovers. The tomb is placed in the stone chamber hall. That night, Vivian told me the reason why she never made the final move with me, even if it was a phantom. Ryan could see Merlin's fingers clenched a little bit. She is afraid that if she is with me, the child we have will have the blood of the devil, a so-called dream demon blood. I tried to comfort her as best I could, but she would curse me while I was sleeping, and use what I told her about my weakness. Then, I was trapped in the boulder and couldn't escape. Merlin suddenly sneered. Maybe she thought I was already dead, but in fact, how could I just die like this? My magic has already reached the point where it can maintain a long life by absorbing magical elements, and I have pure half-dragon bloodline. Time will not be my enemy. Therefore, I have been struggling and wandering here for more than 1,500 years. Although I cannot die, I have lost my former power and my former lovers. It's a pity that Vivian doesn't know that Morgan and I already have children, and I have a secret room in the Star Castle. When something happens to me, it will become a guide to guide my descendants. If I did die, all you would see would be a suicide note, but I'm just stuck. So what you see is a map, and for 1,500 years, it has been waiting for such a person. Speaking of this, Merlin stared at Zaya. A bloodline concentration is enough to open the secret room of the Ambrosius family, and look for this map to find my descendants. That person is you, Char Ambrosius. Ryan didn't answer. There were many doubts in his heart. In Merlin's explanation, he was locked in the boulder by Ryan, which is what Ryan sees now. But before he clearly said that he and Vivian were resting in a stone room. Isn't this a contradiction? Moreover, how did the stone forest around this boulder form, and what happened to the two opposite Guernsey islands? There are too many loopholes in his words, which makes Ryan unable to fully believe it, and whether he is indifferent and strange seems to conflict with his original character. Is Merlin, or so-called Merlin, really trustworthy? So Ryan's expression didn't change, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It sounds like I should feel honored. Then my ancestor, you left a map to guide me to find this place. What you have to do is not just come out and meet me. On the one hand, or tell a story from the past? Of course not. Merlin's face was full of smiles again. He looked quite kind. I just want you to make a choice, and this choice concerns you and me. Choose? Ryan pouted. I hate making choices, because ingredients don't like picking one option out. However, this sentence is actually just an attempt by Char to distract Merlin. At this time, the magic power in his body is already flowing quietly. As long as he exerts his strength, the magic wand will immediately fall into Char's hands, and the turbulent spell will also flow. We'll hit forward. Do not be nervous. Merlin looked at Ryan with a smile. Your magic power is running a little faster. Let it go. I won't harm you. No matter what, you are my descendant. The old monster. A trace of cold sweat oozes out of Ryan's forehead. He never thought that such a hidden magical preparation could be seen through at a glance. Is Merlin in front of him really no longer as powerful as he said? Then what a terrifying existence should Merlin be back then? Merlin stretched out 2 fingers. Because this choice is not mandatory, you can choose one or not, and go back to living a normal life in real life. Talent Chapter 67. 2 choices. Ryan, you didn't answer Merlin, but asked Merlin. I said, old ancestor, aren't you curious why I came here? Reason? Merlin was a little strange. Isn't that a call from the blood guiding you? This is only part of it. Ryan Dow, I said, I'm actually very greedy, but what I want doesn't have to be complicated or difficult, as long as that thing can meet my current needs. So old ancestor, you have to prepare for disappointment. Greedy? Merlin smiled slightly. Greedy is a human instinct. As long as you maintain kindness and justice, there is nothing strange about correct greed. Then I ask my ancestors to tell me the choice you gave me. Ryan knows very well in his heart that he is just because he feels what is recorded in the map 930s can solve the problem of losing blood. Because I solved this problem, I can practice the chapter of the bloodline and further improve my strength. But now, what exactly is my experience? A miraculous twin island hidden in the ocean. An illusory character who claims to be Merlin. An unknown existence that has been covered in dust for more than 1,500 years. Don't worry, I said, after all, you are my descendant, and I will not harm you. Merlin compared a finger. The first choice. Although my body has gone through so many years, it still retains strength, and has a purer dream bloodline than yours. I am tired of living for 1,500 years, and you can choose to receive all my blood and strength. Merlin's eyes seemed to be bright. With your existing bloodline and mine, the two will merge and sublimate, and you will have the strongest magical talent in this world. In just 1 year, you can dominate this magical world. No. The purpose of my trademark is to eliminate the bloodline. What the hell are you trying to strengthen for me now? And tired of life? Ryan doesn't believe it. If I really get tired of committing suicide, I'll just leave some inheritance here. I'll just lick my bag with tears in my eyes. What would happen to you if I absorbed your power? Facing Ryan's question, Merlin smiled. Me? Naturally, I will return to the embrace of the goddess of magic and head towards the end of my life. Death is not terrible. Terrible is meaningless living. Merlin sighed. And you, who inherited my power, will continue to live in this world instead of me. Live in this world instead of you, right? Substitute, the word, is well used. Ryan didn't answer Merlin immediately. He said, I may not be able to be so ruthless for the time being. I have to think about it. But what is the second choice you gave me, my ancestor? Merlin gave Ryan a deep look. Actually, I don't want you to choose the second choice, because this is what I prepared to prevent a person with extremely high bloodline concentration but extremely poor strength from appearing in future generations. Ryan seemed very interested. Since the strength is very poor, shouldn't you choose the first one? After inheriting your power, you will be a powerful wizard no matter what. Merlin shook his head. The person who chooses the first type should have enough talent of his own. My strength is just the nourishment for his growth. If a person without strength chooses the first one, he will be unable to comprehend higher things from my blood because of his lack of talent in his life, and it will always be limited to the strength I give him. This kind of people, the Ambrosius family should not appear. Merlin paused for a moment. So, the second option is to let me get away. Merlin looked at Zaya's somewhat shocked expression and explained, although my current body can rely on the rich magical elements of this island and not go into decline, after all, it has regressed a lot due to lack of vitality. If you are willing to give me all the dream magic factors in your bloodline, then I can regain my strength, even stronger than before. Merlin looked around him, and this tight closure that has lasted for more than 1,500 years, I can easily break it open before my 1,500 years of thinking and the strength of the past. Of course, as I said before, you need to deliver all the dream magic factors in your body to me. For this reason, your current magic power will drop a lot, but this is not the key. Merlin was a little serious. Although this will not affect your current strength, your future magical development potential will be cut off. Without the support of the Dream Demon bloodline, the pure human bloodline can provide you with a very small increase in magic power. Maybe you will not be much stronger than you are now at the age of 20. If I read it correctly, you are almost 15. Chirian nodded 0. So I don't want you to choose this. This is for the descendants who have no potential and no blood. Merlin stared at Zaya. You are very young and excellent, you should have a better future, right? However, Ryan was dying of laughter in his heart. If he could really absorb all the dream magic factors, Ryan expressed his welcome with both hands. Without the interference of this dream demon factor, I can cultivate the chapter of bloodline that suits me the most, and it is also the most orthodox and noble body of the god of law. This trademark is much stronger than any half-demon bloodline. But Ryan, you looked embarrassed. Although it sounds cruel, isn't this choice not good at all? It's hard to say that there will be two benefits. Merlin said slowly, first of all, after I get out of trouble, I will not interfere in this world, because I no longer belong to this era. I will find a place to live my whole life. But before that, I will help him get everything he wants, even if it becomes world power. The owner also blamed. Merlin showed strong confidence. In this age of declining magic, if I can be free, then nothing can stop me. I can give him endless wealth, supreme status, and even eternal youth, which is not a difficult thing for us Ambrosius. It seems that Ambrosius really has a way to live forever. No wonder Voldemort was so keen on the inheritance of Ambrosius, but I don't seem to have seen it. Another benefit may be your mental power. Ryan listened silently, and Merlin continued. It takes a very painful process to extract the dream magic factor, among which I will use magic to maintain his spirit and rationality. During such forging and tempering, his spiritual power will make a qualitative leap. Of course, the main function of mental power is still used for magic. Maybe this kind of mental power is enough for him to become an excellent mind reader, but if his mental power is really strong enough, maybe. Merlin's voice was getting lower and lower, and he didn't finish his sentence. There was a brief silence on the field, and Merlin spoke again. Do you want to choose between these two options? Chapter 68. I don't want to fight anymore this time. Ryan was silent for a long time. After a long time on the field, you can hear the wind from the distance. No one knew what Ryan was thinking, even though Merlin tried to use his mind-reading skills to watch Zaya, but Zaya's mind was so tenacious at this time, and coupled with the protection of the Dharma God throne, he was completely unaware of Zaya's thoughts. The atmosphere became a little depressing, and Merlin looked at Zaya silently. In the end, it was Cha who was the first to break the deadlock. He smiled slightly. I think it should be interesting to let Merlin's light shine again in the magic world, and I don't want to continue to work hard. Merlin was a little stunned. So what is your choice? Ryan said softly, the second one. Merlin couldn't believe it. He asked in a doubtful tone, are you sure? Ryan's eyes were erratic. Why not be lazy if you can be lazy? I'm very greedy, but I don't want to make trouble for myself. Anyway, you are powerful enough, old ancestor. After you go out, just remember to let me live a simple and happy life. Having said that, Ryan's wandering eyes looking at Merlin all the time, He clearly saw a flash of shock and even crazy joy in Merlin's eyes. This feeling is hidden so deeply that if it wasn't for Chaya's ability to observe people's emotions, he might not have discovered it at all. This extreme emotion is completely different from the regret on Merlin's face, which makes people unable to understand how such a sharp contrast is formed. Looks like I was right. Ryan thought so in her heart, and then suddenly said, "By the way, old ancestor, I just thought of something." Merlin tried his best to appear calm, and he asked kindly, "What is it?" "I've been thinking about your interesting stories from the past, but after taking a closer look, some people's endings make me curious." Ryan said softly, "Vivian and Morgan, what is their ending?" "They are." Merlin kept his voice long, as if something was brewing. "Morgan, it should have died naturally in the long river of time. And Vivian, I don't know, she never came back to see me. Maybe she forgot me long ago." "That's it." Ryan nodded. "It's a pity. Then how did the island we're on come from?" Merlin looked at Ryan with a half smile. "It's not good to know too much about some things." Ryan nodded. "I see. Now, I ask you again, are you sure you choose the second one?" There was a vague expectation in Merlin's eyes. "Once you make a choice, you can't stop until the extraction of the dream magic factor begins." "I'm sure." Char looked a little impatient. "Let's start." Merlin nodded. His illusory figure raised his right hand slightly, and his palm was aimed at Ryan. "I said, old ancestor, don't you use a wand?" Looking at Merlin's empty posture, Ryan couldn't help asking, "It would be more effective that way." "My wand is broken in 1,000 years." Merlin said calmly, "You relax. I need to set up a magic circle for you." After that, Merlin's hands were filled with bright golden light, and those golden lights slowly fell from Merlin's hands to Ryan's side, and traces were drawn on the ground. This is a very complicated magic circle, and it took Merlin a long time to construct it. Strange to say, the sense of time passing in the stone forest is also quite vague. If the angle of the sunlight above his head hadn't changed much, Ryan would have thought that most of the day had passed. The illusory figure of Merlin took a breath, and he looked a little tired. The magic circle on the ground is so complicated, with a diameter of 3 meters alone, covered with various complex patterns and ancient magic patterns. Even Ryan, who has read the chapter of spells, is a little tired. From the perspective of the overall structure and main principles, this is very similar to the bloodline magic formation provided by the Book of the Law God. And this seemingly complicated magic circle actually has a lot of magic pattern waste and efficiency degradation. If Ryan is given enough time, he can improve this magic circle to be more reasonable and efficient. It can also be seen from this that Merlin's knowledge and inheritance are reflected in the most orthodox book of the God of Law. It's really nothing in front of you. Next, it's time to start extracting your dream magic factor. Merlin put his hands together, and he couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really sure?" "Grandpa, you are really annoying." Ryan frowned. "As long as you don't forget your promise. When we return to the real world, please fulfill my wishes and requirements." "I won't forget." Merlin nodded. He clapped his palms lightly, and then placed both hands on the boulder. A golden magic line extends from the boulder, and its target is the magic circle on the ground. When the two are connected together, the golden line of magic circle begins to emit golden light. "Focus. Pay attention." Merlin said loudly, "I will use a part of my magic to protect your spirit." Saying that, a golden light slowly rose, wrapping Ryan's body, and finally slowly into the body. "What's this?" Ryan felt strangely the golden light that protected him. This power was not magic, it was an existence between nothingness and reality. "It's just my mental power," Merlin explained. "It can protect your spirit and soul, so it will hurt a lot when it starts officially. Be careful." As soon as the words fell, the halo of the magic circle began to intensify, and the rich golden radiance enveloped Ryan's body. The only feeling left to Char at this time was the intense pain. And this kind of pain is very strange, neither the feeling of burning blood, nor the direct pain of the body. It seems that every cell in his body is forcibly separated by this magic circle. and the part about the dream demon is forcibly separated. This kind of tearing pain is innumerable. When countless such pains were superimposed together, Ryanya almost fainted. At this time, Merlin's mental power came into play. It was like an anesthetic, soothing the violent impact on the spirit. Fortunately, the old monster didn't trick me. That thing really made me feel much better. But something was unhappy. Just when Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief, the Dharma God throne came out to make trouble again. In Ryan it suddenly glowed in the sea of consciousness, and absorbed all the golden light that Merlin had given it. The pain without any buffer hit again, and Ryan almost bit his lip. What's even more hateful is that the Dharma God throne also keeps Ryan's spirit extraordinarily sober. So the pain became clearer and deeper, as if a rasp had begun to operate, rubbing the mental power of Chiri over and over again, something he hadn't noticed before. I'm sleepy, I'm so sleepy, I can't move the code anymore. There will be a total of 7 chapters to be updated tomorrow. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 69. Are you trying to kill me? Spiritual power is a rather illusory existence for most wizards, because there are not many applications for it, except for individual magic, such as legilimency. But spiritual power does exist, and to some extent it determines the potential of the wizard and the efficiency of magic meditation. Is this going to kill me? Ryan looked at the Dharma throne in his mind with tears in his eyes, and he could almost guess the idea of the Dharma throne. Even though the mental power given by Merlin can well buffer the pain caused by extracting the dream magic factor, the price is that the effect of this mental training will also decrease. But the situation is completely different now. The Dharma God throne allows Ryan's mental power to face this pain without reservation, so the effect of this mental exercise will increase exponentially. But it really hurts. More importantly, Ryanya, who is now in the magic circle, can hardly make a sound. Even if he wants to vent his dissatisfaction, it becomes very difficult. His teeth are clenched tightly, and the muscles on both sides of his face are a little clear. Merlin said softly, "Be patient, this process will not be short." The robe on Ryan's body gradually shattered in the magic power, revealing the sturdy upper body. At this time, every pore of his body opened, and the thin golden blood energy slowly rose from it, suspended on the surface of Ryan's body, and could not be dissipated for a long time. That blood energy is the dream demon factor in Ryan's body, but its generation speed is too slow. At this moment, Ryan's time seems to be infinitely prolonged in pain, and I don't know when it will end. It's a really wild and effective approach. Ryan silently felt the changes in his body, combined with the magic patterns on the ground. He could already understand how Merlin stripped his dream magic factor. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to a distillation and purification method. Human blood and dream demon blood have different requirements for morphological changes. Therefore, Merlin created a special environment in Char's body through the magic circle. With the energy in this environment, only the blood of the dream demon could evaporate from the pores, while the blood of the human was retained. The principle is not complicated, but it is very difficult to find this parameter. After all, the blood of the dream demon and the pure blood of the human race are entangled, and it is quite difficult to find this delicate node. This can only be done by Merlin, who knows his bloodline very well. With the passage of time, the blood mist surrounding Ryan gradually thickened, and the blood golden mist covered Ryan, making it almost impossible to see the specific situation. Merlin's illusory figure also looked a little tired. His body swayed slightly in the air, and he was no longer as energetic as he had been at the beginning, but the excitement and anticipation in his eyes became more and more intense, even to the point of not concealing it. "It's almost a success," Merlin said softly, not knowing whether this sentence was for himself or Ryanya. And Ryanya was already very tired at this time, although the pain that kept coming was already used to it. It is precisely under such pain and the protection of the Dharma God throne that Ryan's mental state has become more and more calm. He carefully feels every change in his body, and at the same time, he does not dare to be distracted. About half an hour later, Merlin finally slowly stopped the output of magic power. Okay. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and the already thick and substantial blood mist suddenly shrank together and finally formed a 10 centimeter in diameter in the air. Blood cell. The surface of the blood cell is a good-looking blood gold color, and there is a faint smell in the air. If this smell is smelled by the opposite sex, the impact will be no less than some strange medicine. Finished? Ryan slowly opened his eyes. His originally bright golden pupils were obviously much dimmed in the light, but what followed was more clear and clean eyes, which made people look extra comfortable. My magic power has been reduced by nearly 30%, but my body has become a lot easier. Ryan silently felt his situation at this time. The dream magic factor has indeed been taken away. What is left in his body is the human blood given by his parents, and nothing else is mixed with it. Although the dream magic factor can well promote the growth of Char's magic power and bring about various characteristics that make Char's different from ordinary people, such as amazing opposite sex attraction, uncontrollable desire, and surging magic, but its magic existence itself is also a constraint on Char. Because from the perspective of structure, the simpler and more monotonous the structure of the cell, the more amazing the variability and growth it has. Therefore, the evolution of the dragon from this bloodline is so difficult. Fortunately, the 3-cell structure of the dragon family is derived from the transformation of Chiria's magical power, and it will not affect too much. The cell structure, its stability and the bloodline of the human race are still incompatible. The current strength improvement actually limits the further development in the future, which is why the importance of pure human blood must be emphasized in Chapter of Blood. Any other bloodline is actually a mottled magazine before the higher realm. And because he has survived this refinement, Ryanya's mental power restored by the throne of the Law God is so powerful. This training has developed almost all the spiritual power that Zaya has accumulated over the past 10 years. Even if he doesn't need to look at it, with his eyes closed, Ryanya can see many things that the naked eye can't see with the clear and powerful mental power. Merlin looked at the blood globule obsessively. What a pure dream demon bloodline. No wonder you can open the secret room of the Ambrosius family. Ryan frowned, thinking in his heart, it's a little strange from the beginning. Why does Merlin sometimes say that some of the inheritance of the Ambrosius family is his own, while others call it by its name? It feels like trying to remember something and then forget it. Merlin waved lightly, and the blood ball came to Merlin. Little guy, I will always thank you. But now I have to take a moment to absorb this blood. After finishing speaking, Merlin controlled the blood cells to fall into the slits in the boulder, and the blood cells slowly deformed and flowed into the slits, and finally disappeared. My body is still sleeping in this boulder cage, and it may take a long time for that body to absorb the blood. Merlin looked at Ryan with a smile. So, my illusory avatar may have to leave for a while. Chapter 70 Doubt. Although I knew from the beginning, this is not your body. Char touched his chin. So it's a soul or something? Because Merlin does look like a soul now, just like the active ghosts at Hogwarts. Merlin smiled. This is just an exercise of power. I can teach you later, but soon, you will be able to see the real me. After that, Merlin's illusory body became more and more transparent, and finally disappeared on the boulder. At this time, the stone forest fell into a strange silence. Only the white boulder still stood, and the sun shined quietly through the ceiling. The real you? Ryanya stood up from the magic circle that had dissipated. Maybe his magic power was not as strong as before, but this simple and bright feeling has really been gone for a long time. Now every bit of power and magic power that remains can be completely controlled by themselves. No one knows how long it will take for Merlin to break the seal. Ryan's palm is gently grasping in the void, as if to hold the magic element in the air in his own hands. At the same time, his clear eyes are looking at the hole above the stone forest, thinking secretly in his heart. However, Merlin didn't let Ryan wait long. First the white boulder trembled slightly, and then the entire ground was shaken, which felt like an earthquake. From under the feet of Ryan, the powerful and terrifying magic power slowly came, and there seemed to be an ancient mythical beast hidden deep in this land, full of majesty and ancient times. The magnitude of the vibration gradually decreased, and then it returned to calm, but the magic power that was more condensed than before has gathered, and the white boulder in front of Ryan became the target of this magic power. First, countless golden magic lines wrapped the white boulder, and a golden light flashed on the surface of the white boulder, as if some protective layer had been untied. Then, from the cracks in the middle of the boulder, the cracks spread, and the prohibition on the boulder was broken. Finally, a dazzling golden beam of light finally broke the seal of the white boulder. The magic of the sky will destroy everything that blocks the rise of the beam of light, so the stone forest above the boulder that covers the sky and the boulder itself are all shattered and turned into fine powder. In the center of the stone forest, the long-lost vast sky is exposed on its dome. Finally out. Merlin's voice came from the dust that had not yet dissipated. It was a person who was the same as Merlin's illusory figure in clothing and appearance. As for the difference, the current Merlin has more vitality, and it also adds to his deepness. It feels so good. Merlin breathed the outside air greedily, felt the warm sunshine, and then turned his attention to Ryan, who had redressed. I've made you wait for a long time. Will not. Ryan looked at Lan with interest. It seems that you have succeeded, ancestor. Merlin suddenly reached out and touched his long hair. A hint of disgust flashed on his face inadvertently, but in just a moment, he returned to his normal appearance. Your body should be fine, right? Merlin said, I hope that after so many years, my magic precision is still there. Very good. Ryan smiled slightly. Now, we can go back, and then I can lie down in peace and wait for my ancestor to take me to fly. Merlin's smile was kind. His white beard was shaking. No problem. Then let's go. Ryan turned around and walked out of the stone forest, humming a pleasant little tune. Looking at Ryan's back, Merlin's kind expression gradually disappeared. He said softly, of course the promise was fulfilled, but it was he who made the promise, not me. Merlin's palm was slightly raised, and the golden magic power was condensed in his palm without leaking a single cent. Magic wave. Goodbye, little devil of Ambrosius. Merlin's voice was very low, and a curse hit the defenseless Char. This spell is extremely destructive, and at the same time shows no mercy. Its purpose is to destroy everything in front of it. Ryan didn't stop. He walked forward on his own. Who knew that the magic spell that Merlin cast hadn't touched Ryan's body for some reason, and a protective curse blocked this attack. It was a seamless spell, and Merlin, who didn't know it, didn't notice the occasional starlight flashing on Ryan's body. Don't think that Ryan didn't take any precautions while waiting for Merlin to come out. He almost used most of his magic power to make this powerful defensive spell. As for Merlin's attack, Ryan seemed to have expected it long ago. He stopped and turned around slowly. So, are you really my ancestor? Merlin watched as his spell hit Char's protective spell, and the slight ripples showed the firmness of this defensive spell. What are you saying? Merlin squeezed out a smile. I just want to test the strength of your junior. Yes, Ryan Dow, I don't think that a spell of that intensity is used for temptation. Maybe it's more appropriate to use it to solve me. You and I are both wizards, and it should be clear that such an excuse is not owned, right? Merlin's face was a little gloomy when it came to Ryan's words. He looked at Ryan. You seem to be taking precautions. Remember what I started saying? Ryan grinned and said, you almost gained 70% of my trust. But even if it is 70%, 80%, 90%, as long as it is not complete, there will be room for trust at any time. Ryan looked at Merlin's body. For more than 1,500 years, this body did not show any signs of aging and corruption. Not even the clothes. Although I can confirm that this body is indeed the body of Merlin, the ancestor of our Ambrosius family, I have no way of determining who is in control of this body. Merlin was silent for a moment. How did you see that? Because you left too many holes. Merlin was taken aback for a moment. A loophole? Although your role is good, I don't know if you have noticed that you are contradicting yourself in many places. And the various emotions hidden in your eyes are by no means what an ancestor-like character should have for the back of their first meeting. In addition, I need to popularize you about one thing. The life of a wand is much longer than you think. A wand that is rarely used and properly handled can be passed down for thousands of years, and it will not decay due to the passage of time. This is a little known knowledge about magic wands, and it is also a fact. Think of the Elder Wand, which has been handed down from the Age of Legends to today's Deathly Hallows. Therefore, the more powerful the wand, the longer it can exist. Even if Merlin's wand is not as good as the Elder Wand, it cannot rot in 1500 years. Chapter 71 Ryan, you plot against me! Exclamation mark. The sturdy and delicate work of the wand allows him to fight the aging of time, and this knowledge is the knowledge that Merlin himself left to Ambrosius. You are somewhat limited and undecided, which really makes me more and more uneasy. Limited, undecided? Me? Merlin seemed a little shrill and whispered, how dare you talk to me like this? Don't think that the magic spell beside you can stop me. It seems that you used Merlin's body to show your confidence. Am I right, Vivian? Ryan's voice echoed in the stone forest. Merlin opened his mouth and closed it again. The attack he was about to launch came to an abrupt end. You. How do you know? Ryan tapped his temple with his finger. The wizard said. Wisdom. Remember when I asked you, where did Vivian go? At that moment, your expression was very playful, and all your sad memories seemed to be gone. This is not what an old man who loves so deeply should behave. In addition, I noticed a few things. When you tell the story of the past, every time you mention Vivian, you will have a smug look in your eyes, but you will be a little disdainful of Merlin, which is self in your mouth, and Morgan, cold and ruthless, even with hatred. So under the dual effect of intuition and reasoning, I think it is very likely that you are Vivian. Of course, wizards will not be confused by appearances. You are talking about the past here, and it also reminds me of a lot of things. If the legend of King Arthur is true, then I think that those things should be too. Ryan Dow, in the magic world, there are many legends about Merlin. I have never heard the name Vivian, but there is one name that impressed me deeply. Fairy in the Lake. Is this your alias? You are very smart. Merlin gritted his teeth. Fairy in the Lake, Fairy in the Lake. I hate this name. It turns out, you just pretended to know nothing. Ryan spread her hands. Sorry, 1500 years is too long. Enough is enough to be vigilant and fake. Dressing is a necessary skill for wizards to protect themselves. This really surprised me. Merlin's expression changed for a while. There is actually a descendant like you in the Ambrosius family. Can I take it as a compliment? Zaya held the wand in his hand, and he was not afraid at all. Yes, number. Merlin's voice suddenly changed. He was kind and gentle at the beginning and became more and more sharp, and finally became an elegant and manic female voice, because no matter how good you are, I will let you die here, damn Ambrosius. At this time, Merlin, or Vivian, who was wearing Merlin's body, clasped her hands together. She closed her eyes and chanted some spell in her mouth. After a few seconds, a strong sense of oppression came from above the stone forest. Ryan's pupils narrowed slightly when he looked towards the top, because it was a meteorite mixed with flames that fell rapidly, and the target was locked on Ryan. Lying trough. This is the HP world, not a certain fire world. Did you throw a meteorite to imitate Madame Ban? Let you see the magic of the stars, which symbolizes the mighty power of heaven and earth. Merlin, who was controlled by Vivian, showed blue veins on his forehead. Obviously, summoning this meteorite was not an easy task. The falling meteorite is not considered to be obscuring the sky, but the diameter of the round shape has reached about 10 meters. The raging flames, the scorching temperature, and the heavy potential energy brought about by the acceleration of gravity are by no means an existence that can be resisted by manpower. What's more, this product actually has the ability to track at a fixed point. Ryan clearly felt that he was locked. Unless he apparated, or he would definitely be smashed no matter how he ran. But not to mention that Vivian doesn't do anything. Even under normal circumstances, Ryan can't do apparition, because the space here has long been chaotic, and there is no way to achieve space traversal. It seems that my spell is impossible to get rid of such a large meteorite. Ryan has a headache. The powerful destruction spell casting distance is not that long, and when Ryan can hit the meteorite, the stone is estimated to have been smashed. To myself, if it is more unrealistic to use a floating spell or something, the overload of magic power will make Chaya die directly. Unfortunately, the limit change of my 5-clawed golden dragon is about 6 meters. While Ryan looked at it, she was still thinking about these things. Merlin, I hate you. In name, I sealed you, but you also sealed me, so that I can never escape this cage made of your body. Looking at the meteorite that could not fall very fast, Merlin showed a happy smile, and Vivian looked very excited. Even if your descendants save me, I will never forgive you for bringing me one. After more than 1,500 years of loneliness, I will cut off the blood of your Ambrosius family forever and never cease to exist. After that, Vivian manipulated Merlin's body to try to leave the stone forest. She didn't want to be affected by the meteorite. Seeing that Merlin's body was glowing with light, she wanted to use a flashlight ability to leave here quickly. To be honest, you scared me, Ryan Dow. I thought I could learn a more ancient spell, but it turned out to be such a thing. Vivian was stunned for a moment. She suddenly found that her body was a little strange. She clearly wanted to flash outside and moved in the direction of Ryan. If this continues, both of them will be hit by this rock. Why? Merlin's expression was very puzzled. The body is moving around by itself. Ryan didn't seem to panic at all. He patted his head. I forgot to mention one thing. I also spent a lot of time on the research of blood, so I added some interesting things to the blood cells you absorbed. If Merlin took a closer look, he would find that although Zaya did not have any changes in his body at this time, but in fact, part of Alemagus has been realized, and the human blood in his body is thinking about the transformation of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Similarly, some of the bloodlines belonging to Char in Merlin are also changing, although the amount is very small, less than a 20th of the dream demon factor. This 3-souled dragon bloodline is by no means an unprepared Merlin body that can be mastered by Ryan. It remained in Merlin's body, and it was rearranged in the form of a blood spell. Maybe he can't completely control Merlin. After all, his own dream demon bloodline is strong enough. But Ryan can interfere with Vivian's movements, even for a short time. Move, move. Vivian desperately cast a spell on herself, but the terrifying power of the dragon cells showed again. She couldn't move away at all, or launched a spell attack on Char, except for one thing: using magic to fight against the meteorites in the sky. She obviously noticed this, but how could this dragon bloodline be separated so easily? Damn, you have manipulated this body. Has it been discovered? Char's wand pointed at Merlin. He grinned. I can't hide or stop the loneliness that I don't want to die, so let's die together. The meteorite in Vivian's eyes was getting bigger and bigger. If there is no defense and it will be smashed down like this, there will only be one result. As Ryan said, the two will die here together. But Vivian didn't want to die. She finally came, so she desperately mobilized the magic power in Merlin's body, and the ancient and terrifying magic power was all used to deal with the spell she cast down. Char Ambrosius, how dare you plot against me? Chapter 72. You won. This is an earth-shattering confrontation. How powerful is the magic in Merlin's body? Ryan has no way of estimating. Vivian manipulates almost all the stone pillars in the stone forest. They gather together like a huge net, trying to catch this meteorite. At the same time, not only the stone pillars, but also the soil on the ground mixed with the golden soil condensed together, and they filled the gaps in the stone net. The whole process requires Merlin's body to instill the magic power desperately. His originally kind face was twisted together, and it looked very laborious, and Ryan stood aside with a smile. As expected of a magician from 1,000 years ago, This song's use of earth elements and metamorphosis is too wonderful. I don't think my magic can support me to do this kind of thing. Vivian doesn't have time to take care of Zaya at this moment. She can only continue to focus on her eyes. Fortunately, Merlin's body, which absorbed Zaya's bloodline, has regained a lot of strength, and the potential energy of the meteorite is gradually weakened. It will be fully taken over after a while. Damn kid, dare to trick me. I won't let you go after I finish this. Ryan looked at Vivian with a smile. I have to thank you, because my spiritual power is unprecedentedly enhanced at this time, so I seem to be able to see through some of your thoughts now. So, Char's wand tip gathered magic power. You don't have to wait until the solution is over. What are you up to? Vivian looked at Ryanya with some fear. If I didn't block you, you would die here too. Not necessarily. Ryanya looked at the sweat on Merlin's forehead. Isn't the place where you came out a good hiding place? Vivian, I can't wait for you to solve mine. Ryan knows very well that even Vivian, who controls Merlin's body, even if she fights experience and the legendary magician Merlin are not the same level at all, but Merlin's strong accumulation is enough to make Zaya no enemy. Therefore, threats must not be left behind. Thunder. Golden lightning spewed out from Char's wand, and they entangled together into a ball of thunder. When the ball of lightning landed on Merlin's body, the lightning ball suddenly exploded, and the rich golden plasma bit on Merlin's body one by one like a violent thunder snake. This magic spell may not be concentrated enough in power, and its destructive power is not very terrible, but it will bring paralysis like a bone-encrusted maggot to the cursed person, and even cause irreversible partial death of the body. Vivian, who was hit by this move, let out a shrill scream. At this time, she had absolutely no way to control Merlin's magic power. The magic power that lost the plan collided randomly, and the meteorite that was finally slowed down lost its obstacles and continued to smash down. Ryan turned around and transformed into a 30-centimeter long 5-clawed golden dragon. The golden light flashed in the air, and the sand of the Ganges River contained in the seamless sky clothes made the flow of time very slow. Coupled with the sufficient explosive power of the 5-clawed golden dragon, in just an instant, he had already fallen into the giant stone seal that Vivian broke by herself. This pothole was deeper than what Char had imagined. Under the boulder was a broken stone house. It seemed that this was where Merlin and Vivian rested. In this stone house, there is a broken skeleton. From its pelvis, it can be seen that it is the remains of a woman, probably Vivian's. Perhaps it was a space that was closed enough for 1,500 years to keep this skeleton. Soon there was a loud noise above the pit, and the cave under the boulder was smashed down by the meteorite and quickly collapsed. Ryan unhurriedly set up multiple barriers for himself, quietly hanging in the deepest place. No matter how the gravel fell, he would not hurt himself in the slightest. After about half a minute, everything was calm. The entrance to the cave was blocked by rubble. Ryan opened his eyes, his young figure moved to the place where the gravel was piled up, and the dragon claw in his right hand was raised high. The stars are moving. For this kind of destruction of the terrain, the Xingqian earthquake seemed to be very powerful this time, unlike the second year Char's failure to return to the entrance to the secret room. The piled-up gravel was directly removed by powerful magic power, and the large rocks that could not be removed were directly smashed, and soon, the hole reappeared. DSK, without the dream magic factor, my Alimag's power has not weakened much. Ryan was quite satisfied with the effect of the star-sinking earth movement, and then he quickly flew up. The scene at this time can be described as particularly miserable. Fortunately, this piece of myself was only on the edge of the meteorite collision and was not blocked, but where Vivian was, a huge rock smashed apart and lay in pieces. Around zero, Vivian, or Merlin's body was lying weakly in the deep pit in the middle. He was covered in scars, and he was hit by Zaya's thunder. It is conceivable that his bones may be all shattered now. Unless he has the same super potion as Char's Dew of Life, Merlin's body in this situation is completely useless, all petrified, all protected, seamless. Ryan looked at Merlin, who was still alive, and did not rush up. He first dropped a petrification spell from a distance, and then reinforced his defense again. He can be considered to have seen how Vivian uses Merlin's body and uses extremely powerful magic without a wand. If she is not careful, Vivian may kill herself. Vivian stared at Zaya through Merlin's golden eyes. Damn it, you are really careful. Well enough. Little devil, you win, but I won't die. Vivian stared at Zaya with Merlin's eyes, and she said bitterly, even if this body dies, I will turn into a ghost. And I must let the blood of Ambrosius go to ruin. Ryan looked at Merlin's body, which was already covered in blood. This body was about to die, and without the support of the body, Ryan's soul would also die. But as Vivian said, this is not the end. If it is not for the wizards who were killed by the death curse, if their souls are strong enough, they can transform themselves into ghosts and continue to live after death. Of course, all this had to be done without without using Avada's life. The fairy of the lake, Vivian, Ryan said softly, actually, now I can use the death curse to kill you completely, or make your soul disappear forever. But I still can't understand it. Why did you lie to Merlin? Even if he is romantic, there is no need to keep him quiet forever, so that in the end he will never let you free. Ryan stared at Vivian. And Merlin's soul probably hasn't disappeared. I don't think you were the one who talked to me and made fun of me at first. Chapter 73 Can't go back. Vivian said somewhat self-deprecatingly, I thought I had done a good job of converting, but you can see it clearly. Although I was trapped by Merlin, because I know his weakness, I have the dominance of his body, and he can only come out when I'm not paying attention. That's true. In retrospect, Ryan found that Merlin was very normal at the beginning, and all the changes came later. It was the huge contrast between the two that made Ryan realize that Merlin was not himself at this time. Do you really think that I am worried that with his descendants, the blood of the dream demon will flow? Don't think wrong. Vivian suddenly had some energy, but this was the beginning of the return to light. I hate him for breaking into my life like this. Hate him for being rude to other women while he talks to me, even having children, having you. The Ambrosius family. Maybe I was afraid of him back then, but I know that my heart has long been stolen by this guy pretending to be an old man. I gave him the chance again and again, but I've been disappointed again and again. He keeps looking for more women, and then tells me more lies. I've had enough, so I have to make him pay for his romance. So we'll plot against he. Speaking of this, Vivian let out a long breath. Unfortunately, he is Merlin after all. Even if he is hit by my biggest weakness, his strength will be different, but he still forcibly locks my soul in his body. Maybe it's hate for love. Vivian stared at Ryan. I have been watching the conversation between you and Merlin. After this body dies, maybe you will see him again. If you see him, please tell him something. Ryan looked at Vivian, who was very serious at this time, with some doubts, only to hear that Vivian's eyes suddenly turned cold and cruel. Let's die together, promiscuous men like you. Not good. Ryan turned his head abruptly, not knowing when an illusory figure appeared beside Ryan silently. His appearance was the same as Merlin. It was the illusory Merlin that Ryan met at the beginning. The illusory Merlin pointed his right finger at Char, as if the real golden magic power made his fingers look like gold. Break. The phantom figure let out a low voice, and all the protections arranged by Zaya pierced like paper. The seamless attire persisted for a few seconds. Seeing that he was about to break the defenses, Merlin's fingers would be broken. Runs through Char's heart. Die. Vivian smiled excitedly. Farewell to the Ambrosius family. Nima, what the hell is this? Zaya couldn't understand at all what this illusory figure was. It was neither magic nor spell nor magic alchemy. That finger was almost filled with most of Merlin's magic power, and it was simply the most terrifying weapon. Just as the seamless robe shattered into bits of starlight, a melodious voice sounded. Vivian, stop. Ryan's body was extremely stiff, and that finger was already stuck in front of his chest clothes, and if he pushed it another inch, it would pierce his heart. Vivian stared at the phantom. Impossible. I'm not dead yet, how could you come out? The Phantom Merlin, or the real Merlin, retracted his finger and smiled at Ryan. The little guy's sorry, it seems that you are quite frightened. Void Merlin walked up to his broken body, and the two identical self faced each other. And it seems a little funny. In fact, I can always break it. Void Merlin said softly, it's just that I want to atone for my sins. Atonement? What sin do you have? It's obviously just our mutual revenge. Vivian said disdainfully, don't cheat on this orangutan. Void Merlin didn't answer, just looked at it with a smile, and Vivian's breathing gradually weakened. I didn't expect that the day I finally came out will come to an end before I enjoy the freedom. You wait for me, I will become a ghost and continue my everything. After speaking, Merlin's body on the ground gradually turned cold, and all the light in his eyes dissipated. And Vivian's soul locked in Merlin's body is exuding strange fluctuations. If it is a few days, she will really become ethereal and lively. Void Merlin waved his hand gently, and Vivian's soul turned into a ball of light and fell into his hand. He shook his head, then looked at Zaya, and said softly, little guy, oh, Zaya, you have inherited their wisdom of the Ambrosius family very well. You can use Vivian to give you two options, and finally destroy it. Dropping my body, a wonderful step. I think even if Vivian didn't use star magic, if you change it to another spell, you will be able to release it on yourself, thus ending the life of this body, right? Ryan's face was slightly better, and then nodded. Unfortunately, you are not cruel enough. Phantom Merlin said, if I were you, I should directly kill each of us with a death curse, then the final risk of becoming a ghost will not exist, and Vivian will not have time to use the Phantom Substitute. Phantom Avatar? Ryan, you looked at the Phantom Merlin strangely. So what the heck is this? He sighed lightly. Maybe right, but if I'm really so vicious, then I'm not me anymore. Merlin said, by the way, let me answer a question for you. In fact, this island is when I was sealed. I used the moving mountain to move the sea spell to create it in my anger. Are you surprised? Void Merlin smiled and said, you must know that in King Arthur's time, I often traveled to the sea to help him win the war. Hey, he really is a real boss, and he is lucky to be able to shatter Merlin's body. It was also the mountain-moving sea spell in my rage that made YY feel uneasy, so she decided to increase the strength of the seal. So she had the stone forest and boulder seal. But this also exposed her flaws, so I could force her into the seal and suffer with myself for 1500 years. I, Merlin, have been living my whole life. How could I have thought that she would end up being among her favorite students, so she would have to pay the price? But I also regretted locking her soul into my body. So I basically ignored the dominance of my body for so many years and let her use my body and abilities until you appeared. Illusory Merlin looked at the ball of light in his hand with a bit of melancholy, thinking about it now. In fact, Vivian and I both have something wrong, but everything can't go back. Chapter 74 Good to go. I won't let her turn into a ghost and continue to haunt her. Everything should end here, Merlin said with some guilt. It's a pity that the bloodline of the dream demon in your body is gone. This will definitely help you in your future achievements. Influence. Does it affect? Ryan thought to himself, actually, this really doesn't matter, and it's my own choice. It can be considered as compensation or as promised you before. I will teach you this phantom avatar. After Merlin pointed his finger on his temple, a long and narrow memory silver wire was pulled out. Void Merlin twisted his fingers, and the long silver thread of memory turned into a ball of light and fell into Ryan's mind. What is recorded here is all the skills about phantom avatars. With your current mental power, you should be able to learn this skill. Ryan was about to find out what it was. Who knew that the Dharma God throne sucked the memory into it? After a while, a colorful ball of light flew out from the Dharma God throne and landed on the Book of the Dharma God. And the Book of the God of Law suddenly had a blank page, which recorded a wizard's skill, but the name is no longer Phantom Avatar, but a simple Tower Word Avatar 1 by 1. Ryan never imagined that the Dharma God throne could directly improve the knowledge of wizards. Void Merlin said, I hope this can help you. As he spoke, Merlin's body became more and more transparent, as if it would dissipate in the wind at any time. Ryanya hesitated for a moment. You, Void, Merlin said, this is normal. After all, my body is nothing but a combination of my soul and spirit. Without the source support of my body, disappearing is inevitable. I don't know how high you can reach in the future, but your interesting metamorphosis and my phantom double can make up for your lack of ordinary human blood as long as you develop it well, and it's not difficult to become the strongest wizard in the world. Diaresis. The way back is the same as when you came here, but you don't have to wait for March Kiwi. If you have the chance, you can go to Glastonbury. I think Vivian should have left that thing there. At this time, Merlin's phantom was almost completely transparent, and only a faint outline remained in the sky, but he was still smiling. I should go, end this 1,500-year wandering, and wish my younger generation good health. May all go well with you. After finishing speaking, Merlin's transparent palm held a virtual hold, and Vivian's ball of light suddenly squeezed together, and finally shattered directly into powder. And Merlin himself also turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared completely. Since then, the smoke and dust have disappeared in the air, and there may be winds that will bring them back to the distance. There seemed to be Merlin whispering in the air, everything is over. Ryan's fingers holding the wand tightened a bit, looking at the empty sky, and said softly to go. At this point, this is because the journey brought by the map left by Star Castle is coming to an end. However, Ryan did not go back immediately. The magic elements here are much richer than those outside. It may be because Merlin flipped the island and the accumulation of more than 1,500 years has improved the quality of the elements. It is not easy to find such a place in the age of the end of the law today. So Ryan decided to stay for a while longer and cultivate his body of the god of the law. According to the introduction of the chapter of Bloodline, what the body of the Dharma god needs is not complicated. The principle is to use the elements of heaven and earth to transform the bloodline of the human race to be more pure, and finally make the body a physique that can exert magic indefinitely. Relying on their own growth and drug cultivation is only a small path after all, and such people can only become wizards at most. To communicate with the world, relying on infinite elements, rules, and using them at the same time can be called a real mage. Guernsey here may be able to provide Char with enough energy, but this is a long process. After all, this is an acquired body that can be said to be against the sky. It is a waste of time just to purify the blood in the early stage. Lock up. Facts have proved that Char's choice is very correct, and all the magic elements of the entire Guernsey are absorbed by Char in all the cultivation methods of the body of the god of law. The blood of the human race is still pure, but they have become more full, and each cell can store more magic power, exert magic power, convert magic power, and have strong resistance to all kinds of magic. When Zaya finally completes the first stage of the body of the Dharma god, he will see that this once beautiful island is completely dead. It will commemorate Merlin and Vivian with its desolate appearance. Although it was not easy, it was the most crucial step in the end. Ryan stood in Shuangyu Bay, looking at the overturned sea. After the completion of the first level of the body of the god of law, his temperament has become a whole, not as charming as before, but also not inferior to the dazzling sun of the past. And his golden eyes are becoming more and more clean and transparent, and the beautiful transparent gold is so reassuring. There has also been a breakthrough in his practice. Now I seem to be a little confused about myself. One last glance at this deserted island that was drained by himself, Ryan turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon and fell into the sea, disappearing for a few hours. Writing here, this is the end of the long original story about the first paragraph of the book. In fact, I can write a lot of this paragraph, but this is too cumbersome. From here, the basic structure of the power is also officially clear, and the part about the descendants of the protagonist Merlin in the setting will also come to an end. As for whether to write more original plots in the follow-up, I will observe your opinions and reactions. Speaking of this, I remember that many people said in the comments that the protagonist is a dog-licking, and I feel a little guilty. After all, the protagonist is not the kind of person who licks without a brain and ends up with nothing. I have included the love patterns that I think are more interesting for young men and women, which is inevitably different from some people's ideas. But I still think that in love there is mutual respect. The so-called dog licking is not so serious. In fact, it is a pool of tolerance and understanding. God said that if there is light, there is light, and God said that if the Red Sea is divided, then it will be divided, but God said that you love me, but you may not fall in love with him. Love cannot be bought with status and money, nor will everyone of the opposite sex define a person from material. If it is really written like this, now the protagonist should have a girl group as Crystal Palace. P.S. The broken thoughts from the author: if the investigation is not strict now, it means that I will definitely do this. Get a girl group, drive every day, drive is always cool, always drive straight. 233,333. The 75th is really too long. Late 7 shifts, sleep at ease. The car overturned again, vomiting blood. Hurry up and help me up. Finally home, Ryan rubbed his head. God knows how the passage of light that can pass through the 2 Guernsey islands is made. Sure enough, what Merlin said made sense. It is not too much to call it the era of the end of the law. Magic is really weak and too much in this era. How long has it been? Although Ryan has a pocket watch, there is no record of the date on it. God knows how many days have passed. I don't know if my little beauties miss me. Hee. Although the blood of the dream demon is gone, Ryanya's body is not filled with all kinds of desires every day, but this desire itself is normal. Okay. Thinking of Punala's beautiful face and body, I feel a little moved. It must have been a long time. It must be so. Then, let's go back to Hogwarts. Ryan quickly positioned herself, and then apparated while her figure was distorted. But he couldn't go directly to Hogwarts, so he went back to Starfort first, and then used flu powder to get there. There was no one in the lobby on the first floor of Hogwarts at this time, and the spacious castle seemed a little deserted. It seems that everyone should be in class at this time. Ryanya shook his head, then took out his Toway magic mirror to contact the 2 women, but found that neither Punlo nor Hermione looked very good, and they were sitting and discussing something. Punlo was full of surprises. Ryan, back. Ryan nodded. How many days have I been here? Hermione next to Punlo thought for a while. If I remember correctly, it should be 76 days. 76 days. Ryan had a headache and thought, 2.5 months have passed. And if it's a few more days late, I'm afraid he'll miss the last round. I don't want to lose the inheritance opportunity that Dumbledore took out. Of course, the attentive Ryan soon found out that the 2 of them looked bad. He didn't ask why, but just asked, "Where are you now?" Punlo thought for a while, then reported a location. Ryan frowned slightly. "Why are you here? There are only the 2 of you in this room." "Okay, wait for me a moment." After finishing speaking, Ryan first changed into a black robe, which was not Hogwarts school uniform. Then he flicked his fingers and chased the door key in the 2 hands and rushed over. What should I do? If Ryan knew that his property was made like this, wouldn't he blame us? Hermione shook her head at Punalo's words. She was also a little distressed. I don't know. This is a quite spacious and luxurious room. It looks like the layout should be a hotel. Resignedly. So, what are you talking about? A magnetic voice came from behind the 2 women. Punlo slammed into Char's arms, and Hermione was a little shy, but before she was ready, Char's pulled her into her arms. Hermione was flushed red by Char's movements and breath. She whispered, "Char's, don't. We have something important to tell you." Ryan didn't care about this. He smelled Punlo and Hermione deeply. "Don't worry. There is me. Now we have more important things." It's strange to say that Ryanya has no blood of dream demons in his body, but his attractiveness doesn't seem to have diminished in any way. "I miss you." Saying that, Ryan leaned down slightly. I don't know how long it has passed, and the sky has turned dark. The 2 women were lying quietly in Ryan's arms, and the corners of their mouths were full of happy smiles. Sure enough, it was too long. After all, I am not an ascetic. Besides, it is so beautiful, who can resist it? But I can now confirm one thing. Ryanya thought silently, Dream Demon bloodline is only a fuse at most. Even without it, I still have to pursue my own happy life. Feeling the Ryan's daily mischief, the two women and Ryan also played and slept for a while after waking up. Punlo eased his emotions. I have to tell you something. Ryan chuckled and said, is my property being missed again? How do you know? Because my husband is smarter than you. I am not stupid. Punlo pouted, at most, a little stupider than you. Hermione thought for a while, it should be because it's not the first time this kind of thing has happened, or Ryanya has already received a notice when he comes back. Ryanya nodded. It seems that Hermione is smarter than Punlo. I read the invitation on the next table. The banquet started at 7 o'clock in the evening, and it is only 5 o'clock in the evening. We can relax for a while. Punlo, cack Hermione, cack. When it was approaching 7 o'clock, Punlo was carefully arranging Char's tie. It's only been more than 2 months since we haven't seen you, but why do you think you have changed a lot? Where has it changed? Punlo thought for a while. The charm is no longer so scary, and the temperament is more restrained. Thank you for your compliment, Mrs. Char. Seriousness hold Penelope's hand. I am to a certain will work harder. All right. Hermione just felt that she desperately needed a rest. Her mouth was sore. She said, be serious. Ryanya. Char. After waiting for the two women to tirelessly arrange their clothes, Ryan took the two women's hands and walked out of the room. This is a magic hotel in Diagon Alley. It is the favorite place for the dignitaries in the magic world to discuss matters, and this time Punlo and Hermione will be here because someone learned that Zaya has been away for more than 2 months. Started to move. They began to take control of all the properties of the Ambrosius family one by one, and even caused a lot of bad influence. So Hermione and Punlo had to stand up when Char was away. Chapter 76. Because they do too many bad things. The most luxurious and spacious hall in the hotel. At this time a group of people dressed in gorgeous clothes are sitting at the long table. Some of them are playing with wine glasses. Some are thinking with their eyes closed. Are they here? Lucius Malfoy sat very forward and asked a middle-aged man next to him. It should be fast. After all, there are still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. Lucius looked a little disdainful. What kind of character do you really think of yourself? Let's wait for them. Sure enough, the boy of the Ambrosius family lost his mind and actually handed over his property to these two little girls. At this moment, a somewhat wretched voice came. But don't talk about it. These two little girls have nothing to say about their appearance and body. If it's a few years later, I'm afraid they will be more attractive. It's no wonder that Ambrosius is confused. Lucius sneered. Maybe. While everyone was discussing Punlo and Hermione with some sarcasm or malicious intent, the heavy door of the hall was opened, and a few footsteps came faintly. All the men present immediately heard it. This is the sound that women's high heels make when they fall on the floor. They dare to wear such shoes at such an important party? Except for Hermione and Punlo, who attended the meeting instead of Char. No one dares to do so, because almost all the people in this hall are members of the sacred 28 tribes in the magic world. Miss Clovert, Miss Granger, you have a lot of face. Let us all wait for you. It was a man who was not very tall. His eyes were very small, but they glowed with shrewd brilliance under the light. His tone was undisguised with ridicule. Smile. Their eyes swept to the door, waiting for Hermione and Punlo to appear. Unfortunately, it wasn't just two people who came. Travers, do you have any comments? It was a warm and clean voice, and it fell into the ears of the man called Travers, but it was no less than a thunderbolt. Anne, Mr. Ambrosius, Ryan is dressed in a slender black robe. This year, his height has grown slightly, and he is almost 1.8 meters tall. With the perfect body proportions and well-tooled clothes, she looks so majestic. Ryan took the two daughters and glanced at Travers neither lightly nor lightly, but Travers was swept away by Ryan's eyes. and suddenly fell into an ice cellar. The whole person sat upright and did not dare to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, long time no see." Char quickly looked away from Travers, with an impeccable standard smile on the corner of his mouth. He walked unhurriedly to the main seat of the long table, and some stunned waiters quickly opened the chair for Char. Char nodded his forehead to express his gratitude, and then sat firmly on the chair. Punlo and Hermione take seats on the left and right. No one objected to this. Lucius' face twitched slightly, nodded to Zaya and sat on the spot without saying a word. "It seems that you are very early, but I should not be late," Char said with a smile. "It's 7 o'clock, isn't it, Travers?" "Not far away." Travers nodded with difficulty. He wanted to give himself a slap and let you talk casually. "That's good. I thought my girlfriends and I would have a bad impact on our lives because of being late." Ryan crossed her hands and fingers and placed it on the long table gently. "But I don't want to hear these bad remarks next time. It won't be good for your image, right?" Anyone who had just expressed contempt for Punlo and Hermione or stayed out of the matter did not dare to speak out at this time. The current Ryan may not be as extravagant as before. After all, he lacks the bonus of the blood of the dream demon, but Gwenwa's introverted body of the magic god makes him seem quite unfathomable. In half a year, his momentum has grown. Lucius looked at Zaya silently. Although Zaya was difficult to deal with in the past, he was not helpless. But now Ryan is unusually calm and calm. Her body is watertight, and her unique aura is also formed, which steadily overwhelms everyone in the audience. "Next, everyone, let's talk about what you want to do now." Ryan smiled and looked at everyone, looking at his calm appearance. Many guys with careful thoughts suddenly had a headache. This is not the first time Cheerio has dealt with such a scene. These guys are thinking about how to grab their own interests from the Ambrosius family and expand their power. 0. Ask for flowers. Some are for their own family, and some are for ulterior motives. For example, Travers, a former Death Eater and a loyal supporter of Voldemort, like Lucius Malfoy, used his noble identity to infinitely worship Voldemort, his supporter, and they were very clear about the news of Voldemort's upcoming return. So they were getting ready for Voldemort's return. The first point is to disrupt the current environment of the magic world, because the current environment is too stable. The dominance is firmly in the hands of the Ambrosius family. As long as Ryan is still all the remaining families will be severely suppressed. In the past 2 months, they have indeed done a lot. But Lucius and others also understood that the moment they saw Char's return, they knew that there was no need to entangle them, because the increasingly mature teenager in front of them has never given them a chance. And the Death Eaters headed by Lucius, the reason why they were able to secretly and others to suppress Char's property was mainly because Char was not there. Now that the owner of the Ambrosius family has returned, the slightly loose family puzzle has been reunited. So this meeting will be over in no time. Punlo looked at Ryanya curiously. "Why are they so afraid of you?" "Obviously it's not scary at all." Ryan smiled slightly. "Because they have done a lot of bad things. I feel guilty when I see a righteous guy like me." "I don't believe it. You must have left a lot of shadows on them before." Hermione shook her head. The emotions of this group of people were the same as the expressions of a group of people in Hogwarts looking at Char. They were obviously used to being beaten. Sure enough, this is a guy who has been hit from childhood to old age. Hee, Ryan Dow, you know again. There was a little interlude when I returned, but everything was resolved. So that night, Ryan returned to Hogwarts with her 2 daughters. No matter what, their school year was not over yet. And the days of the 3rd round are just around the corner. Ding. Chapter 77. The long-awaited game. Char's return surprised many people. This makes the somewhat calm Hogwarts ripple again. Gabriel was very excited, because she hadn't seen Zaya for more than 2 months. And she had no way to contact Zaya, so when she learned that Ryan finally came back, she hurriedly took her sister to find Ryan. "Brother Ryan, where have you been for so long?" Gabrielle's big eyes were a little wet. "I thought you were kidnapped by the bad guys." "Char." "Hibiscus. What are you thinking about?" Ryan reluctantly touched Gabrielle's head. "Brother Ryan, How could I be kidnapped by the bad guys, only for me to beat the bad guys? Okay, Gabrielle. Oh. Furong's tone was calm. You seem to have changed a lot. Ryan looked at Furong with some doubts. What's wrong? Gabriel spoke first at this time. To feel it too. The smell on Brother Char's body has become more comfortable, making people feel very reassured, unlike in the past when Gabriel always felt dizzy when he was close to Brother Char. What is this? Ryan wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. Is that so? Furong said. In short, it's just the breath on your body. Nothing will make people so annoying. In fact, it is no wonder that Fleur and Gabriel can feel it. Without the Dream Demon bloodline higher than the Vela bloodline, Char's innate suppression of Furong and Gabriel would cease to exist. Gabriel was ignorant, so she just felt that she was no longer confused, while Furong felt a lot relieved because the ears of the Dream Demon blood had disappeared. It's like letting a cat face a ferocious tiger every day. Even if it doesn't do anything to the cat, it's definitely not easy for the cat. Of course, it's not just Gabriel, Fleur and the others. Many people at Hogwarts can perceive the slight change in Zaya. If he was originally a scorching sun in summer, now he has become a sun in spring, bright and warm. This is a very reassuring feeling, and this is also the power of heaven and earth in the body of the god, the embodiment of natural rules. When it was time for dinner, Ryanya looked at the food in front of him with a bit of nostalgia. Although he used the potion rich in life energy to maintain sufficient energy, no one would ever want to refuse the food. When the enchanted ceiling turned from blue to dark purple twilight, Dumbledore stood up at the staff table, and the crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to announce here that in 5 days, the final event of the Triwizard Tournament will begin, and I think everyone has been waiting for it. Dumbledore's words caused 1,000 waves, and the originally quiet atmosphere in the hall became restless again, and everyone's faces showed excitement and tears. Well, the day that should come has finally come. The news of Dumbledore made the warriors a little nervous. Of course, this had to exclude Zaya, and they were making their own preparations. Time passed smoothly and tensely, and on the 5th night, the warriors were still having dinner in this hall. Today's dinner is much more plentiful than usual. Are you afraid that the warriors and the audience will be hungry because of the game? Ryan also has some small emotions in his heart, because he knows very well what is in this last round. Various psychedelic spells and obstacles are not the main thing. The point is that he may have to witness Voldemort's resurrection and return, and even face a big battle. Although he doesn't know how far he is from Voldemort, Char believes that even if he encounters Voldemort head-on, he can't help himself if he wants to escape Voldemort, and he will not be defeated so easily. The long-lost excitement is surging in my heart, which is the excitement of facing the unknown and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I'm going to invite everyone to the Quidditch pitch for the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore blinked and looked at the students in the hall. Now invite the warriors and Mr. Bagman to the field. Ludo Bagman, one of the 5 judges, the director of sport at the Ministry of Magic, is a genial-looking wizard. When the words fell, Char and Harry stood up, and the students at Hogwarts applauded them in unison. Of course, it was not clear whether it was for Char or Harry, but no matter what, they are all Hogwarts students, aren't they? Char walked out of the auditorium with Harry, Fleur, and Krum. Everyone didn't seem so nervous, and Ryanya had gathered with Harry and Krum long ago when he came back, so there was nothing to see each other. All right, Harry. When they walked down the stone steps, Ryanya looked at Harry's absent-minded expression. Why did you disappear for such a short time? You have become a little melancholy. Don't laugh at Shire. Harry scratched his head. Actually, I'm fine, just a little tired because I slept badly last night. The real situation was that Harry had another nightmare last night. He dreamed of what Voldemort looked like, and the scene of his return. Anxiety and panic filled his heart. The lightning scar was aching, so Harry also let Harry's mental state is very bad. Ryan silently threw some potions to Harry. Cheer up. After taking it, Harry immediately felt much better. He wondered if he should become Char's long-term potion customer, because this direct and refreshing potion works too quickly. Although he is a little more relaxed now, he still remembers all the spells that he has been practicing in his mind. Perhaps it is subconscious self-protection, and he also attaches great importance to this game. They walked into the Quidditch pitch, which had become completely unrecognizable. The edge of the field is surrounded by hedges nearly 6 meters high, forming the last competition site, the forest labyrinth. There was a gap in front of them, and that was the entrance to this big labyrinth. The passage inside is dark and a little scary. To know that the Quidditch field is quite large, in order to ensure that players have enough flight distance, it is 5 times the size of a typical football field. So the forest maze that occupies the entire site is so huge. Even, there are some invisible stretches that are difficult to detect, which makes this labyrinth more complicated. 5 minutes later, people began to enter the stands. Students filed into their seats, and the air was filled with excited voices and cluttered footsteps. The sky is now a clear dark blue, and the stars are beginning to appear. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick walked into the field, towards Bagman and the warriors. They all had bright red stars on their hats, except Hagrid, whose red star was on the back of his terry vest. Chapter 78, The Forest Labyrinth. One will be patrolling the outside of the maze. Professor McGonagall said to Zaya and the others, "If you encounter difficulties and want to be rescued, just shoot red sparks into the sky, and we will have someone to help you. Do you understand?" Their warriors nodded together. "Be careful, don't be brave, there are more dangers here than you think. Although this is a test, don't make fun of your own life. If you can't persist, you must ask for help in time." Professor McGonagall looks very serious, because this maze is the hard work of countless teachers who unite confusion spells, psychedelic spells and other spells fill their maze, which will slowly affect the minds of the contestants and even drive them mad at the end. After Professor McGonagall finished his instructions, Dumbledore stepped forward and said with a smile, "Everyone, be careful next. The way to win is to find the Triwizard Cup in the maze. Just find it and you can come back." Dumbledore said, "Next, according to the ranking order of the previous round, choose the direction you want to go." In the dim light looking inside the labyrinth, there are 4 intersections that can be seen faintly. "So this is the perk of the first place?" The corners of Ryan's mouth twitched slightly, and the points system was used. "Ryan, you start first." Ryan nodded. "In fact, it doesn't matter which one you choose. Anyway, as long as you stay awake enough, you will definitely be able to reach the place where the Triwizard Tournament Cup is in the end." After some random choices, the 4 people have come to different entrances, and their directions are completely different. Then Bagman pointed his wand to his throat and said loud, and his magically amplified voice echoed in the stands, "Ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me report the current score. Char Ambrosius, 20 points, first place." The cheers of the crowd sounded, and nothing was more eye-catching than the championship. Victor Krum and Harry Potter, 15 points, tied for second place. They are from Durmstrang and Hogwarts. There was another round of applause, and Bagman paused. Fleur Delacour 4th place, Pux Buttons. Because the second round of Furong was not completed, her points were naturally not counted. Their warrior who finds the home trophy first from the maze will directly get 20 points and end the game, while the rest of the warriors will be ranked according to their remaining points. "Let's wait for the return of the warriors. Wish you guys good luck." Dumbledore clapped and looked at the 4 with a smile, then turned and left the entrance. Bagman Wall continued, "Warriors, listen up. You will set off in sequence according to the ranking, and you can only act when you hear my password. Now listen to my order. Mr. Ambrosius, 1 2 3, go." After speaking, Ryan's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's field of vision. The entrance that originally belonged to this road had disappeared, and what was left was a tall fence like a wall. At this time, Ryan could no longer hear a little sound outside. as if he had reached the bottom of the water again. The forest labyrinth, which is wrapped in dense forest and protected by magic, is so quiet. Coupled with the dim environment, presumably those with slightly more fragile minds will soon be swallowed up by this claustrophobic atmosphere, and eventually have mental problems. Looking back at the closed entrance, Ryanya shook his head slightly. The passage in front of him was long and misty. Although it was already June, it was exceptionally cool inside, even a little cold. He reached out and touched the dark green hedge, a miraculous plant capable of growing to a considerable size in a short period of time through clever catalysis and cultivation. It seems that everyone has paid a lot for this competition. You must know that the price of this plant is not cheap, and Hogwarts can use it to form the entire maze of the Dark Forest, which shows Dumbledore's handwriting. It's no wonder that Char caught a glimpse of Cornelius Fudge sitting in the jury seat instead of Barty Crouch, looking at the maze and Dumbledore with a liver-like look on his face. Think of a guy at the top of his power who has a reputation, strength and wealth better than himself. I am afraid that it would be very uncomfortable for anyone to change, but he still had to submit to Dumbledore, because he needed to rely on Dumbledore's mighty strength and his generous heart. Starting early may also be another advantage of Ryan. Each player waited for 3 minutes to move forward, and when it was Furong's turn to set off, Ryanya had already acted for 6 minutes. At this time, Char is holding the magic wand in one hand, and a ball of light floats in front of his eyes. This is an application of silver light flickering, which can save a lot of effort. The moving light source floating with the master can liberate the magic wand and hands. Although a lot of distance has been traveled, there seems to be nothing on the road that Zaya chooses. He turned to the right and walked quickly. The light ball was a little brighter. He tried to see as far as possible, but he still couldn't see anything. This layer of mist that couldn't spread seemed to swallow the light. In the distance came the faint third whistle of Bagman, and all the warriors were in the labyrinth. The further he walked, the darker the maze became. At the same time, he couldn't mention anything except the sound of his own footsteps. Every minute became extraordinarily long, and the sky above his head turned dark blue. This is Chaya's sixth fork in the road. There are all kinds of subtle incantations along the way. They try to mislead Chaya so that Chaya can't make a correct judgment. It's a pity that this has no effect on Ryan, who has made a qualitative leap in his spiritual power. He can completely ignore this spell and keep moving towards the center of the labyrinth, but this winding road finally makes him a little confused. To the north. Show me the way. Char put the wand on his palm and whispered to it that he was going to use the magic spell to make the wand simulate the effect of a compass. The rosewood wand twirled and designated him for the left dense hedge. There is the south, and the center of the labyrinth is in the southeast direction. Once the location is determined, it is enough to move on. Moreover, Char has had enough of this winding labyrinth, and he aims his wand at the left wall. The mellow magic turned into a pair of powerful hands, which simply and rudely tore the fence apart, and a hole more than 1 meter wide and 2 meters high appeared directly on the wall. Anyway, I didn't say that I can't destroy the walls of the labyrinth, so I don't want to suffer like this. Ryan looked at the opening with satisfaction. He stepped in, and walked straight towards the destination. Chapter 79. The Forest Labyrinth Part 2. The road ahead becomes quite narrow, the dense fence wall compresses the space quite seriously, and the semi-enclosed area also suppresses the environment. Before Zaya ripped open the wall in front of him, a strange sound came. A lot of grey-white creatures suddenly emerged from the fence. They were bomb-tailed snails. Hogwarts Hagrid cultivated magical creatures, or a rather terrifying existence. As far as danger is concerned, according to the Department for the Protection of Magical Creatures, they are between the Sphinx manticore and the fire crab. Each of these creatures is about 3 meters long, and the larger ones are close to 4 meters. They are even bigger than the descendants of Aragog in the Forbidden Forest. They look like an armored tank, and they also emit a very strong stench. The smell of rotten fish. Some snails have spines, and they can breathe fire from their tails, but since they don't have heads, it's hard to tell which end their tails are on. The flame explosion is the fast-moving way to blow up the tail snails. With this recoil, they can be pushed several meters in a certain direction in an instant, which is the origin of their name, a conch-shaped creature with an exploding tail. And the thorns on their backs are arched, hard and sharp, very dangerous, and at the same time unspeakably disgusting, because they look like a giant scorpion with a stinging needle wrapped around its back. The more difficult point is that their strong armor has a very strong reflection effect on magic spells. General magic spells can't help them at all. Even this kind of magic defense is only inferior to basilisks, and they can also be used while defending. Explosive flames shoot at the enemy, inflicting burns. The only place they are unprepared for is their abdomens, where there will be no armor to protect them, but it is so. The dozens of bomb-tailed snails that suddenly appear in front of them are still creepy, and they almost block the entire road. "Are you stopping me from continuing to tear the fence?" Ryan was not flustered in the face of so many exploding snails. He waved his wand to dull his sense of smell, because the smell of these guys was so unpleasant. If you encounter so many exploding tail snails under normal circumstances, don't even think about fighting them. Think about it: if you cast a spell on them, then you are likely to face after their carapace rebounded many times, they were returned, or it was wrapped in various flames. All in all, running away was the most effective way Hogwarts gave most students to face this kind of creature. Unfortunately, I don't want to run. Ryan didn't even look aside, just clicked on it, and the flames released by an exploding snail were directly scattered by Ryan. The characteristics of the blasted snails determined that the efficiency of dealing with magic would be very low, so Ryan used another method. Of course, it was impossible to pull out some weapon to be hard. He decided to use a new skill that he had mastered. Stand in truth. As Ryan whispered, a pale golden light appeared from Ryan, and then a figure separated from Ryan's body. And his appearance was almost exactly the same as Ryan, but it is a little different. At this time, this phantom Ryan is wearing a moon-white robe, which looks quite casual. This is a skill that Merlin gave to Char, a very magical skill. This kind of imig-type creature is produced by the combination of the vitality and spiritual power in the body. It will have different functions according to the different characteristics of the body, and it can also inherit the capabilities and moves of the body. However, this technique requires extremely high spiritual power. It is a technique that concretizes the thinking spirit, that is, an existence that is close to superpower. Thanks to the modification of the Throne of the Gods, this trick has become more reasonable and effective, and the difficulty has also been reduced a lot. However, at this time, the body of Ryan's stand in truth is still quite transparent, which is still much worse than Merlin's vague incorporeal form. Ryan closed his eyes gently, and then opened them together with the virtual shadow. The two pairs of eyes that were burning with golden rays of light were already vertical pupils. This was Char's Alimagus, and the virtual shadow inherited the characteristics of Ryania. Coercion. Double. The pure and noble dragon breath crazily pressed on the exploding snails. Their feet were a little weak and their bodies were trembling slightly, and they didn't dare to move, as if they were extremely afraid. This is to disperse the mental attack through the blood. No matter how hard the outside of the fried tail snail is, after all, it can't resist the invisible spiritual shock. Then Char's wand pointed to the sky, and Char's phantom avatar, Truth, folded his hands and opened it suddenly. The originally quiet fence seemed to come to life. The thick branches bounced from the wall, firmly grasped the exploding snails, and dragged them towards the wall. The bomb-tailed snails desperately wanted to escape, but the double pressure made it really difficult for them to move, so they could only be dragged back by Yulin, who had been changed by Ryan. Very unhappy, Ryan's phantom avatar flickered slightly and gradually disappeared. Because Ryan is not yet proficient, this kind of skill that can temporarily enhance his combat power a lot should not be used too frequently. Next, what else? Char calmed down his chest, and with his magic wand, he continued to tear open the fence in front of him. So whatever, just move forward. The same huge hole appeared, and Ryan accelerated his pace. But at this time, he saw a Dementor slowly walking towards him, a body more than 3 meters high suspended in the air, a hood covering his face, and his rotten and scabbed hands stretched out straight. It approached step by step, and touched him by feeling. Ryan could hear the gurgling sound in his throat, and a cold, sticky feeling hit his whole body, but this level was much better than that of a real Dementor. It still looks a lot worse, because there is less silent death in its breath, and then more strange and strange. If this is really a Dementor, Ryan has already figured out how to deal with it, such as tearing the scene of the Dementor again, but unfortunately he is not real. It's kind of interesting, actually using a fake Dementor to block it. Chaya whispered to the Dementor, "Funny and funny." With a loud bang, the Dementor blew up smoke on the first floor, or it was a boggart disguised as a Dementor. Boggart, whose disguise was directly broken by Cha's spell, turned into a mass of invisible shadow material. It quickly shrank into a ball, and hurriedly left here. "It's estimated that Harry will spend half a day here to recover," Ryan whispered. "After all, Dementors are the shadow of many people." After solving this boggart who came out and went through the motions, Cha continued to break through the fence one by one. Because there is magic on this fence, it will take a lot of time to break through it. After breaking through 2 more walls, Ryan found that he had entered a dead end. By the way, he recited the orientation mantra again to make sure he didn't deviate from the direction. Aiming at the established direction, Cha continued to move, and he saw a strange golden mist floating in front of him. Chapter 80, Forest Labyrinth Part 2. Ryan walked up curiously. He hadn't been able to directly see what it was, and the magic wand was gently testing the nature of the golden mist. Its scope is enormous, and it guards the way forward. Either break it or bypass it. Those are the only 2 options. How do I feel that this spell has such a shadow of a seamless perfection? Ryan Dong poked and poked, and then touched his chin. This golden fog is not so much an obstacle as it is a kind of protection. It superimposes the 5 spells of armor protection, all protection, and mist, and it is skillfully arranged to form a new spell. This is very similar to the process of Ryan's research on the seamless celestial charm. So a person suddenly came to Ryan's head. "Professor Snape, you are stealing your students' skills." Ryan pinched her wand. "This is really shameful. An overall spell choreographed by multiple spells can be much more powerful than simply using them together. This is what Cha and Snape have learned from practice time and time again, and this spell is the same as the seamless celestial spell, are all in the form of virtual, so the general destruction spell is useless to it. It's okay to bypass it, but it's not necessary." Ryan thought for a moment, then he pointed his wand at the golden mist. Fire from the sky. The long-lost fire of Danlin ignited again, and this time his color has also changed. It is no longer the rich to the extreme golden color before. Its flame began to turn white, making the flame a beautiful white gold, which seems to be realized. The transition from gold to pure white. Of course, this is what Ryan can do. Maybe the golden flames were beautiful in the past, but whether it is destructive power or purity, the pure white Tanlin fire is several times that of it, and pure white is also its ultimate form. This crazy addition to elemental magic is another feature of the body of the god of law, the magnification of magic. The whitey gold fire of the sky is still as real as it is, and it is rich in gold. The fog, powerful destructive power and super high temperature make the golden fog gradually melt. After about half a minute, the flame in front of him became smaller and smaller, and the golden mist was almost completely burned out and finally disappeared. Use the quality of high-level spells to suppress, and ensure sufficient duration, while maintaining sufficient mana infusion volume and time. In this way, the spell against this self-defenseless, repaired golden fog ability appears to be very effective. It should be Snape. Ryan sighed lightly. This layout is really good. If it is used in actual combat, it will not be broken. Suddenly, a sudden scream broke through the silence around him, and also broke the time of Ryan's melancholy thinking. Ryan frowned slightly, This was her voice. What's wrong with her? And the answer to Cha was still silence. I remembered. Ryan patted her head sharply. Someone should have attacked her, and this person even wanted to kill her in order not to make Gabriel sad, and to brush a wave of favorability points. Ryan gritted her teeth and decided to take care of this idle business. He looked around and determined that Furong's position should be not far in front of him and said that Zaya walked forward quickly. At this time, Yokong was even more profound. If it wasn't for the light controlled by magic moving, Ryan could hardly see the current situation. This time he didn't have to break the wall. God knows why Furong ran in front of me at the end. Before 2 more films, a shadowy figure appeared in front of Ryan. That's Hibiscus. At this moment, she was lying softly on the ground, and there was blood on her forehead, and it seemed that a fierce confrontation with a curse had occurred. In front of her stood a tall and strong man, Krum. Krum, you. Before Zaya could finish speaking, he saw Krum's eyes looking up at Zaya. Originally, his eyes should be grey, but now they are really pale, which is a sign of the Imperious curse. Is he being controlled? Krum seemed to have just finished dealing with Furong, and when he saw Cha, he immediately acted. He waved their wand quickly in his hand, and 2 powerful black magics were thrown directly at Cha. It's a pity that his spell didn't break Cha's seamless heavenly clothes spell at all, and the spell returned to calm after a slight triple. But Krum didn't give up. He hadn't used the martial arts magic that Durmstrang was best at. The magic power condensed into a long sword under his control. As soon as he grasped the long sword, he thought about Ryan's stabbing. He wanted to use the seamless heavenly clothes spell to have a relatively low defense against physical attacks. Sorry, Krum, I can't break the curse on you like this. Ryan was a little helpless, and his empty left hand was covered with fine dragon scales, and he firmly grasped the long sword that was transformed by magic. Some of the Alimag-sized dragon claws possessed almost all the powers of the dragon race, and because they were all 5 fingers, there was no discomfort in using them. The subtle chanting sound was accompanied by the sound of Krum's magic sword being directly crushed by Cha. The controlled Krum obviously couldn't understand how the martial arts magic that he was best at was directly smashed by someone. It's a pity that Cha also knows a lot about martial arts magic, which Krum taught him personally. So Cha knows the advantages and disadvantages of martial arts magic very well. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and the phantom avatar transformed from the spirit. The truth appeared again, when it fell behind Krum. The phantom, Ryan said softly, passed out. Who would have thought that such an almost phantom stand-in could also read magic? So he was defenseless. What did the prepared Krum bomb do to resist? Besides, he was still entangled with Ryan, so how could he control his back? Therefore, being attacked from behind, Krum was only stunned for a moment, and then his body collapsed, hitting the ground heavily. Okay, now, you both lie down. Cha shook his head. Krum's spell can be lifted by himself, but this evidence should be left to those who come to rescue. As for Furong, who was also unconscious, her forehead must have hit somewhere unintentionally. It's a pity that she is not allowed to bring anything other than a wand into the maze this time, otherwise she will be done by pouring a little potion on her, gently preventing the fence from trying to drag Krum and Fleur's unconscious bodies into the tree. Cha raised his arm and pointed his rosewood wand at the sky. 2 red fireworks spewed out, making a loud sound, and flew to a high place and slowly exploded. Such an obvious sign was so conspicuous in the dark night that the patrolling wizards nearby quickly began to come after seeing it. Barty Jr. played the role of fake Moody standing on the edge of the labyrinth with a cane. He looked at the 2 fireworks with excitement in his eyes. Everyone who is in the way has gone out, and now is the beginning of the good show. Chapter 81. Be careful. Yes, is it you? Furong rubbed her head. She opened her heavy eyelids and looked at the handsome and elegant boy in front of her. Fortunately, Fleur wasn't seriously traumatized. In fact, she just lost the opportunity in the battle with Krum, so that her feet were blocked and she lost her balance. In the end, Krum's magic hit her, and her forehead collided with the ground, which resulted in a brief syncope. Perhaps the wizards of this era were not strong enough, but they were not like some of the ancient wizards who were too indulged in magic and weakened their constitutions, so they woke up quickly. Fleur tried her best to support herself half-sitting, and Char squatted down to support her shoulders. "Are you feeling better?" "I don't have any potion on me now, so I can only give you some simple treatment," and Char's wand gently facing Fleur's forehead, flowing slowly from the tip of the staff, was a medical incantation for healing wounds. Healing spells aren't really complicated, but they are demanding in terms of the quality of the magic and the details of the magic's control. The scar on Fleur's forehead quickly recovered under the control of Char's magic power, leaving no scars, but Fleur's face was still pale. At this time, he encountered the sneak attack of the controlled Krum. Although there was no danger to his life, he was exhausted. Even if she is healed, now that Ryanya doesn't carry a potion that can replenish her magic power, it can't help her, and it is impossible for Fleur to continue fighting. Fleur's complexion was a little better. Her tone was not as indifferent as Victor before. He seemed a little strange. Fleur didn't think there was anything wrong with the fights and duels between the warriors. This was the cruelty of the game. No matter how good the relationship is, if you want to win, you will inevitably struggle. Krum is obviously too ruthless, and his strange appearance is very different from his usual style. Rao is Fleur and he can see that something is wrong with him. He must have been under the Imperious curse. Ryan pulled her hand away from Fleur's shoulder. "It's normal to act weird." "The Imperious curse?" Fleur's face was not very good. Obviously the infamous unforgivable curse made her feel a little uneasy. "Yes, who is it?" "Should be hiding in this labyrinth. Some unknown black hand," Ryan said softly, and he knew very well that the person who did this must be Voldemort's subordinate, and the most likely one was Barty Jr., because Fake Moody is the patroller of Yulin Labyrinth, and he also placed the Triwizard Cup in a corner of the labyrinth. The reason he did this was to clear the obstacles that blocked Harry and ensure that he could reach the top 3 smoothly. So he also left some suggestive spells at each intersection. This spell will only work on Harry, and it will subtly lead Harry to the right path. In addition, these spells will weaken all the warriors except Harry to varying degrees. It can be seen that Barty Jr. is really carefully planned for this matter. Of course, he never thought that Krum could kill Char. Do you want to continue?" Ryanya looked at Fleur. "You are in a very bad state now. Although the trauma has been cured by me, it is very easy for you to continue in this state, and this maze is not safe." Fleur bit her lip lightly, and seemed very unwilling, "But I can still persevere." Ryan shook her head, and lightly tapped her finger on Fleur's forehead. A slight magic power fell on Fleur's body, and she felt dizzy again. She didn't wake up until half a minute later. Fleur was a little embarrassed. "What are you doing?" "I just used this little magic power. You can't hold on anymore, and now you can't even take a spell from Harry," Ryan said with a chuckle. "I don't want to see Gabriel's crying face after going out. I think it's necessary for me to stop her stubborn sister here." Fleur's face changed for a while, and she realized that the two were very close. Although the suppression of the blood of the same clan on Ryan's body has disappeared, the still good smell makes her face a little red in the dark, but Ryan did not pay attention to it. "I see." Fleur took a few deep breaths, and her tone returned to calm. "I still have to thank you for saving me. Now, it's time for you to continue your game." Ryan frowned slightly. "Then, what about you?" Fleur blinked her eyes playfully. "Of course I'm waiting here silently for help. You didn't send me a distress signal, right?" Ryan nodded. "Of course it's posted. Forget it. I'll wait until the rescue personnel come, and I don't care about the delay." Saying that, Ryan sat silently beside Fleur and began to close her eyes and rest her mind. Hibiscus. However, the rescue team did not make Zaya and Fleur wait for a long time. About a few minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps came, and Mag arrived here with several wizards. Mag's face was very bad, and Mr. Lacour, "Mr. Victor, are you all right?" .0 Char opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "Professor McGonagall, I have nothing to do, but I'm afraid Delacour and Victor are not very good. They need to be taken care of by you." Professor McGonagall was puzzled. "Since you're fine, why are you staying here?" Chaya grinned. "Of course it's to give care and love to our distant friends." Fleur didn't bother to care about Cha. She said to Mag, "Sorry Professor, Victor and I am afraid we can't continue the game, and I hope you take us out." Professor McGonagall sighed, then nodded. "Okay, I see, it's really a pity, Miss Delacour." "It's nothing." Fleur seemed to be in a good mood. "After all, I am very lucky to be able to reach the last round." Soon, Mag took the wizard who came to the rescue to move, and they quickly carried Krum who was in a coma on his back. Of course, Ryan did not forget to instruct them, and when they went out, they would prepare Krum to release the seizure. Preparation for the soul curse. "Then he'll go first." Chaya waved at the light of the ball of light and continued to walk forward. Fleur hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Be careful." Ryan's footsteps stagnated, and then resumed her normal rhythm. "Okay, I know." Soon, Cha disappeared from everyone's sight, and Mag also left the maze with Fleur and Krum. 3 Chapter 82 Before the Trophy Part 1. I have been caught very strictly recently, and I don't think I will be able to drive for a long time. I still want to finish this book. If there is less stimulation, please bear with me. When Professor McGonagall came out with Krum and Fleur, Dumbledore could only announce to everyone with regret that Fleur and Krum had retired. Both Buttons and Durmstrang's students looked very sad. After all, they have lost the qualification to compete for glory. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff have different expressions. But all in all, they are not very good. But the Hogwarts students looked relieved, because no matter who found the Goblet of Fire in the end, one thing was certain. That is, the champion will only appear among the students of Hogwarts. It didn't take long, however, when Cha was tearing apart a fence again, and he met Harry, who seemed to have no problems except a little bewilderment. "Shia?" Harry was a little surprised. "Are you all right?" Cha looked at Harry in surprise. "I'm fine. You seem to be going very well along the way." "I'm also weird." Harry scratched his head. "Didn't you say that the maze is very dangerous? But I've been around for a long time, and I haven't encountered any danger except a little dizzy. In cheating, only under the action of their own. There are more dangers here than you might think." While the two walked forward, Cheria whispered something about Krum and Fleur on the other, which made Harry even more confused. "Don't be confused, maybe the goddess of luck is looking after you." Ryan patted Harry on the shoulder. "The two of us are left. Do you want to consider getting rid of me here?" Harry frowned. "Can you please stop joking?" Although Harry's desire for the championship is also very enthusiastic, but he has not lost his mind. He was no match for Krum or Fleur, let alone Cha. Ryan smiled indifferently, but a head-to-head confrontation is actually very stupid. Whoever gets the trophy first is the champion, and then you have to cheer up. Why does Ryan say this? Because appearing in front of the two there is a fork. Whether it is on the left or right, they all extend forward, so there is no point in continuing to break through the wall. Let's say goodbye. Ryan Dow, I think we should meet at the end. 23,333. After saying that, Ryan waved his hand and walked towards an entrance. The fog here was thicker and he couldn't see anything clearly for a while. Haya looked at Ryan's retreating back and murmured softly, "Although I think you are comforting me, I really hope we can meet at the finish line." "No, what am I thinking?" Harry shook his head, smiled a little self-deprecatingly, and walked quickly towards the other entrance. The road in front of Cha is very strange, and there will always be dead ends one after another, which has to make Cha break the fence frequently. But the growing darkness convinced him that he was approaching the center of the maze. Then, as he was walking down a long, straight path, he noticed movement again, and the light of his wand shone on a very strange monster, a rather rare creature. It is the Sphinx, also known as the Sphinx. Its body is like a terrifyingly large lion, with huge claws, a long yellow tail, a tuft of hair on the tip of the tail, and a woman's head at the same time. When Ryan approached, She turned her long arm and eyes to him. Instead of squatting down to pounce on him, she just walked around to block his way. Then she spoke, her voice low and hoarse. "Young man, you are very close to your goal. The quickest way is to get past me. It looks like I'm on the right track." Ryan looked at this magical creature with great interest. "There are many legends about it, but I don't think you can let me pass directly." The Sphinx nodded. "Unless you can answer my riddle, then I'll let you go. If you answer wrong, I'll rush to attack you, and if you don't answer, I'll drive you away. But it won't hurt you." "It's interesting." Char then looked at the Sphinx, "But I can also add an option for you. I won't answer your question, and I'll just knock you out." The Sphinx was silent for a long time. "You are very proud." "Pride is not a good thing. I just don't want to waste too much time, and I should say it's a confidence." Saying that, with a light wave of Char's wand, the surrounding fences began to change, and chains of metal-colored chains appeared, binding the Sphinx firmly. The Sphinx looked calm, struggling hard. "It is very strong, and the chain deformed by Char can easily be broken by it, but it did not escape, because the chain will be repaired immediately after it is broken, so the Sphinx can only continue to break free. Repair, break open, it's a seemingly endless cycle." After working hard for a long time, the Sphinx finally lost its strength, and it lay helplessly on the ground. "Powerful young wizard, I can't stop you, you can pass." Char passed through a position that the Sphinx had given up, until he disappeared from the sight of the Sphinx, and the transformation curse trapped on the Sphinx was slowly lifted. "What a horrible guy." The Sphinx looked terrified. Why is he so powerful at his age? The dense fog was about to mix with the darkness at this time, and Char had to increase the brightness of the light ball. The pluses turned up so that he can see the road in front of him clearly. Finally, using a guiding spell to determine the direction, Ryan chose the right side from another fork, and walked quickly. And before he went far, he saw a beautiful blue. The exquisite and luxurious Triwizard Cup is shining with seductive light on the base 100 meters away, and the blue light reflects the whole passage like a dream. "Ryan, I'm here." At this time, Harry's voice came from behind Ryan. He seemed to be in some trouble on the way, so his breathing was a little short. "Hey, I know you can." Char squinted, and Harry looked at the Triwizard Cup happily. "It's so pretty." Ryan nodded. "Yes, but such a beautiful trophy may also be accompanied by various dangers." After speaking, a shadow appeared. It was a huge spider, almost 10 meters high. "No wonder this passage is so spacious. It was originally reserved for this guy to act." Harry yelled, "Watch out. This is an 8-eyed giant spider. It should be the descendant of Aragog." Originally, they would not attack Char. After all, their common father, Aragog, had ordered it. But its 8 eyes glowed a strange red light in the dark, looking quite crazy. Ryan turned his head and saw it, but he didn't panic. Just cast a petrification spell at him, and suddenly the huge body of the 8-eyed giant spider froze in place and fell straight down. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but it was only the beginning. Chapter 83. Before the trophy part 2, the originally wide passage began to split, and the ground beneath Char and Harry's feet was suddenly cut off, and they were on 2 completely different roads. These 2 roads are very far apart, about a dozen meters, and there are dense fences in the middle. "Ryan, are you all right?" Harry shouted vigorously as he gave himself a loudspeaker. He looked at the road in front of him, for fear of any further changes. Fortunately, there was no problem this time, but Ryan's side was completely different. This 8-eyed giant spider is just the beginning. After Ryan knocked down the first giant spider, the wall next to it began to move restlessly. Those 8-eyed giant spiders of various sizes hidden on the top of the fence all woke up. Ryan simply answered Harry, and then turned his attention to these guys. Their only target is Ryan, so no one issued an order. They have already attacked in unison, and their eyes are the same as the first one. They are crazy or even sickly red. "Do you come here in groups?" "I don't know who prepared so many 8-eyed giant spiders here." Ryan was not flustered, and when he waved his wand, A circle of fire with a width of nearly half a meter appeared around him with a diameter of about 2 meters. What constitutes this circle of fire is not ordinary flame, but the most elementary, golden fire of heaven. The surroundings were protected by this golden fire of the sky, and the protective cover of the flame was enough to burn everyone close to Ryan. But the group of 8-eyed giant spiders were not at all afraid. They rushed towards Ryan with all their might. Even if their body was instantly scorched by the flames, they were still madly hitting the flamed shield. It's really too much. Char's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he waved his wand again, while shouting loudly, "Harry, cast iron armor on yourself." He was still a little worried at the sight, and Harry, who was looking at the sky, was shocked, but he still reacted immediately and cast a very skilled iron armor spell on himself. With the movement of Char's wand, the ring of fire shrank a little inward, and then exploded in all directions. The fiery temperature accompanied by a golden storm swept across an area of more than 10 meters centered on Char. Whether it's a giant spider or a fence, even Harry, who is more than 10 meters away, is affected by this spell. Fortunately, Ryan let him arrange the iron armor spell in advance, otherwise this sudden attack is very likely to make Harry enough. Cough cough. Harry was a little embarrassed to stop his steps. The fence wall stained with ashes by the firestorm floated in the air in the form of powder, making his respiratory tract itchy. Then, Harry looked at his left side in horror. The originally dense fence wall was directly blasted open by more than 10 meters. From a long distance, you could see that Ryan's clothes were moving without wind, and scattered sparks lingered around him. Ryan saw Harry from a distance, and he laughed loudly with a loudspeaker spell. "What were you doing just now? Hurry up and the trophy is already yours." Harry's face struggled for a while, then shook his head. "I can't take advantage of others, and in terms of strength, you are the one who truly deserves this Champions Cup." Ryan shook his head and was about to move forward, but the Triwizard Tournament Cup 100 meters away suddenly changed. The azure blue light suddenly swayed, and then it got closer and closer to Harry, and it flew towards Harry at a high speed. Although Ryan couldn't see the specific situation, he knew what this fast-moving blue light group was. It's up to him to get rid of Voldemort, although it's with the help of Harry's power. But if Harry was only allowed to go there alone, then Harry, who faced Voldemort alone, had only one outcome of death. You don't need to look at this trophy that comes automatically. Someone must have done something else. Before he could say a word, Ryan started Alemagus himself under the 5-clawed golden dragon. The speed was extremely fast, and the slender body exploded with amazing speed in the sudden contraction, and an afterimage passed over the burned fence. Harry didn't realize what had happened at all. The blue and golden light groups were moving towards him quickly, but the blue light seemed to be faster. The Triwizard Cup was about to rush into Harry's arms, and Char was at least 1 meter away from the Triwizard Cup. Ryan's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly released the sand from the Ganges River, covering an area of nearly 3 meters in diameter, and firmly covered Harry and the Triwizard Cup. "Since it's too late, we have to prepare." In order to slow down the time less than a second, Char's forehead is full of blue veins in the crazy output of magic power. He suddenly took a human form, and then took off a bracelet from his left wrist, which had a dark purple gem on it. Then he aimed the bracelet at Harry and threw it quickly into his pocket. Everything happened between lightning and flint. Just as Char's feet landed on solid ground again, Harry had already disappeared in place. As the door key, the Triwizard Cup took him away, and Ryan didn't even have the chance to touch it. "I hope you hold on for a while, Harry." Ryan didn't care about the empty situation in front of him. He closed his eyes and quickly searched. At this time, two people's mood swings were quite violent. One was Snape, who felt Harry missing almost immediately. He couldn't sense any trace of Harry's presence in the labyrinth, as if he had vanished out of thin air, and there wasn't much magic that could do that. Therefore, his complexion was quite ugly, and his face was ashen. Thinking of the black magic mark on his wrist has been hurting continuously these days. He seems to have felt something. And the other one is Barty Jr. He was almost overjoyed. If anyone sees him at this time, it will be very strange, why he is not at the post he should be patrolling, but sneakily hiding in the dark forest labyrinth. Little Barty stared at Zaya's dazed figure and looked very excited, and said in his mouth, "No matter how good you are, we still managed to send Potter away, and the master will come back soon, and everything will be ruled by fear again." The other arm he was leaning on crutches couldn't stop shaking. Obviously he couldn't control his emotions. What is Ryan doing now? He was not in a daze for no reason. The bracelet he just threw into Char's pocket was the key to unlocking the current situation. It was similar in structure to Punlo and Hermione's wrists, but it was lighter. It was a positioning bracelet specially made by Char in order to prevent some special situations, and the gem on it was also a door key. Chapter 84 Cemetery. Opposite to the positioning gem in Harry's pocket is another gem that Char carries with him. It was also the door key that Char used to get to Hermione and Punlo, and it was the opposite of all the door keys made by Char. So it stands to reason that Ryan can quickly get to Harry with the help of space magic. It's a pity it's in trouble now. This secluded forest labyrinth actually has a space shield, which can prohibit all apparitions and greatly weaken the perception of space. Here comes the trouble. Hogwarts itself already has this characteristic, and now the forest labyrinth is given to Ryan again. Under the double effect, even the door key can't find the predetermined position, because the interference of space is too serious. So Ryan had to pick up the door key and locate it by himself. Otherwise the result of the random teleportation is likely to be swallowed by the chaos of time and space. This wasted a considerable amount of Char's time, because the interference of this labyrinth was too great. Even after several minutes passed, Zaya couldn't find it accurately. Therefore, Ryan was a little impatient. Truth. In addition to his phantom avatar, Chaya called softly. The pale golden phantom of Zaya stood on the spot in the dark. Two pairs of golden eyes looked at each other, and then the phantom nodded. Because he is the embodiment of Char's spiritual power, he has a very good ability to act independently. And Ryan himself turned into a golden dragon, and a phantom and a dragon appeared in the center of the labyrinth. Fortunately, the little Barty is no longer here, and he has to continue to complete his disguise back to his post. Harry has been taken away by the door key anyway. Ancient dragon magic. The magic power flowing around the phantom. Two golden rays of light flashed at the same time, and finally turned into the same spell. The stars are moving. This is a very destructive existence to terrain buildings, and because it is the same magic power, the same speed but a slightly different way, the two magic spells have a magic spell resonance, and the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The waiting students only heard a loud noise, and they were a little strange. Because they couldn't really see the center of the maze, they didn't know what was going on. But the wizards patrolling the top of the labyrinth on broomsticks were terrified. Gathering the efforts of many people, covering all kinds of magic, and the huge maze formed by tall and sturdy fences, a huge pit appeared in the center. Everything in the pit seemed to be swept by a storm. The land and walls of the labyrinth are made by magicians, so it is difficult to destroy. But what the patrolling wizard saw was that the layout of this secluded forest labyrinth was completely destroyed, and even the protective spell applied in the sky was shattered, revealing the dim normal ground. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. The phantom double and Alimagus are removed at the same time. Looking at the dissipating dense fog and the clear starry sky, he could feel that the superimposed spatial shielding had disappeared. He had seen the wizards coming down, but he didn't have time to explain or delay holding the door key. He quickly established a connection with Harry's piece. His figure distorted rapidly, and Ryan disappeared from the secluded forest, followed by the ultra-long-distance space teleportation that swirled around. I don't know how long it took to fly, but I can imagine that this place is definitely far away from the boundaries of Hogwarts. Until Ryan felt his feet hit the ground, he steadied his footsteps. His whole body tense. Close, the seamless heavenly cloth mantra has been put on itself. At this time, Char was standing on a dark overgrown cemetery, and he could see the black outline of a small church behind the tall yew tree on the right. On the left is a hill. Through the twilight, you can see an exquisite old house on the hillside. Ryan didn't hesitate, he moved forward quickly. Not far away was a messy and desolate cemetery. There was a cold stone statue on the edge of the cemetery. I don't know if it was a human or a demon. The statue was holding a boy firmly in his grip, unable to move at all in the statue's transfiguration manipulated arm. It was Harry, and his expression was so painful that he seemed to be suffering enormously, because the pain from the scar on his forehead is about to make him faint. The pain is making his brain so hot and confusing, and his arm was cut with a huge opening, a full 10 centimeters, and blood flowed all over the arm. There was a huge pot beside Harry, in which unknown liquid was tumbling, and the color became more and more intense, and there was a fat and short man shrinking on the ground. His left hand and right foot were mutilated. The originally intact left leg was not visible from the knee down, and the blood stained the ground, but he used a potion and a spell to stop the bleeding. Looking at the familiar voice in front of him and his appearance, Ryan immediately recognized who he was. Peter Pettigrew, the guy who escaped from Hogwarts a year ago by sacrificing his body to release the escape spell. Already started, Ryan's face sank. He didn't care about Pettigrew. If he guessed correctly, Voldemort has already entered the cauldron, and now is the time when he is most vulnerable, because this is the time for his soul and body to reshape and combine. So he's going to do it now. He heard a loud, cold but vague voice in front of him. It came from the water. Quick, stop him. As the voice fell, a shrill shout pierced the night sky, and Peter Pettigrew struggled. With his only functioning right hand in his limbs, he struggled to cast the spell. Even though he was only lying killing curse, an intense green light illuminated the entire cemetery, and this death curse infused all Pettigrew's strength. Under the desperate situation, the attack from Pettigrew should not be underestimated, and Ryan didn't want to directly use the seamless celestial charm to the next, which had a certain risk. The pupils become vertical pupils, directly part of Alemagus, and the blessing of magic by the dragon bloodline structure is directly used. His wand was aimed at the death curse he cast, thunder. The golden lightning-like spell was cast from Char's rosewood wand, and it collided with Peter Pettigrew's death spell, and quickly gained the upper hand. Pettigrew looked at the golden curse in front of him tremblingly. It seemed to have swallowed up its own death curse without much effort, and the majestic lightning of the bearer fell directly on Pettigrew. The thunderbolt mantra dissipated directly, and hundreds of violent thunder and lightning snake bites bit Pettigrew, tearing all his muscles and making his skin slightly scorched. Chapter 85 The Dark Lord returns. Ryan didn't keep his hand. Although he didn't directly rebound the death curse, it would make him more painful than death. The powerful spell was enough to completely destroy every part of Pettigrew's body. Unless it is cured at a high cost, otherwise his body has lost its mechanism forever, and it is not surprising to say that he is a vegetative person. Before Ryan's arm was put down, another shadow suddenly appeared. It was Nagini, Voldemort's serpent. Its speed is matched with its faint green snake scales, and it is almost imperceptible in the dark. Don't forget that this snake is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, so it is quite intelligent, and it has been waiting for a long time for this blow. Its body is nearly 4 meters long, and the power it bursts out with its sharp fangs is extremely dangerous. At this time, it was the time when Char's spell was just released and his strength was temporarily exhausted. It's like the mage always has a short vacuum period when releasing skills, or the skills are shaken or have their own cooldown. Anyway, Nagini got stuck on this key node and delivered a fatal blow to Char. It was going to bite off Char's neck, and it would also delay Voldemort in the pot. It has to be said that Nagini, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, is extremely intelligent, and his timing is quite good, but he has forgotten the seamless tunic that Ryan had laid out early. There is one that is most suitable for dealing with the status quo. the spell Ganges River Sand. This can only affect the whole body, and it will slow down the flow of time around Ryan, which seems to be embarrassing. It has played an effect again and again, and because after it was reorganized into a seamless celestial mantra, its effect became more obvious, and Char had prepared a lot of magic in advance to make the field range this time larger than before. So Nagini just entered Char's surroundings. When it was 1 meter away, its movements had slowed down. It was originally a black lightning bolt, but now it looks like a fluttering feather. Although the mana was consumed extremely fast, it also gave Char enough time to react. When dealing with such snake creatures, don't even think about attacking scale armor with magic spells. Their resistance to magic spells is too high, and they may even bounce back to Char. Therefore, Ryan leaned slightly to one side, and used Alimagus in his empty left hand. The delicate but chilling dragon claws were wrapped in the golden fire of the sky, which looked quite cool. Char's left hand didn't have the slightest reason, and he grabbed Nagini's spine violently. Even if it is a Horcrux, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot change one thing. The current Nagini is a snake after all. If the spinal nerve of the snake is cut off, it will lose the ability to move. When Char's left hand touched Nagini's smooth snake scales, everything changed. Because Nagini's snake scales are so slippery, and it's such a strong, powerful muscle that struggles to wiggle. In addition, Ryan's dragon claws were not very sharp, so he couldn't find the power point. He could only burn Nagini with the fire of the sky on the dragon claws, and pushed Nagini violently. Come on. Leaving the deceleration field of the Ganges River Sand, Nagini kept writhing on the ground in pain, but the fire of the sky only burned the snake scale part, and did not cause substantial damage. Just as Nagini was about to move on, a cold voice came faintly, "Go back, Nagini." The spark on the crucible went out. A white vapor rose from the cauldron, covering Nagini and Pettigrew, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Not in time. Char squeezed his wand forcefully, but Nagini and Pettigrew still wasted some of his time. Previously, in order to reposition the time and space, Char spent a lot of magic power using the double star sinking earth moving spell, and the large-scale seamless sky clothing spell behind it also consumed a lot. If it weren't for the power of the Dharma god's body being more powerful than I imagined, and the magic power recovery it provided was better than the blood of the dream demon, at this time, Zaya had to take time to slow himself down. It's a pity that Zaya didn't have time to stop Voldemort after all. His resurrection was complete, and he had passed the most vulnerable stage of his own rebirth. The white fog in front of him gradually thinned out, and Harry's painful moan gradually subsided. Through the white fog in front of him, Zayadi saw the black figure of a man slowly rising from the crucible, tall and thin, like a skeleton. Then the black cauldron began to blur, slowly wrapping the man's body, and then began to solidify, turning into a large black robe. "I'm back." The tall and thin man's cold and sharp voice sounded, and the heavy and depressing magic power blew away the surrounding fog. Wormtail sobbed and groaned, but his whole body had been shattered by Char's thunder spell, and Nagini returned to the man and rubbed his bare feet affectionately. Harry opened Meng's eyes, and he felt better now. The long blonde hair and the handsome figure made him immediately realize that the person standing in front of him was Char. The other is unfamiliar yet familiar. That is the face that has often appeared in his nightmares for the past 4 years. It was paler than a skeleton, and its eyes were large and narrow, with a strange red nose that was flat like that of a snake, and its nostrils were 2 slits. "Voldemort, resurrected." "Wormtail, you did a great job." Voldemort walked slowly on the grass, seeming to enjoy the cold feeling of his feet on the green grass. He kicked Wormtail's charred body mockingly. "But you don't look very good." Pettigrew's voice was trembling, and he looked scared and excited. Lord, save me." Seeing Pettigrew's humble appearance, Voldemort was very satisfied. "Don't worry, during this time you pretty loyal, I won't let this kid ruin you." With that, Voldemort crouched down and drew Pettigrew's wand, which was his own. Then Voldemort gave Pettigrew a slight wave. Countless silver threads emerged from Voldemort's wand, and they desperately drilled towards Pettigrew's body. Pettigrew seemed to be enjoying it. Suddenly, he shouted and sat up from the ground. The physical function that was destroyed by Zaya actually came back. Ryan looked strange. He knew very well how Voldemort did it. This is a puppet-like operation, where magic power is woven into manipulative magic threads and implanted in Pettigrew's body, and this magic line can be directly manipulated with will. In this way, Pettigrew, with the help of Voldemort, directly jumped over the necrotic nerves in his body. He could use the magic line to forcibly move, even if his body was broken or injured. He came and continued to persevere. Of course the price is this freedom, this return of bodily functions that Voldemort gave. And Voldemort could take all of Pettigrew at any time. Chapter 86, Reunion. After a long time. Part 1. Pettigrew was so excited that he looked over and over again. Originally hit by the thunder of Zaya, he almost felt hopeless. He could not move his whole body like that, so he might as well just die. Voldemort seemed very calm. He glanced at Ryanya, but didn't make a move. The two were not far apart, but they seemed to turn a blind eye. Of course, Voldemort's eyes were far from the handsome blonde boy in front of him. Harry, who was staring at him, was the object he had to deal with. Soon, Voldemort looked away from Char and Harry and began to examine his body. His hands were pale and slender, and his fingers stroked his chest, arms, and face, as if to confirm whether his body was safe or not. Those red eyes looked brighter in the dark, and Ren had two slits, like cat eyes. He raised his hands, moved his fingers, looked ecstatic and ignored Nagini on the ground. This feeling is really a long time to experience. Voldemort stroked his wand and seemed to be satisfied with the spell he just cast. He used his body to truly feel the world and use magic to his heart's content. After speaking, Voldemort suddenly raised his wand and pointed at Peter. Obviously his arm looked so weak, but he lifted Peter directly from the ground and threw it to the side of the tombstone. Peter fell beside the tombstone, and although he could move, he just lay there crying. Voldemort let out a grim, shrill smirk. The robe encasing Peter's left leg was soaked with blood, and red marks were oozing from the ground. "Oh no," Peter sobbed. "Can you give me a little more arms? You promised." Voldemort said lazily. "Sit up." "Oh, thank you, Master, thank you." Peter struggled to prop himself up, but Voldemort sneered and forcibly grabbed Peter's intact right hand, then picked up the sleeve of his arm and rolled it all the way to the elbow. For Voldemort's actions, Peter's originally pleasing smile froze there. He didn't dare to move at all, and let Voldemort make any moves. There is a tattoo on that skin, a snake spitting out of the skull's mouth. The same graphic that appeared in the Quidditch World Cup, and Voldemort's symbol, a dark mark. Voldemort studied it carefully, ignoring Peter's uncontrollable sobbing and repressed breathing. Then Voldemort pressed the tip of his wand against the dark mark, and his sinister magic flowed down the wand into the mark. The dark magic mark, which was originally dark in color, has changed. It has become rich and bright. The dark and shiny appearance is matched with the wriggling shape. The dark magic mark seems to have its own life. "Now, it's activated," Voldemort said softly. "They'll all notice it, now." "Well, see, well, no." He put his long, pale index finger on Peter's arm. Almost simultaneously, Harry and Peter let out another wail, which was Voldemort's call to his men, and Harry was stimulated by the strong black magic. Ryan looked very calm. He didn't even think about attacking Voldemort at this time. Even if there were more Death Eaters, he wouldn't care, because he is very aware of Voldemort's psychology. He will not allow his prey to be interfered by others, so he does not have to worry about being besieged by others. Because this is Voldemort's dignity as the Dark Lord. He may be cruel, but he will not give up this pride and this pattern. Otherwise he will not be the Dark Lord, but an ordinary dark wizard. On the contrary, taking advantage of this time, Ryan, you might as well quickly replenish his state. This has to mention the advantages of the body of the god. The excellent affinity, so that Ryan can quickly recover with the help of the magic elements in the air. Although it shouldn't be a problem to run away by myself, I still want to do my best to fight back. Earth Demon fights once to see how far it is from the peak of this world's strength. And Voldemort did notice that Char's ears and eyes were slightly squinted, and there was a cruel smug look on his face. Then he straightened up, raised his head, and scanned the dark cemetery. How many people have the guts to come back after feeling it? He murmured, glowing red eyes staring at the stars in the sky. How many people would be stupid not to come? After Voldemort had done all this, he started pacing back and forth in front of Char and Harry, and while he sometimes turned his eyes to Harry, he mostly kept his eyes on Char. About a minute later, his snake face contorted into a cruel smile, and suddenly said to Harry, "Harry Potter, you are standing on my father's corpse." His voice was weird and low at the moment, like a snake's voice. "He's just a normal Merlin, stupid, like your mother, but they're all useful, aren't they? When you were young, your mother died to protect you, and I solved my father, you see. His skeleton helped me a lot." Harry struggled, and Peter used the ancient method to blend with each other with the help of the blood of the enemy, the flesh and blood of the servants, and his own soul, and finally let Voldemort recover from the state of wandering soul and move towards rebirth. The angry Harry looked like he was going to curse Voldemort, but he was so weak, the blood on his arms and the tired body made him barely able to exert himself. "What an energetic boy, but you'll be going downstairs to meet your parents soon." Voldemort looked at Harry's state in his eyes, he all said sarcastically, and then set his eyes on Zaya. He whispered softly, said, "Char Ambrosius." "You don't seem to panic at all." In the face of Voldemort's questioning, Zaya continued to blindfold. Of course, he was actually on full alert for a long time. The seamless heavenly cloth curse is fitting on Ryan's body in a dormant way. As long as it encounters a threat, it will burst out with unparalleled defensive power. Why should I panic? Ryan looked at Voldemort with a smile. "If I remember correctly, you have already been planted in my hands twice. Or do you want to fight now? Or do you want to solve your own family affairs first?" "Twice." Voldemort's teeth tickled violently. If Harry is the key to causing his weakness for more than 10 years, then Char is the guy who has deflated Voldemort the most in recent years, and the curse of the Ambrosius family is still in his body. Although the pain in the soul weakened a lot after turning around, it did not dissipate after all, causing Voldemort's body to tremble slightly from time to time. Why Chapter 87 Reunion After a Long Absence Part 2. Voldemort smiled. "Although your behavior makes me feel ashamed. With ordinary mole children, those mudbloods, not ruthless and resolute enough, and inexplicably upright, I don't think worthy of Slytherin," continued Voldemort. "But at least you still have the confidence and pride of a pure-blood family." "Excuse me, how am I related to you?" Ryan retorted mercilessly. "And what do you think Slytherin is? Self-righteous, insidious and cunning?" Voldemort's words touched Char's bottom line. What he disliked most was Voldemort's self-righteous attitude. Slytherins may be of noble birth, but this is not an excuse for them to do whatever they want. Go to the dark, shrewd and calm, elegant and calm, good at grasping the situation, understand their own pursuits and always have a bottom line of principles. This is what Slytherin really looks like. Ryan sneered. "But look at what you look like now. I remember correctly that you are a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Think about how elegant and great Salazar is. If he knew that his descendants made, what would you think of this virtuous person?" "Very good." Voldemort's tall and thin body shivered in anger. "The sharp-toothed kid Ambrosius, I'll make you pay for it." "Don't say it's useless." Cheerio interrupted Voldemort's words. "Do you want me to pay the price all the time? And don't forget that what you owe the Ambrosius family is the one that Voldemort has to pay back." Staring at Cheerio, and then he smiled cruelly. "Hate? Revenge?" "I like the mood you are in right now, this kind of thinking that spreads infinitely. will eventually lead you to the dark abyss. Nervousness. Ryan spat directly. Not that boring and cruel. I just want the culprit to be held accountable for what I did. If I want to go to the so-called dark abyss, I should get rid of everyone related to you. Look at you, who are lonely and have no subordinates. Wait here. Voldemort is a little silent. He will not forget his subordinates at the Quidditch World Cup. A long-running attack was prepared, but as a result, so many of his men were planted in front of this young 15-year-old. See that house on the hillside? Cha. My father lived there and my mother was a wizard who lived in this village and fell in love with him. But when she revealed who she was, he abandoned her because my father didn't like magic. Voldemort became a little strange, and he began to think about his own past. He left her and went back to his mole parents before I was born, and my mother died in childbirth. So I grew up in a mole orphanage, and then awakened to an extraordinary talent for magic, and I swore to find him. Then I got revenge on him, and the guy who gave me the same name as him, Tom Riddle, was really good at revenge. He continued to pace up and down, his red eyes glancing back and forth between the graves. Everyone has their own family and their own story, and who can tell what happened? And now my family is back. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of cloaked pawns. Between the tombs, behind the cedar trees, in every shadowy place, there were apparitions of wizards, all hooded and faces covered. They came one by one, walking slowly and cautiously, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Voldemort stood there in silence and waited, and a Death Eater fell to his knees, climbed up to Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his black robe. He whispered, "Lord, Lord." The same goes for the Death Eaters behind him, everyone on their knees and crawling to Voldemort's side. Kissed his robe, then stepped aside, stood up, and formed a silent circle. Voldemort didn't speak, but it was evident from his expression that he was both angry and enjoying himself. The surrounding Death Eaters surrounded Tom Riddle's tomb. Voldemort, Peter, Cha, and Harry, like a man-made stage. But there are still some gaps in the circle, as if waiting for others to join. Yet Voldemort seemed to no longer expect anyone to come. He looked around at the hooded faces. The skull masks seemed transparent to Voldemort's sharp eyes, and he could clearly see every face beneath them. Although there was no wind, there seemed to be a slight rustling sound passing through the circle, as if the circle had shivered. "Welcome, Death Eaters," Voldemort said calmly. 13 years. It's been 13 years since our last meeting, but you're still answering my call as you did yesterday, which means we're still united under the dark mark. Are you? He raised his hideous face, opened his two slit-like nostrils and sniffed. "I smell guilt." There was a stench of guilt in the air, he said. The circle of people shuddered again, as if everyone wanted to step back, but didn't dare to move. "Each of you is healthy and safe. The magic is as before. The action is still fast, and it came to me so fast. Logically I should be satisfied, but a question lingered in my mind, and I asked myself, why can't these wizards come to help their masters, who they have sworn to allegiance forever? Voldemort's words were cold and difficult. None of the Death Eaters dared to speak, no one dared to move, only Peter fell to the ground, his trembling body still sobbing. Cha looked at Voldemort strangely. This is a very strange mental activity. Voldemort regarded this group of Death Eaters as writers, but in fact he ruled with the help of his own coercion and terror, and they came only because they were afraid of Voldemort. Afraid of old demon pursues their oath and punishes their inaction. So Voldemort is lonely, but he longs for family, but he has no family, and some are just afraid of his vassals. He is such a contradictory combination. Perhaps this is also the price of his going into darkness. "Let me answer myself," Voldemort said softly. "They must have believed I was dead, thought I was done, and slipped back into the midst of my enemies, saying they were innocent, unknowingly, under the imperious curse." I asked myself again, but why do they believe I won't make a comeback? Don't they know that I took measures to prevent death a long time ago, and they should also know my strength, My potential. Ryan knew what Voldemort was talking about. It was true that the Horcrux was expensive, but as Voldemort said, as long as he had the opportunity and was prepared, he could be resurrected again with the help of the Horcrux. Chapter 88. Only fight one. Voldemort's eyes turn cold. Maybe they think that there is a stronger force in this world that can defeat Voldemort, or maybe they have changed their allegiance. For example, Albus Dumbledore. In other words, you have become a pure blood that is incompatible with us, just like the Ambrosius in front of you. Hearing Dumbledore's name and looking at the handsome young man with blonde hair in front of him, the members of the circle became agitated, and some people muttered and shook their heads. Some people were full of fear. Many of these people had escaped from the Quidditch World Cup. They knew very well the terrifying strength of this young man in front of him. That was the existence of one person who fought against dozens of Death Eaters. But he stood in front of Voldemort so indifferently. What happened to him now? Voldemort was even more dissatisfied. At this point, no one had come out to show his allegiance, and his walking movements were getting bigger and bigger. I'm very disappointed right now. One of the circles suddenly fell to the ground, prostrate at Voldemort's feet, shaking from head to toe. Oh no! He screamed, "Master, forgive me, forgive us." Voldemort sneered and raised his wand, gouging out the bone. The Death Eater who fell to the ground wriggled and screamed in pain. Ryan could see the slightly distorted expression on Voldemort's face, which was vaguely a cheerful expression. It seemed that in the past 14 years, no one had given him enough help, which made him very unhappy. After a long time, Voldemort raised his wand. Tormented by the crucifixion, the Death Eater lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Voldemort had given up after all, otherwise he could have tortured the Death Eaters in front of him to madness just like Bellacritus did with the Longbottoms. "Get up, Avery," Voldemort said softly. "Stand up. You beg me to forgive?" "No, I will not forgive, nor will I forget. I will not forgive you until you have paid off your 13-year debt." "Sure, Wormtail has paid off some debt, hasn't it?" He looked down at Peter. "Although you came back not for loyalty, but for fear of Wormtail," moaned. "No, please, Master. But you still have some use during this time, so I will not treat anyone who helps me." Voldemort once again raised his wand and danced in the air. The tip of the wand brought out a slender silver-white light. At first it had no shape, and then it twisted and wrapped around Pettigrew's severed hand and leg. Pettigrew stopped sobbing, his breath heavy and harsh, his face full of disbelief. The white light training perfectly complemented his incomplete limbs, without the slightest discomfort, except for his appearance as crystal clear as water, as bright as the bright moon. "Master, thank you, thank you." He crawled over on his knees and kissed Voldemort's robes. Voldemort said, "I hope your allegiance will not waver, Wormtail." Peter Pettigrew stood up, and he joined the circle, with tears still on his face, gazing at his new body again and again. Harry, who was staring at Peter, was furious. "Peter Pettigrew, you scumbag, why are you helping this wicked fellow Voldemort?" Voldemort. There's something magical about the name. The Death Eaters had not heard anyone dare to speak out so loudly for many years. He was the fear in the hearts of the Death Eaters. "Potter, do you despise your long life?" Voldemort glanced coldly at Harry, who was not far away, and then he waved his wand. A pale green. The magical impact of the color hit Harry directly. This is to teach him some lessons. Although Harry couldn't move, there was no fear in his eyes, and he stared at the incoming shock very bravely. The green light was getting bigger and bigger in his lenses. It's a pity that the magic power didn't fall on Harry, because Char had fully adjusted himself, and he was fed up with Voldemort handling his own housework. So Ryan just stretched out his wand a little into the void, and the spell that Voldemort did not pour much magic power into was directly dispelled by Ryan, and there was a muffled sound in the sky. "Sorry, Voldemort," Ryan said calmly, "I don't think I have the patience to continue watching you deal with housework, and I didn't come here to watch you perform a performance." Bold. One of the Death Eaters looked furious. He immediately stood up, as if to curry favor with Voldemort's dignity. "How dare you shout your master's name, and you are so rude." Cheerio looked at this emerging Death Eater repeatedly. "Mr. August Rookwood." The Death Eater trembled slightly. You, Ryan said softly, "have you forgotten? I have met you once at the Ministry of Magic. Your voice and body shape are very distinctive. Who would have thought that the staff of the Department of Mysteries actually placed Voldemort's eyeliner in the Ministry of Magic? August was very terrified. He dared not imagine what would happen to him if his identity was exposed, but he still insisted on right meditation. "What about me, anyway? The Master will not let you go today." And before he finished speaking, Voldemort had cast a spell, and August curled up on the ground in pain. "When is it your turn to chime in?" Voldemort looked gloomy. "If there is another time, you know the consequences." "I'm sorry, Master." August's voice was getting lower and lower, and the Death Eaters around him didn't dare to step forward to help him. "Ryan Ambrosius, you have inherited all the magical talents of your family. You are young and powerful. If I hadn't been cornered, I would definitely take your young body as my own." Voldemort looked at Ryan with a bit of greed, but he was more afraid. What is 14-year-old Voldemort doing? Still entangled in his studies at Hogwarts, he has to sneakily use various opportunities to learn black magic. But Ryan in front of him has already completed all the courses, and has used the most orthodox and bright magic to possess strength far beyond his age. In the face of Voldemort's unconcealed eyes, Ryan felt a little disdain in his heart. He dared to guarantee that if Voldemort dared to occupy his body, the throne of the Law God would guarantee that Voldemort would die directly. "I'm actually curious how you survived." Ryan stared at Voldemort. "You who failed to capture the Philosopher's Stone, the soul whose diary was destroyed by me, and the silent year last year. I thought you were so weak that you were about to fall." It's a long story. Chapter 89. It's only War 2. With Voldemort's wand in his hand, he was ready to attack Char at any time, and Char was the same. But at present, the two are chatting leisurely as if they are reminiscing about the old days, but the atmosphere is already tense. Voldemort said to himself, "People think that the source of all my failures lies in the boy who survived, Harry Potter, but in fact it is not. That beautiful Lily Potter really protected her child, and bounced my spell, but I shouldn't be so embarrassed. It's actually because of your parents and grandfather." Thea's silence in the field, something the Death Eaters don't know. Voldemort continued, "Your parents and grandfather, the three of them burned their lives and left an eternal curse on me, which kept me from you, Ambrosius, and left indelible scars on my soul. So soul has become extremely vulnerable from that moment on. And before I could find a solution to this group, I was hit by Lily Potter's backlash, and Lily Potter also put a protective spell on his child, so I couldn't touch him. Although I have prepared a lot of means to protect myself, I was still severely injured. I was almost fragile and was about to lose my soul, and I only had one ability left, which was possession." Voldemort recalled the events of more than 10 years. "I been through snakes, but they don't support my soul's mass and growing magic, so I just keep changing bodies until I meet a young wizard. As I think you already know, that man is Hogwarts' teacher, a somewhat introverted fellow who craves respect and adventure. A Quirrell. I easily confuse him with magical knowledge, and make him my allegiance, and I found the first opportunity to resurrect the Philosopher's Stone." Voldemort clenched his empty left hand tightly, but the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone was sabotaged, and by you, who was only 11 years old at the time, and Harry Potter. I was very angry, but there was nothing I could do, so I could only continue waiting. In the second year, Lucius foolishly threw my diary to the people at Hogwarts. Fortunately, I kept enough means to change the crisis situation. I could have been resurrected through the diary, but this you have been sabotaged by Ambrosius again and again. The body of a wizard next to Peter Pettigrew trembled involuntarily, and he was Lucius in Voldemort's mouth. The aura on Voldemort's body was getting more and more dangerous, and everyone felt that the atmosphere was extremely tense, and it only took one blow to break the deadlock. I think the next story is that you met Peter Pettigrew, and maybe you guys had a hard time, but you made it, and you made it to Hogwarts. Ryan said calmly, if you guessed correctly, there are actually a lot of your undercover agents in this Triwizard Cup, right? It seems that you have been planning for this day for a long time. Ah, yes, very keen observation. Voldemort said, I have to praise Wormtail. If he hadn't subdued Bertha Jorkins, a witch from the Ministry of Magic, I really can't think of such a good lord. Saying that, Voldemort opened his arms, as if to embrace the whole sky. All this is God's will, and fate has brought me back, and I have solved many problems remaining in my body. As long as I give me some time, I will become stronger. It's a pity that I didn't get your blood when I was resurrected, otherwise I would have become more perfect if I gathered the blood of Potter and Ambrosius, the two great enemies. Voldemort said, why don't you let me get your blood now? Maybe there are other uses. His slender fingers held the U-wand, and the magic power was already surging around. Ryan said coldly, you don't have this chance. Ryan and Voldemort not only shot at the same time, but the speed of the spell they cast was so fast that almost no one of the Death Eaters present responded. Of course, this is not a profound spell confrontation, but a simple and fast basic magic, hoping to establish an advantage first. Voldemort licked his lips. I just woke up and couldn't find a suitable opponent. I hope you can hold on for a while, Ambrosius. Another spell. Voldemort's wand wrapped around his body in a circle, and the green magic power turned into a sturdy lightning bolt, hitting Ryan with a might that was enough to break through the air. This spell contains strong black magic, although the shape is very similar to that of Ryan's thunder, but the sinister horror is even better. Ryan's reaction was quick, and he also waved a bolt of lightning, which was really a thunderbolt with a very similar shape. I have to say that Char's spell actually has a strong restraint on Voldemort's spell, because although both Voldemort and Char's magic are taking the route of morphological change, their essence is different. Voldemort can be described as a stubborn sword. The deeper and deeper understanding of black magic makes his spells more difficult and destructive, but it also makes him very afraid of orthodox white magic. And Char's magic is like that. Although the destructive power is not as good as Voldemort's attack on the surface, but the foundation is solid enough, and the magic power is mellow and clean, so it is natural for Voldemort to spend a lot of effort, and the result of two lightning collisions is quite cool. The turbulent lightning spread from the middle, and the golden-green electric light desperately spread to the surroundings. How could the damp soil of the cemetery stop this kind of power? The scattered lightning fell beside the surrounded Death Eaters, and they had to start dodging, and some even took out their wands to defend themselves. Voldemort stared at Ryan. His expression was a little excited. The magic output in his hand did not mean to weaken at all. And he said at the same time, if you don't want an accident, please stay away from me. The Death Eaters seemed to have received a pardon and quickly dispersed, and the circular formation no longer existed. On the other hand, Harry had nothing to do, because Char was just in front of him, just to avoid the spell from affecting him. On the other hand, Ryan looked very calm. His vertical pupils showed that he had already been part of Animagus. Although the improvement rate could not be as high as that of a completely golden dragon, it was enough to enhance the power of the spell. Come, Char Ambrosius, let me see how much you have. Voldemort's wand swung violently, and the magic lightning that the two were entangled broke the balance and exploded suddenly. Between the two of them, several potholes, large and small, appeared on the ground. Chapter 90, Only Fight 3. I'm also looking forward to this fight. Although Ryan didn't answer, he was actually very excited. It was the first time he felt the stimulation of this kind of oppression. Voldemort's heavy and even terrifying magic is so amazing and extremely aggressive. This is the feeling that a white wizard like Dumbledore can never give himself. Tension, oppression, and instinctual agitation. Only in such battles and training can Char grow up. So next, the two will each come up with their best spells. Voldemort grabbed his empty hand, and raised the wand in his right hand above his head. Let's recall this move, the first confrontation between you and me in the Forbidden Forest. There was an orange wood light spot in the empty ear's hand, and the wand was waved from the bottom to the top, and the light spot in the hand also came out of the hand, constantly growing, stretching, and being covered by the raging flame. In the end, a black and red flaming snake appeared in front of Voldemort. This was the defamation of Voldemort's fiery curse, and it was not the first time that Ryan saw it. But this time, the Lehuo giant snake is too big, and its shape is extremely complete, and the flame is even thicker and thicker like molten magma. Because it was no longer Quirrell, but the returned Voldemort. Perhaps because Voldemort has just been resurrected, his strength has not fully recovered to the fixed point, but his strength is still the most feared existence in the entire magic world. The size of this fiery giant snake is almost double that of the basilisk. Its eyes alone are as tall as a human being. His size of nearly 20 meters is almost obscuring the sky, staring at Ryan from the bottom up. Terrifying energy is exuding from all over. Black and red fire? Ryan frowned slightly. Although Lehuo can be controlled by his own flame, the black and red Lehuo is no longer an ordinary Lehuo, it is a Lehuo that is about to reach its final form. Lehuo is not a mortal flame. He and Char's heavenly fire are a kind of flame that is summoned and controlled. The fire of the sky is just like its incantation. This is a flame from the heavens. Its holiness and quality are unmatched by ordinary fire. As long as the fire of the sky is more powerful and pure, it can eventually evolve into a pure white higher level existence. Lehuo is a relative existence. It is the karmic flame of hell. It starts from the lowest orange color. The stronger the magic power, the darker the color, and finally it will become a pitch black flame. For the first time, it was easy for Ryan to deal with the orange-wood fiery fire that Quirrell released. After all, its level was too low, and the pure fire of the sky could devour it very well. In the face of Voldemort, Ryan also had to show his very spirit. Voldemort manipulated the fiery giant snake to slam one's eye, and the scorching ear temperature and crimson light made the cemetery even more terrifying. At this time, Char is still not completely Alamagus, but his characteristics of belonging to the dragon family are beginning to be obvious. Vertical pupils, slightly changing dragon claws, and dragon horns protruding from his forehead. At the same time, it changed from ordinary Chant to Jackie Chan, the fire of the sky. First, the whitey gold fire of Tanlin turned into a blacked fiery giant snake, which was a flame whirlwind resistor, and then Cha-Ya quickly chanted, which was used to strengthen the follow-up chants of the fire of Tanlin. Wisdom and glory, thanks to the merciful Prometheus for bringing the flame of the gods to the world. The stars are changing, and the splendor of ancient times is reappearing here. The fire of Tanlin, which was about to fall into the wind, seemed to have been injected with a tonic, and the fire was not only fast and violent, but also began to condense and form. In just a moment, the texture of the whitey gold Tanlin fire became more and more solid, and a beautiful and luxurious white gold giant dragon appeared in front of the fierce fire snake. The two creatures transformed by magic have the same imposing manner. The scalding temperature is rapidly evaporating the water in the cemetery, and the trees that grow faintly have turned a little yellow, and they will die almost in the next moment. And Harry's wound was also scabbed with blood at this temperature. He couldn't resist the heat wave, and his consciousness was gradually losing. Fortunately, Voldemort and Pettigrew didn't have time to deal with Harry, and the transformation that controlled Harry was unlocked, and he fell to the ground, feeling a little dizzy. Ryan separates out some spirits a little. Come on, use the Triwizard Cup. Flying Curse. The flying spell can only be used after the user touches it once. Of course, it has to be on the way there is no prohibition or interference. Otherwise the spell is invincible. At this time, the Triwizard Cup is lying quietly on the ground not far away. It has lost its temporary teleportation location. If it is used again, it will return to Hogwarts. So what are you going to do with Shire? While controlling the flame, Ryan said, "Don't forget how I got here, hurry up." You will cause me trouble here. Harry swallowed, his throat dry from the firelight, and this was far from a fight he could get involved in. And he seldom saw Zaya's serious expression. I see. Harry took a deep breath, then pointed his wand at the Triwizard Cup. The Triwizard Cup is flying. Voldemort could see clearly. He barked his teeth and roared, "Stop, Potter." It's a pity that the Death Eaters were busy avoiding the places where the magic power of the two people spread. Lucius finally reacted and pulled out his wand to prepare to shoot, but the Triwizard Cup had already fallen into Harry's hands. I saw that his figure turned around for a while and the whole person had left the place. Voldemort was almost stunned. "Potter, we haven't figured it out yet." Ryan's voice was cold and calm. "Now, I can start unscrupulously. Don't try to keep your cemetery." Ryan's wand suddenly retracted, and the platinum flying dragon also curled up, which made the Lehuo giant snake stagger forward. After all, the balance that had been stalemate for a long time was suddenly broken. Not because Ryan was retreating, but because Ryan needed to temporarily withdraw. The charged platinum flying dragon's retreat only lasted for a second. It rushed back at a faster speed, and its open mouth made a deafening sound, and at the same time with a violent impact. Golden dragon roar, Ryan thought silently in her heart. It combines the elemental destructive power of the fire of the sky with sound waves and resonance. I saw a dazzling brilliance of the dragon transformed by the fire of the sky, and everything that was cut from it was being shaken back and torn apart, including the fiery giant snake. But Voldemort didn't panic when he saw the fiery serpent that had shattered a lot. He raised his hands high and held his wand in unison. The Death Eaters rushed towards the edge of the cemetery in horror, their eyes looking at the venue with fear and worry. What I am afraid of is that Voldemort's strength is still terrifying, and what I am worried about is whether Ryan will be able to defeat Voldemort. Chapter 91. Only fight for. But this worry can be said that the Death Eaters worry too much, because the gap between Char and Voldemort still exists. Therefore, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Voldemort remained safe and sound outside the crowd, except that his grey robe was slightly wrinkled, and there was no other scar on his body. As for Ryan, it's not a big problem, but it just consumes a lot of magic power. Looking at the situation of the venue, the Fu-Dead disciple took a deep breath. Originally, because of the dark and humid environment in the cemetery, the dark soil was baked into ashes because of the power of the two men's spells. Come, it's really a wonderful power. Voldemort walked barefoot and unhurriedly. I like your body more and more, and I decided to leave you a whole corpse. Ryan shook his head. Unfortunately, Voldemort was a little puzzled. What? Ryan shook his hand, and part of Alimgus still maintained, it's nothing but thinking about how strong you should be in your prime. Your soul still suffers, right? Char looked at Voldemort. The ancient curse of sacrifice originating from the Ambrosius family cannot be solved by changing your body. It will haunt you forever, and this pain will weaken some of your strength no matter what. Voldemort didn't answer. He took a light breath, as if to ease the pain still etched in his soul. He'll find a solution. Voldemort's red eyes looked firm, and it was also his confidence in himself. Just as Char and Voldemort fell into a short period of calm, a Death Eater had sneaked up on Char. He suddenly raised his wand and hit Char with all his strength. Voldemort was furious. No, he's mine. It's a pity that this magic fell on Ryan's body like a stone sinking into the sea. But there were slight waves in the seamless sky clothes arranged around Ryan. Ryan turned around and looked at the somewhat confused Death Eater with a smile. Sneak attack is not a good thing. Immediately, Ryan's pupils twitched slightly. A phantom avatar invisible to ordinary people appeared in front of him, and a flash came to this guy's side. Although this Death Eater could not see Ryan's phantom stand in, he still instinctively felt the threat. The palm of the phantom double raised slightly, and a somewhat blackened angel stone statue in the cemetery moved. It quickly moved towards the Death Eater, raised its big stone fist, and hit him in the face. The skull mask on his face was instantly shattered, and at the same time the whole person fell to the side. His mouth was full of blood, and half of his face was almost completely shattered. The remaining half of the face under the cloak has quite distorted facial features. His eyes are ugly inverted triangles, and his nose seems to be cut off. With the blood on his face, he looks quite hideous and terrifying. Antonin Dolokhov, this is his name, a notorious Death Eater and a fairly loyal follower of Voldemort, and he did quite a few things in the original books, most famously for his brutal murder of the Priet brothers and Lupin. Looks like pretty tough. Ryan looked at Antonin not far away, and Antonin was a little confused. You obviously didn't move. Why can you cast spells? Even if the spell is cast without a stick, the necessary gestures are indispensable. Ryan's movements subverted Antonin's cognition. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, and his mental power was also quite powerful. In the entire HP world, Voldemort may be the most proficient wizard at legilimency. He can even see through people's hearts with just one look, which is very similar to Merlin's method. It's a pity that Voldemort didn't think about how to make further use of this power, so Voldemort's mental power was only at the shallow mind-reading stage, and could be perfectly shielded by a spiritual master like Snape using a Clumency. Of course, this didn't affect Voldemort, seeing the faint golden phantom double in the distance. What is that? Voldemort was a little puzzled. This was magic he had never heard of. Could it be the inheritance magic of the Ambrosius family? Because this is a system that Voldemort has not been exposed to, and he is confident that he knows most of the magic in the world today, so that he does not know that there are only those magic systems that circulate within the family. Why do you have to move to cast spells? Ryank was not prepared to show any mercy to these despicable sneak attackers. If it was another person, it didn't have the defense against Zaya's seamless spell. Then if it was hit by the Avada Suo life spell from the wizard from behind, there would be only a dead end. He said in a cold voice, and at the same time his mental power manipulated the phantom avatar, and the stone angel raised the stone sword in his hand high. Solemn, it is about to drop the punishment with the long sword in its hand. In Andongning's terrified eyes, Shijian was getting closer and closer to him, but he suddenly stepped back and avoided it. Voldemort was holding his wand in his hand. Antonin, I don't seem to have let you do anything. Please get away from me now, don't get in my way. If you don't want to live. It seems that my evaluation of you has to be changed. Voldemort's face was calm, and he said coldly, your means are not weak. I didn't expect the Dark Lord to come to the rescue. Ryan Dow, don't forget how I grew up without my parents to this day. I just don't like to use violence to solve problems, but it doesn't mean I'm a virgin. After speaking, the wand in Char's hand turned slightly, and the red sandalwood wand seemed to melt into Char's right hand, leaving a purple golden trace on the back of the hand. Then Char's body became smaller and changed and solidified. In its final form, a complete five-clawed golden dragon, the magical Alemagus is in full swing. This time, Ryan's body is no longer 30 centimeters, its body length is less than 2 meters, and Ryan's own height cannot be checked too much. The majestic and extraordinary appearance makes people look sideways. Is this Alemagus in your magical creature form? Voldemort is actually a little jealous. If you only talk about the enhancement of strength, Alemagus is not so profound, but if the object of transformation is a magical creature, it will be different. With both the characteristics of magical creatures and the intelligence of humans, such an existence is quite tricky. Like now, Voldemort is equal to fighting a dragon with rich wisdom and mastering various means, and Char will also manipulate the Phantom Double. 100 million Chapter 92, Only War 5. It's very interesting. I hope your body won't be smashed by me. Voldemort saw everything in his eyes, and the phantom avatar that ordinary people could not see had come to Ryan's side. Coupled with the tragic state of Antonin still lying on the ground, it is not difficult to analyze with a little reasoning about Voldemort, that Phantom also has the ability to release magic. The advantage that the mental power and the body themselves do not conflict is reflected here, and every next Chara's spell will basically trigger the spell resonance. Although the consumption of mana will also be doubled, the power will increase geometrically. With Ryanya's brand new body of the God of Law, and the ability to recover very quickly, it is absolutely no problem to keep the state in full swing for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if Char intends to escape, he only needs to use the door key to rush back to Hogwarts. Even though Voldemort has secretly banned nearby spaces, the well-located port keys can be ignored. When he arrived at Hogwarts, Ryanya also declared safety. After all, Voldemort did not dare to fight Dumbledore in his current state. He had to weaken Dumbledore and let himself return to his peak strength as soon as possible. However, Voldemort also had some headaches, because his own black magic was very threatening to Char. But after all, it could not be the last straw that overwhelmed Char. Continuing the meaningless magical confrontation, or the elemental confrontation, is not really meaningful. On the contrary, it will only make the two entangled for a longer time, which will damage Voldemort's face. Voldemort wanted a crushing victory, not a long stalemate, so that he could regain his majesty in front of his own hands and be the unmatched Dark Lord. Therefore, he must use stronger magic power, and it is no longer an ordinary element series magic. Voldemort held his breath, the U-wand in his hand trembling slightly, because his hand had used a lot of strength. Ryanya also saw that Voldemort was preparing to make a big move, because from Voldemort's side, the deep green magic power melted in the air like ink, and a layer of greenery appeared. Layer of ripples. Char Ambrosius. Voldemort's scarlet eyes seemed to speak. Today, I will cut off the blood of your family here. The huge magic power began to sink, and it was combined with this land. I saw Voldemort's sharp black long swords suspended in the air behind him, and each long sword was close to 2 meters. And each long sword is condensed with Voldemort's magic power and changes the iron element in the soil. This is a very spectacular scene. Voldemort holds his wand high, and more black magic swords are drawn. The last piece of black sword rain that paused silently stood behind him, glowing with a cold and cool brilliance in the darkness. If these long swords are all smashed towards Zaya, the destructive power will far exceed any physical destruction magic. Even if it is Shinfeng it may be similar to the power of one of them, and it contains black magic. The dark, destructive energies curse all those wounded by these long swords. Next, how are you going to resist? Voldemort swung his wand forward sharply, and the long sword that had been hanging quietly in the air turned into the black meteors hit Ryan with the sound of breaking wind and strong power. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, Zaya stretched out the dragon's claws flat, and slowly chanted the ancient dragon language magic, which was the first time Zaya used magic since he mastered it. The 9 secluded sorrows, the shadows, the impermanence of delusions, the veins of the dead world that have been passed down through the ages, here, turn into an unbreakable wall. Ryan sang in a low voice, and layers of thick black clouds appeared in front of him. The black clouds were so thick that they seemed to be darkness that could never be turned away. The radiance that radiated out seemed out of place. Layer upon layer of black clouds, the surface is constantly churning. The black longsword struck by Voldemort's wand fell on the wall of the black cloud. Not only was it not broken, but it felt assimilated by the cloud wall. Unexpectedly, you can actually use such dark magic. Voldemort's eyes were strange, and the wall of black clouds, which seemed ordinary but silently endured all attacks, exuded a strong dark atmosphere. This was pure and orthodox dark magic. It is also the most popular magic series of various black warriors. Although Char also dislikes this series of spells, there is no other reason, because the consumption is too high, and Huo sees 0. But putting these aside, it is, after all, the most advanced defensive magic currently mastered by Char. and its level is rated at level 4 in the Book of Law Gods. This is the Wall of Dark Magic. Ryan Dow, is there any quality of magic itself? I just used the most suitable defense based on the current situation. Voldemort was silent. The attack he made was fierce, but the Wall of Size had never been broken through, and even if there was any damage, it would be repaired quickly. Because the Wall of Size and Voldemort's attack attributes are the same, they both have strong dark energy, so this kind of defense has a strong buffer and absorption ability for Voldemort's magic, which is also the most cost-effective way to deal with the status quo. Of course, in order to maintain this defense, Char's magic power is simply evaporating, and the sea of magic power that belongs to him is rapidly decreasing. Magic again. Every time I think about this, Ryanya becomes extremely irritable. Why is there always not enough magic power? If you can't use up your own magic power, and you can have a tailed beast-like existence in your body, then you can throw all the magic to Voldemort without any scruples. Voldemort saw that the Wall of Size perfectly defended against the attack and did not want to continue wasting time. He had to find other ways to break through this defense. Since it can't be broken if it is scattered, then try it together. Voldemort's wand waved again, and the black long swords that had not yet come out began to gather them in layers upon layers. The darker, larger and more powerful long sword slowly appeared. It is several times longer than the beginning, about 10 meters in length. I want to see if your defense can stop this. Under the manipulation of Voldemort's magic power, an invisible giant hand grabbed the body of the long sword, aimed at the Wall of Size and threw it violently. Ryan's face was not very good. Gathering the scattered magic power together, the Wall of Size cannot stop it at such an intensity. But Voldemort forgot one thing at this time, that Ryan's phantom double truth stood silently beside Ryan, his hands folded, as if preparing something. Chapter 93. Its only battle end. The huge black sword suddenly collided with the Wall of Size, and the Wall of Size sank deeply and made an unpleasant sound. It's under tremendous pressure, and it's almost on the verge of collapse. The Phantom Avatar, who had been silent for a long time, finally completed the action, and the clear voice sounded again. In the name of the divine power of the 16 underworld domains, the underworld domain reappears. After this incantation was sung, the Wall of Size that had been unable to withstand it changed. It suddenly scattered its defenses, and the black giant sword moved forward by inertia, but it was not that the Wall of Size was broken. The rolling black clouds spread out, and each black cloud turned from the virtual shape at the beginning to the real thing. They were building walls, they were building rapidly. In an instant, a magnificent, icy and cool castle appeared on the field. It was a Gothic building. Every dome, every apex was so clear and delicate, and its scale covered the entire half of the confrontation between Char and Voldemort. The black greatsword and the castle collided, making a metallic sound. Then the two shattered at the same time in the collision, and the turbulent magical impact shook everyone present. Even Voldemort had to hold up a magical barrier to offset the impact, so as not to make himself look particularly embarrassed. MMP can't stand it. Ryan's mental strength was a little tired, and the phantom double did not continue to maintain and return to his body, and these two 4th level spells were almost draining him. This time, Ryan really got all his housekeeping skills out, and the current offensive that he has tried his best is nothing more than that. It's a pity that the magic finally cast by the truth is not pure attack magic. It is a defensive counter-attack magic. It is the transformational chant of the Wall of Size, part of an interconnected set of magic. The Wall of Size, it belongs to the Dark Defense spell. And the spell of Truth Conversion is called the Reappearance of the Underworld. And it is the shock absorbed by the Wall of Size. Knock them into new spells and bounce them off at close range. Therefore, the reappearance of the underworld cannot achieve a long-distance counterattack, and what it can do is to offset Voldemort's attack. I also need to think about the level 4 magic that is really pure attack, otherwise the frontal threat is not enough. Ryanya thought to himself, and the body of the Dharma god needs to be further improved. Magic power, Magic power is always something that needs to be considered. The violent impact slowly dissipated, and the cemetery was already in a mess. The place where Voldemort's father rested has almost been destroyed, the stone statues have become incomplete, and the whole environment has become desolate and dilapidated. "Sorry, I'm here today." With an odd smile on his face, Zaya waved to Voldemort. "This won't be the end, see you next time." As he said that, he was already holding a miniature door key in his hand. Although Voldemort couldn't see the situation clearly, he could hear what he was going through from Char's words, and he knew that Char had found this place through space magic. Otherwise, how could he have found it without using the Triwizard Cup here? Harry was already under control when he arrived, and Voldemort was in the process of being resurrected. "Although I've sealed apparition, is there any other way for him to get out of here?" Voldemort had a bad premonition, and he also knew that Zaya also had considerable achievements in areas other than spells, so he immediately said, "Stop him." "Quick!" Voldemort roared at the Death Eaters as he cast the spell himself, and now the Death Eaters were stunned. How is it going to be to attack Voldemort by sneak attack, but also to say not to attack Voldemort? It is too difficult for this trademark to be a Death Eater, but they still shot it honestly, using the spell that they could cast as quickly as possible. But no matter how fast the spell is, how can it compare to the space teleportation caused by the door key? But Ryan didn't want Dobby's tragedy to happen to him. Therefore, Ryan waved a seamless robe again to avoid attacks from hurting himself by taking advantage of the short-term stiffness caused by space teleportation. Almost at the same time, Ryan had disappeared. The spacer-distorting multicolored whirlwind rolled his body away from Riddle's Moody, and all kinds of spells fell on the seamless celestial spell. It shattered after that, but this short second could ensure that Char was sufficiently safe. Voldemort was furious. "First Potter, then Ambrosius, you bastards." He angrily vented his magic around the cemetery, which was already dilapidated enough to be seen, and all kinds of miserable green light destroyed all the buildings that Voldemort could see. The Death Eaters could only stand silently beside them, their bodies shivering. Voldemort's unwillingness has not weakened in the slightest. God knows how long he vented until he was a little tired. At the same time, the curse brought to him by the Ambrosius family made him continue to hurt Ambrosius. "Potter, the next time is your death." Voldemort was a little tired, and he gasped lightly. He did not reflect on himself for this failure in the slightest. Think about it, if Voldemort didn't think about how to announce his return after resurrection, and he didn't waste time dealing with it, then everything would be different. He gave Ryan enough time to adjust, and also wasted the opportunity to kill Harry and Ryan. Maybe Lily's spell can resist Voldemort's magic, but it doesn't mean that Harry can't be hurt. If he threw a few black long swords against Char to Harry, he would have died long ago and couldn't die any longer. Domineering, overly self-centered, and weakness in character eventually laid a hidden danger for Voldemort's death. As for Ryan, she felt herself falling to the ground in a whirlwind. His feet touched the soft green grass, and there was a sober and natural smell around him, which was completely different from the desolate smell in the cemetery. Ryan rubbed his head. His head was a little dizzy. After all, the double consumption of mental power and magic power still brought a heavy burden at this time. A hand supported Ryan's shoulder. It was a slender and white hand, but the skin was slightly wrinkled, and it looked a little old. "Ryan, are you okay?" "This is Dumbledore's voice." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. The starry night sky in front of him, and Dumbledore was standing beside him. Surrounded by black figures, they all pressed towards him, and the whole ground shook slightly with their footsteps. He has returned to the edge of the labyrinth, and he can see people walking around in the high stands around him, and the stars above his head are twinkling. It is already night, and God knows how long he has been in the cemetery. Chapter 94 Respective Responses. Ryan, you are back. You are back. Harry squeezed away from the crowd, his eyes flushed. "I thought you. Char's forehead suddenly turned black. "Please, Harry boys, What the hell is your life and death? Look, you are a serious boy, okay? Please don't use such an aggrieved expression. I'm going to get goosebumps. Fortunately, Punlo and Hermione also came out to relieve the siege at this time. They didn't seem very flustered, but the moisture in their eyes showed that their mood was not calm. What kind of expression do you have? Cheerio looked at Punlo and Hermione with a smile, and gently wiped the tears from their eyes. It doesn't look good when you cry. Then he held Punlo and Hermione's hands tightly and didn't say anything more. You can feel the warmth in each other's palms, and the feeling of peace of mind will fill your body involuntarily. Dumbledore didn't speak. His warm magic power quickly checked Char's body. After finding out that nothing happened, he whispered something to Ryan. Charlie answered his question in Dumbledore's ear. Dumbledore was asking about Voldemort, which Harry had already said when he returned. And Char didn't need to add fuel to the fire, nor did he need to describe what the scene of his battle was like. He just told Dumbledore that the situation was true, and that Voldemort had really returned. At this moment, Fake Moody's expression was weird, and he didn't seem to believe that Zaya first chased Harry to Voldemort's place, and then came back safe and sound. In his impression, his master should be omnipotent and unmatched. How could he let two of his enemies run away in a row? At this time, the little Barty machine was already murderous, and he knew that he should help his master to get rid of Char and Harry, who were not in a good state at this time. Even if Voldemort would blame him later, he doesn't care. Fake Moody said coldly, "It seems that Mr. Ambrosius has failed. I think it's time to announce the results of the Triwizard Cup. According to the points, it should be Harry Potter who won the championship, right? Harry shook his head sharply. This champion is not mine. If it wasn't for Cheerio who ran to save me, I would have died at the hands of Voldemort now." Cornelius Fudge's face was pale and his expression was yellow, and he said angrily, "Mr. Potter, I warn you. Don't talk nonsense here. Isn't Mr. Ambrosius good? Where did Voldemort come from? He's back, really?" Harry didn't seem to be explaining it for the first time. In fact, since he came back with the Triwizard Cup, he has been explaining the situation at that time. And he is very clear that Voldemort has really been resurrected. The heat on the face, the numb wrists, and the scabs of blood were telling Harry that what had just happened was real. So Harry shook Dumbledore's arm desperately. "Professor, please believe me, and it should be Char who won the championship. The Triwizard Tournament Cup, the highest competitive glory for students, can be said to be something that anyone can dream of." Although Harry also hopes that this honor belongs to himself, he has his own dignity and bottom line. If he wants to do things against his will to pursue his own interests, then he is not Harry Potter. And such Harry Potter, unscrupulous for profit, should have taken the same path as Voldemort in the original book. Don't forget that Harry has a part of Voldemort's soul in him. He is Voldemort's Horcrux. Stop being stubborn here, Mr. Potter. Fake Moody looked rather serious. According to the rules, you won the Triwizard Cup, and the other three didn't. Then you won the game with a maximum score of 35 points. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore was silent for a long time, and Fake Moody felt that his purpose had been achieved. The reason why he deliberately said this was not to embarrass Dumbledore, but to find an excuse to pull Harry or Char out alone and kill him. Alas, right. Dumbledore stared at Harry. But now the focus is not on the ownership of the Triwizard Cup, but on Voldemort's affairs. You should know which of the two matters is more important. Fake Moody pretended to be embarrassed. In that case, I'll take Mr. Ambrosius and Mr. Potter aside to rest for a while. I think they all need to calm down for a while. Dumbledore nodded. Then they'll leave it to you. Fake Moody could hardly contain the joy in his heart. Whether Voldemort wanted to punish him or reward him afterwards, he had to struggle to control the trembling of his arms at the thought of being able to deal with Voldemort's two greatest enemies with his own hands. His excitement also made him ignore one thing. His compound decoction is about to have no effect. Ryan raised his brows. He had noticed some changes in the Fake Moody's body. For example, in his hair, the black hair roots are slightly exposed at the beginning, which is not Moody's hair color, it is Barty's own physical characteristics, and the compound decoction is ineffective. Feel sorry. Ryanya gently pushed the fake Moody's hand away. I dare not be with what we call Professor Moody. Dumbledore was keenly aware of Char's words. So-called fake Moody was stunned for a moment, and he thought about how to attack Harry and Char for a while. Mr. Ambrosius, what are you talking about? He looked quite angry. His ugly face was cold and stern, just like his old style. Ryanya ignored Moody. He whispered something in Hermione's ear. Hermione nodded, and quickly put it aside. After about half a minute, she came back quickly, breathing a little short of breath. Please allow me to put on a robe first. Ryan took her robe from Hermione unhurriedly. Since he was not allowed to carry any potions in the secluded forest labyrinth, he wore simple and capable clothes without any storage bag. Fake Moody had a bad feeling, and he also reflected that the effect of his compound decoction was weakening. He hurriedly reached into his pocket and took out his own medicine bottle, but there was no more potion in it, and his stock was exhausted, and there were not many ingredients left from Snape. I have been busy with the secluded forest labyrinth during this time, and I actually forgot to prepare. Fake Moody almost saw Char's playful smile. The kid from the Ambrosius family is a potion master. Could he see my abnormality? There was no hesitation at the moment. Fake Moody made an excuse and turned to leave, but the human wall formed by the students who came to join in the fun happened to be his biggest obstacle. Chapter 95 True and False Moody give way. Fake Moody is quite anxious, and his tone has become irritable unconsciously. Maybe it's the performance of Barty Jr. Everyone is still afraid of fakes. After all, in the eyes of many people, this person is their defense against the dark arts teacher, Alastor Moody. So in the face of Barty's angry expression, they dispersed in a panic. Don't worry. Ryan wouldn't let Barty leave just like that. He tapped his fingers and applied a stickless and silent petrification to him without everyone noticing. It was not easy to control Barty with the petrification spell originally, and he could only blame him for being out of balance because of the compound decoction. So he was full of flaws, and he didn't make any preparations to resist Zaya's spell. Barty can only stare at Zaya silently, even though he has scolded Zaya many times in his heart. The more annoying thing is that the medicinal effect of the compound decoction started to make him very uncomfortable in the process of dissipating. Because his eyes were originally normal and his legs were normal, after taking the compound decoction, these two places were replaced by magic props. Now that there is no suppression of the compound decoction, little Barty is waiting to endure painful feeling of being reborn from a severed limb. At this time, it was not only Char who found the abnormality. Snape and Dumbledore both discovered the abnormality of Moody. Originally, Mag was still a little puzzled. She clearly saw that fake Moody had been cast by Char with the petrification spell. She was about to say something but was stopped by a gesture from Dumbledore. Dumbledore stared at the fake Moody with piercing eyes, but he didn't do anything else, and he stepped back a little to leave enough space for Ryanya. Let's see what Ryan intends to do. And Snape had already walked behind the fake Moody. He controlled the fake Moody with one hand to prevent him from breaking free from the petrification curse and escaped, and the other hand squeezed his slightly distorted mouth. Ambrosius, you know what to feed him. Char nodded. The reason why he asked Hermione to bring his robe was not for fun. This kind of expensive, specially designed wizard robe could store many of Char's potions. Of course, each storage bag has a small magic seal, and he will decide whether to untie it according to the nature of the magic power injected. Otherwise anyone can take away the potion during Char's long wizard run. And it has to be said that Snape's ability to observe as a teacher is quite keen, and he can quickly understand what Char is going to do. I saw Zaya groping for a bit, and took out a small brown bottle from his pocket, which contained a colorless, odorless, transparent liquid. The students around were immersed. They couldn't understand what Chaya and the others were doing. And what was the medicine in Chaya's hand? Why did he seem to force it into Moody? Then, What is that? Some students asked in a low voice, while many students who had studied potions whispered that it should be veritaserum. As if to save trouble, Ryan twisted the bottle cap and poured the entire bottle of medicine into Barty. Although Barty wanted to resist, Char's petrification spell worked so well that he couldn't break free for a while. Why, isn't he exhausted? How can he still cast such a strong spell? Of course, this was the last word that Barty had in mind. The whole bottle of veritaserum quickly exerted its effect, and the fake Moody's expression was quite calm, but his eyes were frantically beating with various complex emotions. "Are you Alastair Moody?" Snape asked coldly. He had noticed that the fake Moody's hair was changing color. Fake Moody was suddenly released from the petrification curse by Isaiah. Although he wanted to scold people, the veritaserum would not give him a chance. Faced with Snape's question, Barty Jr. couldn't lie. He gritted his teeth and replied, "No." Everyone was in an uproar. He wasn't Alastair Moody. Harry was even more surprised, and Snape continued to ask, "Where is the real Moody?" "Who are you?" Fake Moody resisted as much as he could, speaking slowly. "He's in a box in my office." Box? Harry remembered it as if it was the first time he had seen something in Moody's office, and there seemed to be something in the box that kept banging around. Snape caught a glimpse of the bottle in the fake Moody's hand. He snatched it up and put it in front of his nose and smelled it. "Compound decoction?" Dumbledore said calmly. "I think you now know who stole your ingredients to make the potion." Snape's face was watery. He closed the bottle cap silently, and it was true that there was a fake. He had thought that Harry had stolen his materials. He didn't mind being able to help Harry, but he hated Harry's habit of stealing, so he had a rather ugly look on Harry's face during that time. Then, when Snape was checking the medicine bottle, the fake Moody suddenly roared. With all his strength he broke free from Snape's grasping hand, and he wanted to pull out his wand and cast a violent spell on everyone. "It's a pity that there are too many highly skilled wizards present." Dumbledore and Char did not raise their hands, and cast the spell almost at the same time. The difference is that what Zaya cast is a disarming spell, and Dumbledore directly let the fake Moody sink and sit straight on the ground. And at this time, Barty had no time to answer Snape's question because of the effect of veritaserum, because the effect of the compound decoction was about to disappear completely. Little Barty made a painful sound, and he desperately buckled his magic eye, revealing an empty eye socket, and the terrifying appearance made the students retreat. At the same time, the leg with the prosthetic limb kept kicking in the air, and the prosthetic limb was also thrown away by him. Then his appearance changed. His hideous and ugly face became haggard and vicissitudes of life but handsome. His body became thin and long, and Moody's oversized clothes looked very ill-fitting on him. From time to time he stuck out his tongue, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Dumbledore never thought of it, because in his memory Barty Jr. was dead, and he didn't know that his father and mother had conspired together to help him escape Azkaban. Little Barty tried hard to make himself do it, and made a strange sound in his mouth, and at the same time his handsome face became more terrifying than Moody's face. It was pure darkness, madness and hysteria. His appearance was so scary, more and more students distanced themselves from him, and there was a big space in the middle of the entire venue, leaving only Ryan and others, and a young man like a beast man. Chapter 96 Anxiety. One more complete order. I have some time recently, and I want to speed up the progress a little bit, so the current change is to guarantee 5 changes every day, try to make 8 changes every day. I hope readers who like this book will give more support, and also ask for collections and subscriptions. Hello, Dumbledore. Little Barty stared at Dumbledore with those fierce eyes, sticking out his tongue. Without the suppression of the compound decoction, his nature was released again. "Connolly, I think you've got to keep busy." Dumbledore looked at Connolly Fudge without a trace, and Connolly's face was full of shock. "Little Barty, aren't you already dead?" Barty Jr. smiled and said nothing, but Snape would not give him a chance to be silent. He grabbed Barty's hair and said coldly, "Answer me, how did you get in here?" And what is your purpose? The efficacy of Veritaserum still hasn't receded, and Barty's eyes are full of resentment and unwillingness. But he has to tell everything honestly, including how he attacked Alastair Moody, how to infiltrate Hogwarts if he had all kinds of information, how to manipulate the Goblet of Fire, calculate Char, and a series of preparations for Voldemort's resurrection. There were so many things Barty had to say that the Veritaserum was not enough. For this reason, Shiryu added another bottle to him halfway through, which ensured that he could finish the story completely. The more he listened to Barty Jr., the paler Harry's expression became, and his eyes were full of disbelief and sadness. I thought you were a good teacher, although a little weird. But you really helped me. But not just pretending, and all you're doing is using me, for Voldemort. Little Barty smiled and said very happily, who do you think you are? You are just relying on the protection left by your stupid mother, and you have a reputation in the magic world through a false name that does not belong to you. You, Harry and the people present were stunned. Snape, who was grabbing Barty's hair, suddenly stretched out a hand and slammed it into Barty's face. It's hard to imagine a wizard as usually gloomy as Snape hitting someone with his bare hands. Snape gently tucked his hands into his robes, as if he didn't want to be seen. Junior, Barty crouch. Snape's eyes looked at Barty Jr. as if he were dead. If I hear any more insulting words in your mouth, I don't mind ending with a few years of Azkaban. Your sinful life. The crowd was in an uproar. Although little Barty was a heinous Death Eater with many lives in his hands, he was not easily killed like this. In this magical world with sound and strict laws, there must be a price to pay. Little Barty didn't even dare to spit out the blood in his mouth. He swallowed the blood gently and looked at Snape with fear. When it comes to ruthless Snapes, he is not inferior to himself, and his master, Voldemort, also believes in him very much. Is he acting? If Snape was just acting, his purpose was to use his death in exchange for more trust from Dumbledore's side. If this was successful, Voldemort would never blame Snape, and would even support him, because Snape's current role and status were higher than his own. Harry was also angry that Barty had insulted his mother. But Snape's shot made him feel a lot better. Harry cast a rare friendly look at Snape, but Snape ignored it at all, and Fudge's face was even more ugly. He stammered and said, "No, this is impossible. He is dead and will not come back." Everyone deserves what Connery Fudge says he is, and that's what the wizarding world doesn't want. Mentioned existence, the terrifying Dark Lord, Voldemort. Dumbledore said seriously, although I don't want to believe it, I'm afraid we have to be prepared. Kinley's body trembled, and he said angrily, he didn't come back at all. After he said a few words to the subordinates beside him, the group of people immediately started to tie up Barty. He was escorted back to Azkaban. Barty Jr. smiled happily. When I return to Azkaban, I will be treated like a hero, and all that awaits you is death and fear. A passage was automatically separated in the crowd of students, and in the frantic laughter of little Barty, his figure was getting farther and farther. The scene fell into a brief silence, and Snape spoke slowly. Headmaster Dumbledore, I think we should announce the end of the Triwizard Tournament now. Of course, at this time, everyone really doesn't have much mood to listen to. The audience present are not fools, they all know that the mysterious man should really come back, but Cornelius Fudge is constantly avoiding this fact. The Triwizard Tournament turned out to be just a group of Death Eaters preparing for the return of the Dark Lord. Every time he thought about it, the expressions of the students who were still enthusiastic on the field became more and more dim. Krum and Fleur rested on the side. Their faces were not very good. Krum was untied of the Imperious Curse. He was exhausted physically and mentally because of the sleepiness he thought of, while Furong was just like most students, a little uneasy about the dangers they might encounter in the future. Don't think that Buttons can sit back and relax if he is not in the country. A terrifying black magic can rule far beyond the country. Although things are a little bad, we still have to follow the magic contract process to complete the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore sighed, then cast himself a voice-enhancing spell, genuine according to the rules and our current points. Since Harry Potter is back here first with the Triwizard Cup, he will get 20 points. Now, their warrior's total score has come, and according to the score, Harry Potter will win the Triwizard Tournament with a total score of 35 points. Feel sorry, Harry suddenly said. This trophy shouldn't belong to me. My secluded forest labyrinth is just being calculated. I didn't encounter any danger, and even in the end, Zaya gave me a chance to come back. I really can't bear this glory. All the students stared at Harry in unison. Some of the little lions in Gryffindor were sighing, and some were expressing regret, but no one objected. They all supported Harry's choice. Ron clenched his fists and looked at Harry like a fool. He couldn't understand. As long as he won, why should he care whether the way was fair and reasonable? Aren't results the only criterion for judging success? Even Slytherin's little snake looked at Harry with complicated eyes, and this Slytherin's nemesis didn't look so disgusting at the moment. In Chapter 97, the ownership of the champion at this time, some Slytherins also remembered that Harry Potter, he was also one of the Holy 28 clan, a descendant of the Potter family. Although he was in Gryffindor, although he was an orphan, but he still retains the pride of the family, the principles of the wizard, and even the style of the pure-blood family. So, Harry paused, as if these words had exhausted all his strength. I gave up the scene and was silent for about half a minute, and then the sparse applause broke out. And the applause grew louder and louder. Even Char gently applauded Harry. He can still maintain his inner steadfastness in such a situation, and it is no wonder that he can finally defeat Voldemort. A poor man's strength can improve, a person's talent is not good, can be hard to make up. But if a person has a character problem, then it will be constraints hinder its progress forever. Harry felt so overwhelmed after saying this. His expression softened a lot, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Since Mr. Potter insists on doing this, then I will not count his final round scores, so the current score is 20 points for Mr. Ambrosius, Mr. Potter and Victor. 15 points, Miss Furong 6 points. Then, the champion of the Triwizard Tournament this time is Char Ambrosius. There was warm applause from the audience. Even the teachers. The wizards in charge of patrolling knew very well that the giant pit in the center of the labyrinth was created by Ryan, and they were amazed and admired by the power of the earthquake. Brido picked up the beautiful and luxurious Triwizard Cup that glowed with azure blue light, and handed it to Ryan. Ryan gently took the trophy and pressed his palm down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone, I am very happy to be able to hold the highest honor that symbolizes my student days, and I am also very fortunate to be able to compete with you on the same stage. Krum pouted. I believe you. It's obviously that we were abused by you all the way, okay? But, just as Mr. Porter gave me this trophy because of the kindness and justice in his heart, I can't do anything against my heart. Chaya's topic changed and continued. The Goblet of Fire has its own magical contract, and since its rules have been formulated, we have no reason to change it, or because of the intervention of some uninvited guests during the game. The overall game is overwhelmed. There are some twists and turns, but Harry still shows us his extraordinary courage and kindness. Whether it's out of rules or principles, I have no reason to hold this trophy that doesn't belong to me. So, the real champion should be you. Saying that, Zaya tucked the trophy aside with a burning gaze. In a daze, Harry raised his arm high in his hand. Let's cheer for our true champion. The little lions of Gryffindor were a little stunned, and then they cheered. There is nothing more gratifying than what is lost and found, and Harry's spectacles are almost wet. Char, you, Ryan said with a wicked smile. Actually, I didn't plan to participate in any competitions, it's just a fake name anyway. All I want is a special reward. Saying that, Zaya winked at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, you have to make up for me. Inheritance, I have to make a decision. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. I know why such a sacred award has become like this. Can you be more serious? However, he still agreed to compensate Zaya, and Harry said that he didn't need that special reward. Just give it to Zaya together. So far, The whole schedule of the Triwizard Tournament is over. Although the awarding process had twists and turns, the final champion still belonged to Hogwarts, this ancient school, the organizer of the Triwizard Tournament. However, Dumbledore is very powerful. The championship of the Triwizard Cup allowed Harry to win a full 250 points for Gryffindor. But Rianjo actually scored more points than Harry, including saving Fleur, stopping Krum, successfully rescuing Harry, and all these things. Dumbledore generously gave Slytherin an outrageous reward of 4%. Now the little snakes don't care anymore. Anyway, the final Academy Cup is stable, and Snape's face has improved a lot. He looked into Harry's eyes secretly with some relief. After the game, all the students go to rest, and friends from Durmstrang and Buttons can continue to stay at Hogwarts for a while, or they will end their student life here, and will end all of them. Igor Karkaroff's expression was not very good, and the black magic mark on his wrist was in severe pain. Although he secretly leaked some information to Voldemort later, these were far from his betrayal of Voldemort. Now that Voldemort had returned, he knew he was about to be avenged. So he hurriedly took Krum away from the venue, wishing to leave all the students behind and quickly find a place to hide. However, as everyone knows, Voldemort has long been eyeing this dummy in the snake, who fell on both sides. After the game, Char and Harry did not leave. They followed the professors to Dumbledore's office. The offices here are still bright and spacious, but with less sunshine and popularity, and Cornelius Fudge is already in it. This is Dumbledore, who specially asked someone to stop him and talk to him about some pleasant topics, but Professor McGonagall, who arrived early, was very angry, which is more serious than every time he usually delivers. What happened? Dumbledore obviously noticed that his tone was a little stern, looking at Fudge and then at Professor McGonagall. You seem to be getting along very poorly here, Connelly. Don't you need to find someone to watch little Bar Crouch well? There is no need to guard him anymore, Albus. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Our Minister of Magic made sure that there was an angry flush on her cheeks. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her body was shaking with anger. Mr. Fudge doesn't seem to believe it. Snape's voice was low and calm. He seemed to feel that his personal safety was a problem too, so a Dementor must be summoned to accompany him into the castle, and he brought the Dementor into Barty Crow Jr. Kai's office. This is Hogwarts, a school, not your institution, and I told him you wouldn't agree, Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall said angrily, how could you let a Dementor enter the Hogwarts castle with such a swagger? Chapter 98. The last bribe. 3 more, my dear lady. Fudge roared loudly. Instead of the fear and cringe that he had started on the field, he looked angry. As the Minister of Magic, I have the right to decide whether I want to bring bodyguards, because I have to meet a guy who can be very dangerous. Yes, I am going to interrogate Barty Jr. But Professor McGonagall's voice quickly overshadowed Fudge. She looked even more angry. You know what, that guy Dementor, as soon as it enters the office. She pointed at Fudge, trembling, and screamed, just jumped at Crouch, and then Professor McGonagall tried desperately to find words to describe what just happened. And those present didn't have to listen to her to finish the words to know the photo. What did the ghosts do? While a Dementor has its own nemesis, it has a unique talent, a kind of mouth that can make life worse than death. So the Dementor was given to Barty Crouch Jr., which belongs to the deadly mouth of the Dementor. It sucked his soul out of Barty Jr.'s mouth. So little Barty is now worse than death, and his soul has made him lose his mind in the muddled confusion. It's what he deserves. Fudge, in contrast to his former weakness, said aggressively, with an unusually indifferent expression, he has a lot of lives in his hands, and he was the main planner for the Quidditch World Cup attack. But he can't testify now, Connelly. Dumbledore said that he stared sharply at Fudge, as if to see through the glossy minister. Now, he can't provide evidence for why those people were killed. Why did he kill those people? There's no proof for that, said Fudge in a huff. He's just a wandering lunatic, and based on his account and his current situation, He seems to think that everything he does is obeyed God's secret will. But I don't think so. Fudge paused. The mysterious man is already dead. How could he issue orders to him? Dumbledore said, the deaths of those people are just a byproduct of Voldemort's comeback plan. Xianez's plan was successful, and Voldemort regained his body. Fudge's face turned purple. He first looked at Harry, then at Char, and finally turned his attention to Dumbledore. So, you going to take what you said to Harry and Ambrosius? Take it all, don't you, Dumbledore? There was a moment of silence, then Sirius bark sounded. He raised the hairs on his neck and showed Fudge his long teeth. I certainly believe them, Dumbledore said, his eyes glowing at this moment. I listened to Barty Jr.'s confession. I also listened to Harry's story about what happened after he touched the Triwizard Cup, and Char's proof that their words were reasonable explains everything that has happened since Bertha Jorkins disappeared last summer. As it turns out, ready to believe that Voldemort has returned, to listen to a lunatic murderer and a child. Of course, he was just referring to Harry as a child. Connolly avoided Char subconsciously, and he still didn't want to lose Ambrosius as his support. And this kid, he seems to be a little different. Fudge gave Harry another quick glance, a recalcitrant and stubborn expression on his face. Also, I found out that you've been keeping certain things about this kid under wraps. He's a Parseltongue, right? Behavior is peculiar. I suppose referring to the pain that Harry has been feeling from the scar? Dumbledore said coldly, this is a warning. I've never heard of a scar can act like an alarm clock. Maybe he's just having a headache. Dumbledore could only sigh softly. He couldn't tell Connolly that Harry was actually a Horcrux of Voldemort, so the scar could really be reflected Voldemort's condition and even achieve soul communion. I really saw it, Harry growled. I can name the Death Eaters. As he spoke, he began to repeat everything he had seen, but Fudge just said sarcastically, those are just guys who were judged as Death Eaters more than 10 years ago. These news have no meaning. You can't come out with evidence. On the contrary, Mr. Potter, your behavior is very terrible. Fudge turned to Dumbledore and said, he's going to ruin everything we've worked so hard on for 13 years. Harry looked very shocked, and at the same time he was disappointed. Only then did he realize the cruelty of reality. It's not really that complicated, Ryan said unhurriedly. As for the truth of this matter, I can cooperate with Minister Connolly as much as possible, and then provide evidence. Because I remember your Ministry of Magic has a prop that allows wands to replay the course of a fight over a period of time. Ryan's slender fingers turned the red sandalwood wand. Let's see, who is fighting me? How? Fudge's face was even more ugly. Mr. Ambrosius, are you sure that someone did not cast the confusion charm? Char shook his head, looking confident. If you want me to be hit by the confusion curse without realizing it, I'm afraid Voldemort can't do it. Connery was a little annoyed. Don't say that name in front of me. Actually, I don't care what Secretary Connolly is going to do, be conservative or tough. Ryan looked at Connolly calmly, as if nothing mattered, because no matter what you do, what should come will always come, and all the hidden truths will eventually be revealed by time. You believe in Voldemort's return or you don't, but there are things Minister Connolly should be interested in. Ryan said, I can help you consolidate the interests and status you want. What are you talking about? Fudge was a little embarrassed, and he didn't know if it was the reason why Ryan revealed his true purpose. Ryan said lightly, money, status, support. These Ambrosius family can give you, but you have to promise me a few things. Of course, this was just the last bribe that Chaya gave to Connolly. As nothing happened, Connolly's life was short, and soon Voldemort came back to take revenge on him. And all Ryan wants is that the Ministry of Magic will cause trouble for him next year. Don't close all kinds of news and create all kinds of illusions of peace. Otherwise he will be quite uncomfortable when he acts. And Ryan believes that if his strength is stronger, then next year, he can send Voldemort to meet with old Tom Riddle. Chapter 99 Intentions and Choices. For more. Fudge looked at the people around him staring at him, embarrassed and moved. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Ambrosius. Ryank didn't care about Fudge's pretentious behavior. He stretched out his finger and gestured. I hope that after Minister Connolly returns, first of all, there will be no public opinion control and suppression, otherwise the closed news will affect the collection of intelligence. Secondly, don't take some contemptuous means to all those who are related to today's incident. Chaya seems to be mocking. You Ministry of Magic are actually doing a good job of torturing people. Finally, don't interfere with Hogwarts operations. These points were actually thought carefully by Ryan. Let the news flow, so that what Voldemort did and where can he know? Otherwise the blocked news will only make Voldemort more elusive. Protecting the people involved in this incident was actually protecting Hermione and the others. Char remembered it very well. It was called the Old Toad. Umbridge's disgusting act was the last one because Char needed Dumbledore, with the help of the rest of the teachers at Hogwarts. Now Hogwarts is actually a huge faction. It is the main force against Voldemort, because there are too many excellent wizards and Hogwarts are closely related. Even though Char and Dumbledore were not afraid of wizards other than Voldemort, they couldn't fight against 1,000 or 10,000. The next time we see Voldemort, it will be a large-scale operation between armies and factions. This restriction on Hogwarts movement must be lifted. As a reward, I will give Minister Connolly two options. Ryan Dow, first, if Minister Connolly continues to adhere to his own ideas, and he remains skeptical about the return of the mysterious man, then if Minister Connolly maintains on an operating basis as before, I will provide the Ministry of Magic with 1 million galleons for its activities. How much? How much? Connolly thought he heard it wrong. 1 million galleons? This is already an 1/10 of the Ministry of Magic's annual financial income. How rich is the Ambrosius family now? I think these funds should make everyone feel more comfortable. Connolly is going crazy. It's more than comfortable. He takes 900,000 by himself, and distributes the rest to his subordinates, so there will be no problem. And 900,000 gold galleons can meet almost all of Connolly's material needs, and he can get almost any wizard life he wants. Simple and rude handling. But Zaya successfully used money to smash Connolly. As for the second one, if Secretary Connolly chooses to support us, I will use the sun and all the resources I have at hand to build momentum for you. Ryan Dow, if I remember correctly, the European Magic Alliance will have a CEO change next year. Although this process is very long, I will put you in that position. Connolly's breathing is a little short, and he is the Minister of Magic. He is already very proud of this position, but now Char tells him that he can go one step further and become the most powerful and prestigious existence in the whole of Europe, and I don't think Secretary Connolly has anything to worry about, even if Voldemort does come back. Ryan Dow, in the past 13 years, Voldemort has not improved, he is only weakening. Even if he can improve a little after resurrection, it will not be too scary. Such a Voldemort can never beat Dumbledore, and coupled with the excellent qualities of the Ministry of Magic, in fact our combat effectiveness should have the upper hand. Of course, when Ryan and Dumbledore said this, they didn't feel that the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. And this trademark was also bluffing. There aren't many errors at the Ministry of Magic at the moment. 13 years of comfort have made them almost forget how sharp their minions are. Hopefully, Secretary Connolly will make a good choice in the future. After saying that, Char ignored Connolly. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, I seem a little thirsty. Do you have any drinks here? Dumbledore smiled, and a bottle of honey beer. Saying that, Dumbledore tapped his finger, poured beer in a goblet, and flew to Char. Ryan picked up the wine glass and waited leisurely, and the others looked at Char and then at Fudge. Although I don't know why Char would trade with Connolly at such a high price, their intuition tells them that this matter is very important. After about half an hour, the crowd gathered in Dumbledore's office dispersed, but the result was a bit unexpected. Originally thought Connolly would be very scared, thinking that he would continue to avoid facing the return of Voldemort, but he actually chose the second option. It seemed that higher power would satisfy his needs better than wealth. Of course, Zaya doesn't think Connolly will be so honest. He will definitely be afraid of Hogwarts later, but these are not important. He only needs to continue to play the role of his puppet minister. Even if Char doesn't make a move, he himself is just staying in the position where Dumbledore played the rest. If there is a suitable replacement now who can take over Connolly's position, and can give Char a great convenience, and at the same time be infinitely loyal to Char, definitely take Connolly down, and see this guy in a bad way. But in this way, there will be a lot less things to consider next year. And because Connolly no longer hides it, the atmosphere in the entire magic world begins to become tense, and each school sees its own state of preparation. When Karkaroff knew that Connolly had such an attitude in the end the next day, he couldn't believe it. He never thought that the weak guy would make such a choice. But he's starting to get more scared, so he can't wait to get out of here. The end of the Triwizard Tournament actually means that the 4th grade of Char and the others is coming to an end. The one who got the money. Of course, those old routines are still indispensable when facing the end. Slytherin went on to defend his Academy Cup title under the shadow of the Slasher. Of course, Dumbledore also promised him compensation, and gave Zaya the chance to inherit the Big Four at Hogwarts, or it was a test. But it's not just one. Maybe Dumbledore thanked Char for saving Harry. After all, Harry still has a lot of use in Dumbledore's plan. Therefore, the 2 tests that Zaya got were from the 2 academies of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As long as Ryan passes their test, he can obtain the inheritance left by the Big Four. Of course, this must be demanding, and it is very likely to be quite harsh. Just like the inheritance of Slytherin requires Parseltongue, you must know that in the past 1,000 years, no one other than Voldemort has opened the secret room. It can be seen that the inheritance of the Big Four has opened. Difficulty. Chapter 100 Parting and Beginning 1 Volume End 5 More. It is true that the main purpose of Char's participation in the Triwizard Tournament was this, but Char did not immediately accept the challenge. At present, he has quite a lot of things in his hands, but he does not have time for careful reflection. Whether it is the phantom double that Merlin gave him, or the body of the Dharma god who is cultivating, it takes a lot of effort to figure out. And Ryan is still at a relatively shallow stage for these skills and cultivation methods. If he doesn't allow himself to settle down a little now, then too much inheritance and knowledge may have a counterproductive effect. Therefore, Ryan has saved the opportunity to accept the test of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw until the next semester, and he also needed to give himself a little time to buffer. What followed was a farewell to Durmstrang and Buxbutton's students. Although their personalities and habits are also different, in the past 6 months, many of them have also established deep friendships with Hogwarts students. For example, Krum just said goodbye to Ryan amicably, and also expressed that he really wanted to compete with him here. Of course, he sneaked a few glances at Hermione when Char was not paying attention, and finally silently boarded Durmstrang's black ship and disappeared from everyone's sight. As for Buxbutton's, the way they left was as beautiful as they were. It was a huge carriage, and it was like a house, and there were all kinds of exquisite magic in this house, so that the girls of Buxbutton's could spend half a year happily. Losing the beautiful scenery of Buxbutton's, many male students at Hogwarts are somewhat regretful and female students are secretly happy. However, Gabriel was quite uncomfortable. When she parted, she almost burst into tears, looking very reluctant to bear Zaya, and Punlo and Hermione also expressed their discomfort. After all, this is such a cute little girl, just like their sister. Fleur was desperate anyway, and as her own sister, her status was getting lower and lower. When I saw the parting, Gabriel's big eyes were full of tears. Brother Char, will I come to Hogwarts to study in the future? Oh, that's great. If Gabriel came to Hogwarts, wouldn't I be kidnapping a little sister? Speaking of which, Madame Maxime would strangle me if she knew. Anyway, this is not something I should consider. The big deal is that Dumbledore and Mrs. Maxim have a good chat. Char looked very happy. Gabriel, of course you can if you want, as long as you have to convince your sister. Fleur said feebly, as long as you take good care of Gabriel, whatever. You Hogwarts are old enough anyway. Hermione was very happy, because when Punlo went to school, she happened to be in 6th grade. And Punlo was a little distressed. She had already graduated at that time. Seeing that everyone agreed like this, Gabriel showed a smile again, and Zaya kept sending her to Xbotton's magic carriage. Fleur, who was about to get into the car, suddenly stopped, biting her lower lip, as if she was about to make a big decision. Ambrosius. Ryan raised her head strangely, but felt a little warm on her face. It turned out that it was Fleur who gave Ryan a veneer. Fleur blushed. Thank you for this time, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After speaking, Fleur turned around, leaving behind a beautiful silver hair. Char touched her nose and looked at Hermione and Punlo with some embarrassment. The customs of the far country are quite interesting. 23,333. Punlo frowned slightly. Sure enough, you are a jerk. Hermione nodded. Why does Fleur treat you? And what does that extraordinarily shy look mean? Why are you suddenly so powerful? Charles. Madam, don't panic. Ryan coughed lightly. It's all a misunderstanding. Wrong waifu will make up for the two tonight. Anyway, it's a holiday. Can't I just do some interesting things unscrupulously? For example, what about Bayrixuarnex, the big quilt series? Hey, summer is indeed a beautiful season. Thinking about this, Zaya couldn't help but take the two girls back to Star Castle in Notting Island, and started his absurd and interesting vacation. However, although the good times are memorable, there are many things that need to be done. Ryan still can't let go of his requirements in the Star Castle. What he has to do can't recall the time in the past year. Ryan has gained a lot and has changed a lot. What he currently has is quite complicated, so he must calm down and sort it out. At present, the Book of the God of Law has opened 4 chapters, and the chapters after the chapter of Bloodline are also approaching to be unsealed as the body of the God of Law becomes stronger and stronger. What it brings to Ryan is orthodox and pure, and it has achieved Ryan's current strength in assisted living. Potions and alchemy allow Ryan to better deal with various situations. With the storage bag, he can even become a move the treasure chest. In terms of combat, spells and bloodline have given him a variety of means and a strong foundation, but he still needs to be further improved, although he does not know what the highest level of magic in the Book of the Law God is. But one thing is certain, the 4th level magic is still very early from the highest level of the Book of the Law God. It's just that these breakthroughs have become quite difficult in the HP world. Not surprisingly, Voldemort is the ceiling of the power of the HP world. Although he still has a gap, but this gap is not irreparable. Time, as long as Char is given time, Voldemort's defeat is only a matter of time, because Voldemort's magic is not orthodox enough to touch the essence. Even if it is strong enough now, it can be regarded as a sideshow. Ryan, who has obtained the purest and authentic magic education in the Book of Law God, does not have this problem. The accumulation of time will only make him stronger and stronger. Therefore, there are some expectations and some regrets for Voldemort. Char. One day I will defeat Voldemort, but after defeating him, what will I do next? The lack of magic elements between heaven and earth, the rough and unsystematic magic system, and the overall limited magic level. The limitations and shortcomings of the Indeflora have begun to constrain Ryan. At present, defeating Voldemort has almost become Char's last journey, and it is also an important factor for him to maintain his passion. As for how to go in the future, Ryan thinks that she will occasionally fall into short-term confusion. Chapter 1 Holiday 6 updates from the beginning of this volume. This book will enter the final stage of the HP world, taking into account the current strength of the protagonist and the limited pattern of the HP world. After all, this volume will cover various contents of HP Volume 5, 6 and 7 at the same time. In the continuous update stage, there are 58 updates every day. Since the author is not full-time, sometimes the time for publishing chapters may not be fixed, but there will never be less chapters to be published. In addition, please collect, ask for flowers, ask for subscribe the news of Voldemort's return, although many did not believe it, still spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the country of Yin and even the whole of Europe. Some people scoffed at this, and some people did start to tremble, because the shadows about the Dark Lord are too deep, and there are more and more signs that the mysterious man seems to be indeed back. Whether it was the Daily Prophet or Zai Daily, they were surprisingly silent and did not publicize it, which was also the consensus reached by Char and Connolly. Connolly wants to give the masses a buffer. At this time, Ryanair has spent a month in Star Fortress, and his somewhat messy power has basically been sorted out. It's a bit strange to say, although the growth rate of Ryanair's magic power has finally fallen into a certain slowdown period, but his mental power is indeed growing like a fly, and it is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that Merlin taught him, and the phantom double that was perfected and improved by the throne of the Law God opened up Char's talent in spiritual practice. It's a pity that Ryan's use of spiritual power is not very extensive. There is no relevant record in the current content of the Book of the Law God about this part, and it seems that this piece of knowledge is lacking. But spiritual power is too important for a wizard, and Ryanair can infer that there must be knowledge about the use and cultivation of spiritual power in the following chapters. At present, Ryanair's specific application of spiritual power mainly consists of two parts. One is legilimency generated by spiritual power. This kind of mind-reading technique is a very practical skill for people with the strongest mental powers to gain insight into people's hearts without chanting spells. The other is the phantom avatar, which is the embodiment of the spiritual power in Char's body. And the form that can be changed now is also more and more solid. It still takes effort to achieve Merlin's near-substantial form, but now Char's stand-in, the truth, can also help Char more. When the avatars, alimags, etc. are fully activated, the power that Ryanair can burst out is at least 5 times that of the normal state. However, on this day, Zaya did not stay in the Star Fortress. He simply said hello to Hermione and Penlow, and apparated to the southwest end of England. This place is very unfamiliar to most people, even the local people in England rarely come here. This place is called Glastonbury, which is the place where Merlin told Ryan before his phantom disappeared that he could go if he was free. Dumbledore gave him the opportunity to pass the test of inheritance, and Ryanair kept it until the beginning of the semester, but according to Merlin's instructions, Ryanair was willing to take advantage of the free time to investigate the specific situation. If this is the first time you come to Glastonbury, then you may feel very desolate. There is a desolate land around here, and it is covered with various rocks at the same time. This is incompatible with the highly urbanized country of Yin. Ryanair remembered what Merlin said. He didn't think Merlin would let him come over meaninglessly and desolate. It means Glaston Castle, a place that has retained its most primitive and ancient form amid the sandstorms and changes of history. Glastonbury is a little strange in August, its air is hazy, and the sultry and humid feeling is quite obvious here. Ryan walked around Glastonbury with strides, and he soon discovered the reason. Who would have thought that the environment that was already quite dilapidated, with all these scattered stones and such a large number of swamps, this place can clearly be regarded as a primitive nature protection park, and it is not surprising that it has not been developed here. What is hiding here? Ryanair was a little curious, and he walked towards the swamp exuding a thick miasma. He released a flying spell on himself, and controlled the speed to slowly move forward. It didn't take long for Ryan to frown. He didn't have the ability to observe how he was walking, but just moved forward straight by instinct. The fact is that he didn't walk straight at all. Instead he was spinning around in the swamp, never leaving this range. Rainstorm. Ryanair took out his wand and threw a spell at the thick fog in front of him. However, the miasma did not cause any weakening. Ryanair changed his mind and used the magic spell to change the light, even the fire of the sky. But even though the mud in the swamp bubbled up, Char still couldn't see the road in front of him. It's definitely not an ordinary place. If it is really an ordinary swamp, not to mention the miasma under the torment of Zaya, I am afraid that the entire swamp will be dried up. But Merlin couldn't have left me with an idea without a solution. He must have given me hints and told me the right way to move forward, just like when I went to Guernsey. Ryan tried to recall everything Merlin said to herself, as if she understood something. Is it mental power? Ryan's eyes narrowed. Truth. In order to save mental power, the avatar truth is kept in pale gold. Ryan and the truth did not have any follow-up actions, nor did they utter any spells. The two couriers closed their eyes at the same time. Their mental power was like a diffused radar, collecting the current situation little by little. About 5 minutes later, Ryan opened her eyes with a smile. That's it. The swamp structure here is originally a space created by the use of magic, where the magnetic induction will produce serious distortion. Therefore, people who are here will be led astray to hide what they really are looking for under the thick fog. All this cannot be seen with the naked eye. It must be perceived with a strong mental strength and a good state. Because of this ancient and effective magic, it has guarded Glastonbury for many years. Now that he knows the direction, Ryan also knows how to go. His spiritual power has not dissipated, so the double truth is still there. The foot of the truth, which was originally a phantom, disappeared at this time, and it hung quietly behind Ryan like a ghost. The mental power spread out layer by layer showed all the layout of this swamp quite clearly. Chaya walked slowly along the road, and he could feel that he was going deep into the swamp. Knife Chapter 2 The Mysterious Lake 7 More. A faint fragrance of grass and trees suddenly came from the front of the nose, and Ryan raised his head in doubt. Passing through the swamp, the deepest part of the fog is actually a lush forest. Their green branches and leaves are crystal clear and full of life, like precious gems, shimmering with fresh emerald brilliance in the faint mist. But this is not the end of the road. The ancient, intertwined trees are quite lush, and the original form shows that the place has not been visited for a long time, and there is a more different scenery behind the woods. When the wand was swung, the magic power cut through thorns for Char and opened up a new path in the woods. He finally reached a place where he could stay for a while. This is a riverside, and in front of it is boundless, exuding a faint blue lake. The water of the lake was unusually cold. Standing on the bank of the river and looking at the surface of the lake that was so deep, the endless cold made people feel a deep sense of coldness, and the heat that belonged to the swamp was completely gone. The woods behind him opened up like a barrier, isolating two completely different worlds, hot and humid and cold. Where is this place? Ryan squinted to see the distance, but the lake seemed to have no end. And she had no idea what was on the other end. Is it going to be like this? Crossing the river is not difficult for Ryan. During the Tree Wizard tournament, he used the Transfiguration and the Water Avoidance spell to successfully walk back on the clouds. Now Char's magic power is stronger than it was then, and the control of the magic spell is more delicate, so there is no problem using it here. But when Char's magic wrapped around the lake, everything changed. The quiet lake water has a peculiar power. It gently disperses all of Char's magic power, and then makes it flow into the whole lake. Ryan didn't believe in evil and tried again. He increased the magic power output and control several times, and the result is still the same. The lake surface was slightly rippled, as if mocking Ryan. Its characteristics made Ryan feel powerless. It shouldn't. Ryan scratched his head. He gently picked up a stone and threw it towards the front of the lake. As soon as the stone reached the surface of the lake, it was sucked by the huge gravitational force, and fell straight down, making a muffled sound, and even the water splash did not come out. As I thought, it is not only forbidden to cross, but also forbidden to empty. Ryan touched his chin. It seems that this lake has been enchanted, or this place itself is not ordinary. It is a quite powerful enchantment. He stretched out his hand to feel the fluctuation of magic power on the lake, but he couldn't feel it, so it can only explain that the lake water is protected by an extremely powerful barrier, so the power of magic can no longer be felt from the surface. Unless the key boundary point of the barrier is found, there is no way to crack the protective barrier. But this pen is too big. Row is Notting Island, the place where Merlin stayed. Lake Windermere, where this island is located, cannot yet have such characteristics, so who else can do such a thing? Ryan frowned slightly, and he walked slowly along the lake. If I can't find a way, I can only go back. Ryan paced with her hands behind her back, and the phantom avatar silently followed behind. Ryan stopped suddenly, and the spiritual perception that truth was constantly scanning seemed to find something interesting. Like what? Char squatted down. The banks of the river were black soil, and they were also scattered with large and small hard stones. In a stone, something invisible got stuck in it. Ryan opened his hand and held it gently, then looked at it repeatedly, then clenched his hand into a fist, and tapped the wand lightly on the back of his hand. A crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of metal and rock rubbing against each other, and a fist-sized chain emerged from the lake. The chain is quite long, like a giant bronze snake hovering on the riverbank. Ryan looked a little horrified. Ill wipe, isn't this the hiding place of Voldemort's fake Horcrux? However, this conjecture was quickly denied by Ryan. The chain did not pull out any boat. It was actually a very long and narrow rope that rang a melodious ancient bell. Ryan thought for a while, then tugged on the chain again, and the bell rang again. Well, kneel down. I thought it would be a good thing, but it turned out to be a switch that rings a bell, which is a waste of other people's mood. Ryan curled his lips. What's the use of ringing the bell? Could there be someone to pick me up? Intruder, only death awaits you. A strange voice came from behind Char, and he was speaking in Old Anglo that sounded a lot worse than modern English, although Char could easily understand it. A slight sense of crisis appeared in Ryan's heart. He didn't even look at the situation, but his mental power had already told him that there was a guy with a human-like shape next to him, and he was holding the sharp weapon in his hand high and smashing it at Ryan. Go with. Ryan raised his fingers slightly, and the truth suddenly came to Ryan. He folded his palms and gently pressed the ground. The soil on the riverbank began to turn, and a few huge arms turned into soil elements firmly controlled the sky. I feel that after I have the phantom double, I am getting lazy, and I don't even want to release a silent spell. Ryan shook his head and turned his attention to the guy who attacked him. What can I say? He looks quite interesting. Because he is all wrapped in green armor, it is not difficult to judge his identity according to the style of the armor. A knight, or a green knight. The sharp weapon in his hand was actually no longer lethal. When Ryan looked slightly, the blade of the wide long sword had long since decayed. If Ryan exerted a little force, the sword would break directly. And the green armor he wears is also quite old, and there are 4.5 pieces of damage at the joints of the armor, which records the vicissitudes of this armor. Intruder, only death awaits you. The Green Knight's voice was dead and lifeless, like a robot, repeating the same words over and over again. It kept twisting its body, trying to break free from Char's control. But it is too weak and too old to escape the shackles of Ryan. Zaya walked to the Green Knight in silence. The Green Knight and the armor were nearly 2 meters tall. The body that should have been burly and tall was now rather hunched. Gently put his hand on the Green Knight's ancient armor, and felt it for a while. Ryan's eyes were complicated. This old armor was at least 1,000 years old, and there was a human body. Ryan pulled his palm away and sighed. Old Knight, it turns out that you are already dead. Chapter 3 The Distant Ideal Hometown 8 more. Continue tomorrow. Please complete the order. This human body should have been specially transformed into something similar to metal, and the Green Knight is actually a magical alchemy creature. It can be said that this is a rather cruel method. It is a puppet made from a living human body. Even if the years change and time flies, he still guards it here day after day and completes the orders given by the maker. Ryan looked around the woods. He woke up from under a tree. But there seemed to be no other Green Knights left besides him, and they were finally defeated by the ruthless time. Looking at this magical alchemy creature from an unknown era, Char's wand pointed at his head. Stop the curse. According to the structure of most magical alchemy creatures, there must be a device in their brain core that constantly replays the incantation, and this device can be stopped by the incantation stop. Soon, the Green Knight gave up the struggle, and his body gradually calmed down. This is where Chaya, who did not report much hope, asked him tentatively. The vicissitudes of life of the green riding soil slowly spit out a word, Avalon. After saying this, his body completely softened. Without the control of the curse, he ended his long false life. Avalon? Sharia expressed shock. Does this legendary place still exist? Avalon, the final habitat of King Arthur, is the paradise in the afterlife, which exists side by side with the sacred garden of the Golden Apple in Greece and the paradise of Paradise Eden in Jewish mythology. Legend has it that in the forest of Avalon, there is a green knight guarded by the witch in the lake, so that ordinary people cannot break into the field of Avalon Holy Land. Once the intruder is found, the Green Knight will mercilessly kill. Look at this freed Green Knight, he is just like the legend says, only the years are too long. No matter how strong the alchemy magic is, it will not work if it is not updated. So, is the lake in front of me the lake of Avalon? Char controlled the truth to bury the Green Knight simply, and turned his eyes to the still deep lake. If I remember correctly, in the center of Avalon Lake, a group of arrogant and beautiful witches in the lake live. Vivian seems to be the hometown here, and even their leader. Speaking of which, I have to mention the story about King Arthur. To put it simply, this is a child with the qualifications of a king who, with the help of the witch in the lake under the guidance of Merlin, became the king of the whole of Britain, and then because of Merlin's death, King Arthur also ended his life due to the stalking of the witch in the lake. How to look at the story of King Arthur, although it is legendary, it is a manipulative pawn after all. He is the chosen one, and he has drawn the sword of the King of Britain, the sword in a stone, and has since become a symbol of power. Then the witch in the lake gave King Arthur the invincible power, the sword of the king, which can also be called broken steel sword, cut iron sword, and sword in the lake. It has become a symbol of King Arthur's power. At the same time, the witch in the lake also gave King Arthur the strongest protection, a magical scabbard, which can protect King Arthur from being injured. But the scabbard was stolen. It was stolen by Morgan, Merlin's student and Vivian's rival in love. She returned the scabbard to the lake fairy, so King Arthur lost his strongest protection. After Shang Merlin's death, the legend of King Arthur finally fell in the face of various problems, and the sword of the king was also sent back to the Lake of Avalon by King Arthur's men, Bedivere, the witch in the lake, the king's sword, the scabbard. Together, they direct King Arthur's scream. At this moment, Merlin's words seemed to be ringing in Char's ears again. If you have a chance, you can go to Glastonbury. I think Vivian should have left that thing there. Vivian, won't you leave the king's sword and scabbard here? Ryan's throat moved slightly. If this was true, it would be too big. Although he doesn't know how to use swordsmanship, a fool knows the power of slashing iron swords and scabbards. They are the most magical items in legends. But how on earth am I going to get across this river? If you really guessed correctly, then the center of the lake is Fairy Island, and Ryan you must tell there if she wants to find what Vivian left behind. While Ryan was in trouble, the bell that rang before finally resounded, and the sound of water waves separating slightly came. A white wooden boat drifted from afar for a long time, and finally reached the shore. Its appearance is quite exquisite, and at the same time there are various beautiful lines on the hull. Of course, it is inevitably a little old. After hesitating for a while, Ryan still set foot on this ship. If what Vivian left behind was really the whole set of swords of kings, then she really had no way to refuse this temptation. When Char stepped on the boat, the white boat began to move forward, heading for the center of Avalon Lake. The lake is very quiet. There is a deep stillness, and there is not even the slightest sound of wind. However, the closer you get to the center of the lake, the brighter the sky gradually becomes, and the warm light makes Ryan feel much more comfortable. After driving around for about 10 minutes, Char finally saw the island in the distance. Interesting at first glance, this is an apple-like island, maybe a little smaller than Guernsey. When the boat finally docked at this Avalon Lake, the apple island in the center, Char, who got off the boat, did not dare to walk too fast. If I remember correctly, There are a lot of demon girls in the lake. If these guys are like Vivian, they will have to suffer a lot of trouble. However, Ryan walked for quite a while and did not see a single figure. Instead, the golden beam of light emanating from the center of the lake caught his attention inadvertently. This apple island is really too small. Ryan walked towards the beam of light, and this time he finally saw other figures. But these figures also belonged to the dead. In the center of the island is a gorgeous high stone platform from which the golden beam of light emanates. There are 8 dead bodies walking around the stone platform. All of them are quite beautiful, but their pointed ears show that they are of elf blood. Have the 8 witches in the lake all perished here? Ryan understood why the Green Knights in the forest outside Avalon had not been maintained for so long. The fundamental reason was that their master had already died. The way they died was not normal, there were signs of cannibalism, and their purpose was all for the things on the stone platform. Ryan bowed slightly to the deceased, then walked up to the stone platform, and finally saw the source of the beam of light. I didn't expect it, it's true. Ryan's voice trembled a little. A slender western sword lay quietly on the stone platform. Its hilt was deep blue, and the sword was made of beautiful platinum. But what is more attractive is the complex pattern, the exquisite and noble scabbard, and the interweaving of white, blue and gold. It looks so extraordinary. They are the symbol of strength, the king's sword, and the iron sword. There is also a scabbard, a magical treasure with the same name as this place, a distant ideal hometown. Avalon Chapter 4, Symbols of Strength and Defense. Is this too exciting? Ryan looked at Xantiagian, his throat moved slightly. It is surrounded by a perfect magic circuit. From the perspective of alchemy, it is definitely a priceless treasure. It can be said to be the pinnacle of magic items in this and the world. If Voldemort saw this thing, he would probably go crazy. God knows how attractive such a rare item is to wizards. So is this what Vivian stays in Avalon? Ryan did not continue to focus on the iron sword in front of him. He quickly looked around. It is very similar to the legend, beautiful and quiet, and full of warm atmosphere at the same time. It's just that this kind of breath is just an appearance. It would have died long ago, but because of the influence of Avalon's enchantment, the remains of the fairy in the lake, which were not corrupted, were silently indicating that this so-called Elysium was just the past. It is nothing more than a place in the guise of legend, a place forgotten by the modern world. Perhaps it still retains a powerful magical and mysterious power. Ryan sighed slightly, and he stretched out his hand and gently probed for the sword technique. Strange to say, when Char's fingers just touched the scabbard of the far-flung utopia, the luxurious scabbard began to vibrate slightly and radiate light. The Dharma God throne in Ryan's body also began to function, and it also flickered with light, but its level was much higher than that of the iron sword, so it was attracting the scabbard, and the scabbard was echoing the Dharma God throne. After about a few seconds, the light of the scabbard began to be restrained, and soon it turned into a misty flow of flowers on the surface, as if agreeing with Ryan. And Ryan gently held the scabbard, and easily picked up the iron sword and the scabbard. The iron cupping sword is very textured in the hand, and at the same time the weight is suitable. When Zaya gently pulls it out when slashing the iron sword, the weapon that symbolized King Arthur's strongest power reappeared in the world at this time, and there seemed to be starlight flashing between the swings. Bright as Kahong's sword body glowing with light, its blade length is about 1 meter long, and the hilt looks quite slender. The blade and the body of the sword outline a perfect arc. Although it is extremely sharp, it is not very obvious. And when he picked up the iron sword, a part of the stone platform covered by the scabbard was engraved with a paragraph. King of all Britain, Archeria Pendragon, rests here diaresis. It was only then that Ryan realized that what kind of stone platform is this? That square and solemn stone platform is actually the resting place of King Arthur. But why Archeria? It was obviously Arthur Pendragon who whispered to Char, and he could only attribute everything to the inaccuracy of history. Ryan may not know enough about the king who lives in the legend, but he still maintains enough respect. He took a few steps back and bowed solemnly to the stone platform with the iron sword in his arms. Ancient Britain looks at it. Archery Pendragon, may your glory continue to shine here, and Ryan Ambrosius will return to the world with the iron sword. Ryan's voice sounded faintly in the middle of the island, and the beam of light on the sarcophagus fluctuated a few times, as if answering Ryan. And Ryan bowed again and turned to leave. Of course, he did not forget to bury these long-dead fairies in the lake. Char, who was holding the iron sword, was surprised to find that the lake water that restricted the magic power became quite docile at this time. When Ryan stepped on the water cloud and returned, he looked at the long sword in his hand and fell into 4 places. However, where should I put such an iron sword? Ryan touched his chin. I always feel that it is an insult to put such a powerful ancient treasure in a storage bag. The Dharma God throne once again helped trying to solve the problem. As Ryan's mind moved, the iron sword disappeared from Ryan's hand, and it appeared next to the Dharma God throne. This was its projection. As for the real iron-slaying sword, it is already lodged in Ryan's body, and it needs Ryan's thinking change to appear in Ryan's hands freely. While continuing to admire the strangeness of the Dharma God throne and the iron sword, Char also left the Lake of Avalon, passed through the forest and swamp, and returned to the mist. Glastonbury, in the southwest of England, can be seen by everyone, but no one can find the place to continue its story. Maybe one day, this once mythical paradise will show its brilliance again. If you use the iron sword to cut the Horcrux, then the Horcrux may die directly. After getting the iron chopping sword, Ryan inevitably fiddled with it a few times. The sharpness of the iron chopping sword's body was quite terrifying, and at the same time, it had a strong ability to destroy magic. It could ignore most of the magic defenses, and even his own sewing sky clothes in front of it is almost like paper. If a swordsman master obtained this weapon, Char would have no doubt that he would be hacked to death with 2 strikes. But compared to the iron sword, the more precious thing is actually this scabbard, which can stimulate the activity of life, so that the injured host can recover very quickly, and its original structure is very unique. It can be called an independent magic system. It has its own magical will in it. And when the scabbard a distant ideal land is completely released, it will arrange an indestructible magical barrier around it. As long as the master's magic power is still he can maintain it unconditionally and without any side effects. It's a pity to feel that there are people who can't do martial arts with this kind of weapon. Ryan looked at Xantiaegean with a sigh. Should I master some swordsmanship? I can't point out any melee wizards in the future. It's probably pretty cool. Merlin's words, and the things that Vivian had kept, surprised Ryan, although he didn't know why the legendary item was still left in this world. However, these are not the key to Zaya's current improvement in strength. He is still training himself in Star Fortress, and this day he received a letter from Harry. The content of the letter was very simple. Harry told Char that his scars began to hurt severely again, and some strange scenes could be seen from time to time. Voldemort himself participated in these scenes without exception. It was Voldemort who finally made his move. He was using the connection between Harry and his soul to spy on Harry of the second team. This is just a harbinger of the beginning of the Dark Lord's upcoming actions. Chapter 5. The parties are surging to more. What is this? About a few days after Char received the Iron Sword, Harry also received a gift from the Dursleys. This is Char's reply to Harry's letter, and it is also a way to help Harry solve his current thinking being spied on by Voldemort. A note. Harry looked helplessly at the not-so-thick notebook that Char sent over. This was the first time he received something related to a book from Char. This doesn't seem to be very different from Char's usual style. Same. While muttering, Harry opened the note given by Char, which was a book on explaining occlumency. Originally, occlumency is a very advanced spell, because it has very high requirements on the spiritual power of wizards, so the information about it is also very complicated. However, all this is not impossible to change. Ryan eruditated his own understanding and summed up experience, and a book of very refined and easy-to-understand notes appeared in Harry's hands. Harry flipped through a few pages and found that although it was a bit difficult, it was completely in line with Harry's comprehension ability under Char's ingenious overview, so he began to practice occlumency. The progress was slow, but it was improving every day, which made Voldemort a headache, because the reason why Char sent this notebook to Harry was to slow down the speed at which Harry was eroded by Voldemort's thinking influence. Now Cornelius Fudge has taken a tacit and even relatively positive attitude towards the news of Voldemort's return. So Voldemort's attitude is also changing. His movements are obviously much faster than the original, and he is not quite eroding Harry's mind, hoping to control him through the connection between the souls. It's a pity that Voldemort's soul fragment is powerful, but it seems so fragile in front of a pure, complete soul protected by deep maternal love. It would take a long process for Voldemort to change Harry's mind. And he understood that he couldn't drag it on by himself, because his most troublesome opponent was not only Dumbledore, but also Echeria. If Voldemort slows down, it will only give Char more time to grow, which is something Dumbledore is very happy to see, and Voldemort never wants to face. If Dumbledore and Char joined forces, even if Voldemort had 70 soul fragments, they would have to be clearly arranged. He is also very clear that the current strength of the Death Eaters alone is not enough to fight against the huge Hogwarts camp, so he is using his thunderous means and the residual power he has accumulated in the past to expand his strength. At present, according to reliable information, Voldemort has included giants, werewolves and a series of magical creatures. They have an instinctive tendency to the strong and the dark. So after Voldemort returned and showed his strength, it was easy to join Voldemort's camp. But this is not what Voldemort needs to pay attention to the most. His biggest reliance is still the Death Eaters, but these guys are currently locked in Azkaban, so he is already planning to have a big fight against Azkaban. Scale attack. Char has reminded Connolly several times, and Azkaban's defense factor is constantly improving. But there is one thing that neither Char nor Connolly can organize. Too many eyeliners placed by Voldemort. With the exception of Hogwarts, almost all powers have been eroded by Voldemort, and the Ministry of Magic is not stable and safe enough. The whole summer vacation seemed to be calm, and all parties were planning their own plans. It seems that Voldemort was very dissatisfied with the slow erosion of Harry's mind. So another carefully planned conspiracy emerged. Dementors came to the Mole world and attacked the Dursleys. Harry was forced to use a high-level spell call to protect the gods, which led to the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. It stands to reason that cases like this involving underage wizards being forced to use magic spells to protect themselves do not need to be reviewed at all. Only a verbal warning is needed. But there have been many voices of opposition from the Ministry of Magic. They all put pressure on Connolly, and finally Connolly had no choice but to go to court. Thanks to Dumbledore himself, his appearance allowed the White Wizards to determine their position. So in the voting trial, Dumbledore led the Wesson Moor Wizarding Group to defeat the Ministry of Magic. The uneasy factor in his life kept Harry from going to jail. You see, there is no need for me to probe. The apparent peace of your Ministry of Magic is about to be broken. When Char came to Connolly's office, he calmly discussed with Connolly, because according to the agreement, Char needed to help Connolly further consolidate his position. A surface that is too calm often hides the complicated truth underneath, and this group of people can basically be labeled as unsettling. Connolly frowned at the calm Cheria. To be honest, I didn't expect that in my Ministry of Magic. So many people would be so warm-hearted because of some news for fear of blocking CAC. Don't forget, you were able to get to where you are today, mainly because of the jagged faction established by Old Barty, and the reason why you took over the reputation of various eras. Ryan shook the wineglass in his hand. To sum it up in one sentence, it's okay to govern the world, but it's lacking in troubled times. At this time, it is necessary to establish prestige and reputation, otherwise you will not be able to suppress those ill-conceived people. Of course, he'll help you sort this out. Connolly, he asked with some difficulty, What are you going to do? Ryan grinned. You should understand the simple power operation. During this time, Zaya was still very satisfied with Connolly. Although he was cowardly, at some point he knew who to obey. Today's White Wizard camp can be said to have two most prestigious people. Dumbledore, the most powerful and prestigious, is responsible for scheduling the lineup and the overall layout. Ambrosius, the most famous and well-connected, controls the situation in the magic world and does not allow its going to collapse. Never underestimate the power of ancient families. Those families that can really be passed down are not just wealthy. They have used time to convert wealth into other things, intertwined connections, wealth-rich heritage, and power ties that others can't see. The ancient and Loke family of Ambrosius is like a giant hand behind the magic world. It always takes action when it is invisible, and adjusts the situation that has already gone wrong. The 6th chapter changes the plot 3 more. It's September again, the students' vacation is coming to an end, and Char has returned to Hogwarts with Punlo and Hermione. The two daughters did not return to their home during the summer vacation, and the Star Fortress of New Oda became full of vitality because of the addition of 2 beautiful women. As for those things that young men and women cannot help, I don't know how many times I have repeated them. It also seems that because of this relationship, Punlo and Hermione seem more and more attractive, and they begin to have a charm that is not found in their peers, and there is always a unique charm between their gestures. While Char was practicing magic, he studied the theory of swordsmanship a little. After all, it would be a pity to have such a magical slashing iron sword without any preparations. Fortunately, the throne of the Dharma god is not a stingy existence. If it were replaced by another golden finger and saw that his host was practicing the routine of a warrior on the way of the Dharma master, I wonder if it would be directly angry. However, this appropriate physical stimulation made Ryan's body stronger and stronger. In addition, the body of the Dharma god has reached the first order peak in the practice. Ryan's body is basically mature now, and has reached a height of 1.8 meters. Fully demonstrated the beauty and strength of his youth. Although there are indeed many worrying places in the magical world, Hogwarts, the castle left by the Big Four, is still the safest place in Europe by virtue of its ancient history and heritage. You must know that even Gringotts, which is known as the safest, has been attacked several times by an unknown character. Fortunately, a few years ago, Zaya and Gringotts jointly introduced the use of crystal cards, which made many wizards have stored their golden galleons on crystal cards that can clearly record and protect property. Not too many people's property damage. The temporarily safe Hogwarts still continues its tradition, the sorting ceremony that has not changed for many years, and the casual song of the sorting hat will always amaze the new students. However, Ryan noticed one thing. From the beginning of the school opening ceremony, Dumbledore had been intentional covering his right hand. He was always covered by his long sleeves, so that people couldn't see the slender fingers. Could it be that Dumbledore has already started to look for Horcruxes? Char was able to see clearly from a distance, and Dumbledore looked at Char and gave him a friendly smile. Then Dumbledore picked up the spoon with his exposed left hand and gently placed it on the goblet. Knock on. Students, I am very happy to welcome you to a new school year. First of all, I am sorry to tell you that your defense against the dark arts teacher, Alas Moody, needed to rest due to physical reasons, so he resigned from his school position. There was a sigh off the field. Although Moody's last semester was basically faked by Barty Jr., everyone still had a very good sense of this disgusting teacher. Dumbledore continued, so this semester, our teacher in defense against the dark arts has made some adjustments. Adjust. The word is quite subtle, and it can be understood that he will be a personnel transfer within Hogwarts, rather than airborne a new teacher again. I saw Dumbledore continue, therefore, starting this semester, Professor Snape will be your defense against the dark arts teacher. Really? Char glanced at Snape, who was not at all pleased by Dumbledore's announcement. You know, everyone knows that Snape has always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts, and now that his wish has been fulfilled, He should be very happy. Snape didn't take care of the cheers of the little snakes under the stage and the sparse applause from the other colleges and faculty. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking seriously about something. Ryan guessed that all of this must have something to do with Voldemort, and it can be seen from the current situation that the plot has changed. Because of Professor Snape's move, we need a new potions teacher. Division saying that, Dumbledore stood up happily and introduced him to everyone. Let's welcome the new potions teacher, Horace Slughorn. I saw a man standing up from the head teacher's table. He was a fat old bald man with a pair of bulging eyes and a thick silver beard like a walrus. Overall, he gave a kind and shrewd feeling. From Char's point of view, this guy is very similar to Connolly. He likes to associate with celebrities, successful people, and important people, and he enjoys the feeling of influencing these people, and he loves vanity. He always noticed those students with special talents, so he founded a society called Slug Club, which provided a platform for people he admired to communicate. I have seen this old man. Slughorn has made good friends to Zaya many times, hoping to let Zaya join his Slug Club, but he was all rejected by Zaya, and Zaya does not want to waste such a greasy guy. The students looked at the new potions teacher with mixed feelings, but overall they expressed a rather warm welcome. After all, this is a minimum of respect. Fortunately, that guy Umbridge didn't come to Hogwarts, which relieved Char a lot. But Dumbledore's covered right hand was still worrying, so when the opening dinner was over, Char felt that he had to ask Dumbledore about the specific situation. And Dumbledore could also see Char's doubts, so Dumbledore and Char greeted him when they parted, and the two met in Dumbledore's headmaster's office. It's been a while, Char. Dumbledore looked good. He raised his right hand. The right hand looked quite terrifying. The charred shape matched with the black muscles, like a tree root that was burned by flames. I honestly didn't expect it a bit. Ryan sighed. I remember meeting you with the principal just last month, but it is worrying. If I read it correctly, there should be a very powerful black magic curse. Dumbledore nodded. After several years of growth and getting along, Dumbledore no longer regards Ryan as a student. You must know that Ryan's strength is already higher than Snape's at this time, and it is not too far from the top ability in the HP world. Your eyes are still so sharp, they can see everything. Dumbledore paused. I have to say that this was my mistake and my stupid performance. Chapter 7 Night Talk 4 More. Remember, when you were in your second year, you destroyed the Horcrux about Voldemort. Char nodded, and Dumbledore continued. Since this summer, I have been focusing on finding Voldemort's other Horcruxes, because intuition tells me that Voldemort couldn't have made just one Horcrux. It seems that my guess is correct. I have spent a lot of time and finally found something in the old house in Marveloghaunt. Saying that, Dumbledore took out a broken ring from his pocket, and there was a hole in it, as if some gem-like jewelry had been removed. This is another of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. I could have been spared, but this ring touches the most vulnerable part of my heart, because this black gem reminds me of an ancient legend, a 903 that can bring the dead back to life. Legend. To this, Char replied softly to Dumbledore, the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, right? Sure enough, your knowledge is already amazing. Dumbledore looked very happy. He pointed to the hole. Not many people know this legend. You are right, it is the Resurrection Stone. And it is it that paralyzes my mind. I was really happy at the time. I couldn't wait to put on this ring, hoping that it could revive my lost relatives, but the result was that I was caught by the terrifying black magic, and I was unprepared for it. Been hacked. Although I came back immediately, destroyed the ring with Gryffindor's sword, and controlled the curse with Professor Snape's superb technique, and sealed the black magic in my right hand, my life is coming to an end. Dumbledore seemed very calm, as if his life was just something worthless, no accident. This curse will get out of control again in a year, and I will die without any way to save it. I'm afraid not, Dumbledore said. This is a curse that goes deep into the soul. Only the most evil Horcrux can possess it. The only thing that can be done at present is to control it. Ryan couldn't understand. Professor, in fact, you don't need to be so anxious. Although Voldemort's strength is very strong, he can't defeat you, and if you give me some time, the two of us will definitely fail to shoot Voldemort together. And according to your magic, it's not difficult to live for a few more decades. You don't need to be so anxious. Dumbledore shook his head. Char, you are wrong. In fact, my strength is already weakening, although I still have the confidence to fight or even suppress Voldemort now. But this is just a treasure in my hand. I have been considering your suggestion. I have always had confidence in you, and I also firmly believe that one day you will surpass me, surpass Voldemort. And it is just the resurrection stone, which destroyed this plan in advance. Dumbledore sighed. My current strength is at least 20% weaker. This hand hinders my whole body's magic power. Fortunately, Voldemort's Horcrux was destroyed, but it was still too hasty. Ryan shook his head. First of all, you don't know how many Horcruxes Voldemort has. Secondly, the destruction of a Horcrux at this price can't directly weaken his strength. And finally, teach you to forcibly compress your time to 1 year. This invisibly increases the difficulty. Indeed, Dumbledore regretted. I was too stupid to be attracted by the legend of the Resurrection Stone. And the Resurrection Stone can't actually resurrect the dead at all. It just summons something more real than the soul, but not the soul. I've stashed this thing away in the hope that it will work someday in the future. Dumbledore smiled and looked at Char. But because of your existence, I thought of a more direct way. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. In the next year, I will continue to test you and train you, and I hope you can become stronger than Voldemort in this year. Is this to train my rhythm myself? Although Dumbledore personally accompanies training, it is something that Char has been looking forward to for a long time, but who can guarantee that it will surpass Voldemort within a year? You do not have to worry about, Dumbledore said. According to my speculation, Voldemort will spend a lot of time in coordinating forces this year, and the consolidation of his own strength will inevitably be delayed, so this year is the best time for you to narrow the gap. But to really defeat Voldemort, we still have to figure out how many Horcruxes he has now, otherwise our efforts are likely to be in vain, because he can still rely on the Horcrux to resurrect Zero. Ryan was silent for a while. Although it makes me very happy to be trusted by you, I have to ask Professor Dumbledore, why do you trust me so much? You are not afraid that I will end up like Voldemort in the end? Road? Dumbledore shook his head. He said with a smile, if you're going to walk the same path as Voldemort, then not like this now. And anyway, Voldemort is the enemy we have to deal with, right? Ryan was silent. What Dumbledore said was actually quite right. Whether it is family hatred or the only way to reach the top, Voldemort is the hurdle that Char must cross. Ryan thought for a while. Slughorn, I guessed that the reason why the professor looked for him was because he had a relationship with Voldemort, right? Dumbledore nodded. He'll look into everything, Ryan said softly. I just felt a bottleneck at this time, Professor Dumbledore. In the next time, you have to be prepared to be disturbed by me. Do not worry, Dumbledore chuckled. My old bones can continue to toss for a while. After Char and Dumbledore finished talking, Char quickly left the principal's office, and Snape quietly emerged from the curtain of Dumbledore's office. Did you really decide to give him this task? Dumbledore did not look back. I think so, because Harry is far from being able to deal with Voldemort. If I want Harry to win the final victory, then I have to pay too much, calculate too much, and even succeed. Rates are not guaranteed, so I had to make a more insurance choice. Snape was silent for a few seconds. I can trust Ambrosius, but I can't let Harry die. Dumbledore knew what Snape was talking about. They had been working on Horcruxes since 2nd grade. Considering Harry's anomalies, it wasn't hard for them to deduce the fact that Harry was actually Voldemort's Horcrux too. You seem to be in love with Lily's child, Snape said coldly. Stop joking, I just don't want Lily to feel at ease in heaven. Chapter 8 The Long Lost Potions Lesson 5 More. Now what Char has to do is very simple. To get Slughorn's memory and tell Dumbledore the truth about Voldemort's Horcrux. Even though Char is very aware of the number of Voldemort Horcruxes, Char's unsubstantiated remarks are not convincing to shrewd wizards like Dumbledore and Snape. Therefore, in the first week of school, Zaya went to the first class of each class as usual, and started his own plan at the same time. In the 5th grade, the thing that worried all the students actually came. Because of our L's, the schedule of the general wizarding level examination was already in front of them. This is the standard for whether they can graduate, and after that there are higher difficulty NWETs, the ultimate wizard rank test. Throughout the history of Hogwarts, there has never been a student like Char who completed the ultimate wizarding rank exam early in the 4th grade, but for most 5th grade students, 6 students, this year is going to be a very stressful one. Snape started his own defense against the dark arts course as he wished, and his teaching method that some classmates were disgusted with still remained unchanged. But all those who were willing and conscientious could learn quite useful skills in his course. Although Snape didn't say anything, he still silently passed all the knowledge about correctly defending against the dark magic and improving his own strength to all the students in an unfriendly way. As for potions, Slughorn's class was much more interesting than before. Because the old man's character is quite cheerful, he is very keen to take out some strange props that can attract the students' attention. So in the first class, he took out the same as the original plot, a potion course that he carefully prepared. Although these things should have been taken out when they were doing advanced potion studies. But Slughorn hopes to allow more outstanding students to join his slug club and gradually expand his circle. Looking at a lot of students in the classroom, Slughorn smiled. It seems that Professor Snape asked everyone to abide by the potions class system. In fact, you don't have to sit so seriously. We are teachers and students in class, and we can become friends in private. Apparently Slughorn's words made a lot of sense. Slughorn clapped his hands and went back to the front of the classroom, buckling his already bulging chest forward again, the buttons on his waistcoat appearing to burst. Because this is my first class, I have prepared several potions to open your eyes. Of course, I'm afraid you won't be able to master these things until you finish learning advanced potion making next year, but this does not affect your understanding. Although you may not be able to make them, of course we have to rule out a certain potion master who suddenly sneaked in. Slughorn winked at Char, and Char smiled back friendly and said, "It's not that I need your memory, I'm too lazy to see you." Slughorn said, "First of all, this potion. Who can tell me what it is?" He pointed to the cauldron closest to the Slytherin table, which seemed to be tumbling in a pot of clear water, which at first glance looked like a puddle of boiling water. Seeing that everyone was uncertain, Hermione raised her hand. "It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces those who drink it to tell the truth." "Very good," Slughorn said happily. "Allow me to ask one more question. How did you see it?" "It's logically no different from Shimazu, because of its bubble-tumbling character," Hermione explained. "The bubbles of Veritaserum don't tumble and don't like water, it's a constant frequency and a constant number of bubbles in a cycle of 3 or 3, so I can tell the difference." "Marvelous," Slughorn said. "It's more difficult to understand than to distinguish, which is excellent," and now he pointed to the cauldron closest to Ravenclaw's table, and continued, "This is relatively famous, and it has been highlighted in several brochures issued by the Ministry recently. Who can?" Hermione didn't raise her hand this time. Under the influence of Zaya, she has become more and more calm now. She is no longer the know-it-all girl who is often ridiculed by everyone. Reason and calmness have become the words of Hermione. It turns out that Shuri had just discovered Hermione's trait in advance, and it was this calm and rationality that allowed Hermione to become the Minister of Magic in the end. It was just a little embarrassing at the scene. Hermione didn't raise her hand, and the rest of the students were not very clear. Slughorn was a little regretful. He looked at Hermione. "This lady. don't you know? Seeing that she was named, Hermione had to continue. It's a compound decoction, sir. Harry then turned his attention to the mud-like thing that was slowly bubbling up. Speaking of which, didn't little Barty rely on this potion for disguise last semester? No wonder the Ministry of Magic will issue a booklet about this potion. Great, great. And this one here, you say, dear? Slughorn seemed to be eyeing Hermione, and he continued to ask Hermione questions, looking a little surprised. It's a love potion. Not bad. There seems to be no need to ask at all. Slughorn now showed genuine admiration and said, I'm sure you know what it's for? Hermione said softly, it's the most potent and ineffective love potion in the world. Most effective and least effective? Slughorn was curious. Why do you say that? Because it can bring people a strong obsession or infatuation, but this is just to paralysis control of emotions, not true love. When the infatuation agent ends, it is likely to bring more terrible emotions than love. Quite correct understanding. Slughorn looked a little serious, as the lady said, the love potion does not bring true love, and its puppies are also accompanied by strong side effects, which can be said to be the most dangerous potion in this classroom. Can you tell me how you recognized it? The luster of mother of peel, and the spiraling steam, and everyone's favorite flavor. Speaking of this, Hermione suddenly blushed and didn't say any more, because what she smelled was the good smell of Zaya. Hee. Looks like you smell something interesting. Ryania dragged her chin and looked at Hermione teasingly, which made Hermione even more shy. After all, this was not a topic that could be talked about in public. Chapter 9 Excessive Fulling Agent 6 More Honey. Can you tell me your name? Asked Slughorn, not seeming to notice Hermione's embarrassment. Hermione Granger. Granger? Are you related to Hettock Dagworth Granger, founder of the Society of Extraordinary Apothecaries? It shouldn't be, sir. Mulborn. Hermione seemed very indifferent, not at all embarrassed by her origin. And none of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students said anything. On the one hand, Hermione has used her intelligence and ability to impress many people in the past few years. On the other hand, it is the teenager sitting next to her. Everyone wants to live a few more years, right? I suddenly remembered something interesting. Slughorn looked at Char with a smile. I heard that this Miss Granger is Mr. Ambrosius' girlfriend, right? Ryan nodded generously. Yes. Really enviable. Youth is really beautiful, Miss Granger. Plus well-deserved 20 points. Slughorn spoke cordially, as if there was something in his words to please. Now, Slughorn continued, we should start the class. Sir, you haven't told us what's in here. Ernie Macmillan pointed to a black one on the Slughorn podium. Small crucible. That small crucible was really too small, even smaller than an ordinary bowl, and the potion in it splashed cheerfully. Its color was bright gold, just like the color of the sun, and at the same time it exuded a faint fragrance. If you take a closer look, this medicine is very viscous, and you can occasionally see a faint white color under the slanting light. Ho! Slughorn came again. Everyone believed that Slughorn had not forgotten the potion at all. He was just waiting for someone to ask, to create a dramatic effect. By the way, I haven't said that yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that thing is one of the most peculiar little potions. Miss Granger diaresis. Yes, Professor. He smiled and turned to Hermione. I think you know what it is. This is the excess amount of Ryanius modified fruit, fulling agent. Hermione was a little unsure. After all, she didn't see this potion many times. Correct. Slughorn said, it seems that our Mr. Ambrosius and Miss Granger have a very good relationship. You must know that this potion is quite precious, and its effect is the same as that of flux. Miss Granger, bring good luck. These 4 words are more effective than any chicken soup, and the whole class seemed to straighten their backs immediately. Exactly, 10 points for Gryffindor. Slughorn said, as for this potion, I think we can actually invite his reformers to come and speak to me, can't we, Mr. Ambrosius? Well, Ryania stood up and bowed slightly. This superfluidic agent is actually the same as its name, but it is over-refined in the process of the superfluidic agent. However, In order to do a good job of over-refining, a more reasonable and effective over-preparation must be prepared. In short, the effect of overdose is exactly the same as that of fulling. Its raw materials come from a magical creature, the seven-branched flower, which can also be called a lucky flower. This is a gift from the goddess of magic. It is extremely rare and can touch the erratic luck, can also make people more confident. The effect of each drop of superfluid is 5 times that of the general one, and the side effects are also slightly reduced, so its price is also more than 5 times that of the fluing. This is listed as one of the most outstanding transformation potions in the field of potions masters, which is what Slughorn will use to show off. Such a small pot of superfluidizer, its value will not be less than 8,000 gold galleons, and it has no market value. Therefore, it is impossible for a potion master to be short of money, and Ryanya can refine a little treasured potion, and the wealth in exchange is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Wealth is always flowing, but this technology and cherished potion can only be in the hands of a few. Of course, it's okay to have a fulling elixir or an overdose of it, but it just makes you a little bit more fortunate. But in the face of absolute strength and reality, it can't work, because it can only improve the probability of the future and cannot reverse the fact that it will happen or has happened. After Char finished explaining, Slughorn took the lead in applauding. Although it's not the first time, every time I see this potion, I will admire Mr. Ambrosius, and I think Hogwarts will be proud of you. This drug must not be overdose, as it can lead to vertigo, recklessness, and dangerous hubris. Slughorn said, you know, good stuff can be harmful in excess, in doses that are deadly and incurable, but it's wonderful to take a little occasionally, sparingly and sparingly. Slughorn said. Experience. Have you ever taken it, sir? Some students seemed quite interested. I haven't taken the overdose of fulling, because I don't think I need you. I have taken ordinary fulling twice. Slughorn said, once at 24 and once at 57. 2 scoops at breakfast. It was a perfect 2 days. He stared into the distance in a trance, and whether he was acting or not, that worked quite well. It's tempting, and I don't want to sleep to make my life better. Slughorn seemed to come back to reality, saying, I'm going to be the prize for this class. The classroom was silent, and every sound of bubbling and boiling around the potions seemed to be amplified tenfold. A very small drop of hyperfluidum. Slughorn took out a small glass bottle with the cork from his pocket and showed it to the class. Don't think it's too little, enough to bring 12 hours of good luck, from dawn to dusk. You will be lucky no matter what you do. Of course, like flux, it is forbidden to be used in competitions, exams and other non-daily life. Slughorn is very satisfied with everyone's expressions. Now, let's officially start the class. We will learn a potion preparation in this class. The student with the best result will receive the prize. With his order, the enthusiasm of the students has been greatly improved. As for Ryan's efforts not to appear too boring, by the way, he gave up participating in their hot potion making. Chapter 10 Memories in Hand Part 1. 7 more. Since this was only 5th grade, Harry didn't get the advanced potions Snape had left behind, so he lost the edge. The end result is naturally that Hermione won with almost 90% completion. Of course, Ryan scoffed at this, and worked so hard for this drop of excessive fulling. If Hermione wanted it, Ryan wouldn't mind throwing a few large bottles to her at one time. The premise is that this thing can be used. The fulling agent looks quite miraculous, but the things it can affect are too small, and because of its own side effects, it is not feasible to use it for magic experiments and cultivation. All in all, about Char's 5th grade, the first potion lesson, and possibly the last potion lesson, ended just like that. Slughorn didn't forget to invite Char and Hermione to sit in his office. After all, he never gave up his plan to pull Char into the Slug Club, and Char was ready to take action at this time. He brought some gifts to Slughorn, a bottle of excellent aged mead not available on the market, and Hogsmeade's finest candied pineapple, his favorite things. Hermione, You have to help me look after the wind later. 960 Ryania held these two things and whispered in Hermione's ear at the same time. Hermione was a little strange. What? Because, I want to get something out of our professor's mouth, which will inevitably use some unconventional means. Hermione seemed to understand something. Char, don't you want to do something to a professor? If Professor Dumbledore finds out, he will be very angry. Don't worry, this is what Dumbledore ordered. Char murmured inwardly. Originally, Slughorn was hired by Dumbledore to explore the secret, so don't pay too much attention to the means. Soon, Char and Hermione came to Slughorn's office, which had already changed into the little old man's favorite style. Ah, here you are. Hello, Professor. Char nodded slightly, while Hermione obeyed and followed Char's movements. This is a gift for you, Professor. Slughorn looked at the things in Char's hands in surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Ambrosius to bring me a gift. It's all about celebrating your return to Hogwarts, Professor, Ryan said with a smile. If I remember correctly, it's been decades. Slughorn seemed to be nostalgic. Your parents were still there at that time, and I was also the potions teacher. This kind of reunion after a long absence is a bit unreasonable without celebrating. Char followed Slughorn's movements to the front of the two sofas. The red satin sofa looked very valuable, and there was a small table between the two sofas. It seemed that Slughorn had already done it. Well, the preparation for inviting students here, the venue is fully equipped. As Zaya tapped his finger, 3 crystal clear and beautiful goblets appeared on the table, and the cork of the mead was pulled out, and the air was suddenly filled with the sweet and intoxicating taste of the rich wine aroma. Slughorn flushed slightly. This tastes amazing. Char smiled and said, the packaged mead from the 82-year-old Zaid winery is naturally much richer than ordinary. Hearing Char's words, Slughorn's breath was a little heavy. It's actually a treasure of that era. It's shocking. I'm afraid only Ambrosius can find such a precious thing. The professor has been awarded. Ryan did not lose his etiquette. Under the manipulation of magic, the 3 crystal clear goblets were already filled with fragrant and golden mead, and the delicate bubbles that rolled slightly made it look particularly attractive. Professor, please. Char raised the glass and greeted Slughorn, as did Hermione. So the 3 of them drank together. Hermione looked at Zaya strangely. She was prepared for the problem in the wine, but it seemed that there was no problem at all. After clinking the glass, Slughorn poured the mead into his mouth anxiously, and then let out a long sigh. It's really delicious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his face a little embarrassed. I think I should keep this bottle of wine. Well, the taste almost makes me reluctant to continue drinking it. Professor, don't worry, I can bring you some more if you want. Real. Facing Slughorn's surprise, Char nodded. It's natural, but I may have to take some less popular potion materials from the professor. After all, some things are a bit troublesome to wait for the market to buy. Ha ha. Slughorn said with a smile. What I like most about Mr. Ambrosius is your shrewdness and honesty. Don't worry, as long as you don't empty the old man out of my family, I will be very happy to use Ambrosius potion. Do your part in making it. With that said, Slughorn turned his attention to the pineapple preserves aside. This is best candied pineapple in Hogsmeade. Ryan chuckled. I remember when we met a few years ago, you said you liked this very much. Thank you for remembering. Slughorn was slightly moved. He opened the candied pineapple. The beautifully cut shape and the warm appearance made the gluttonous guy fascinated. He couldn't wait to pick up a piece of candied fruit and put it in his mouth, showing a satisfied smile. After a while, he opened his eyes with great enjoyment. I think Ambrosius came to find me, not just to visit me. Do you have any other requests? Indeed, a shrewd old man. Ryan nodded. Yes, in fact, I have some personal requests to trouble the professor. One is about myself. Professor, you should know that I have completed all of my 7th year classes at Hogwarts, so I probably won't be taking classes again. I know this, Dumbledore has already told me. Slughorn looked regretful. It's just a pity I won't be able to see you again in class. I'm sorry too, Ryan said softly. So the second thing is to trouble the professor to take care of Hermione for me, who is not in class. Hermione was a little surprised. Huh? Because Hermione is always too curious, but she is a little stubborn, so she needs a good teacher to give her some advice and make her progress faster. Ryan fondly touched Hermione's hair. I still have a lot of things to do myself. I didn't dare to ask the former Professor Snape, but I think you can understand me, Professor. I see. Slughorn looked at Hermione, whose face was a little red, and smiled. Don't worry, I will help you take care of Miss Granger. It is the enviable youthful feeling. Chapter 11 Memories at Hand Part 2 8 more for full order. Hermione glared at Zaya without a trace. She knew that Zaya must be looking for an excuse. This damn guy is not honest. Zaya squeezed Hermione's hand apologetically. Slughorn saw it, and of course he only thought it was shyness between young lovers. In fact, Char is doing this to find an excuse, otherwise, with Slughorn's shrewdness, he might see that Char actually has a bad intention. Speaking of the last time we met, Mr. Ambrosius was quite young. Slughorn took a careful sip of mead, and then his face was full of enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Ambrosius has become more and more handsome, and I am afraid that the younger generation of the wizarding world will take you as their own target. Thanks to the help of the teachers along the way, otherwise it would be difficult for me to come to today. For this compliment, Ryan does not intend to be humble, and there will be no peers who are stronger than Ryan in the entire European magic world. Slughorn seemed satisfied with Char's self-confidence in his modesty and politeness, which made Char seem more real. I wonder if Mr. Ambrosius would like to come to our slug club? Slughorn looked at Hermione, then said, of course, Miss Granger too. But I have to tell Miss Granger what the Slug Club is first. Here's an assembly I run at Hogwarts. All of those I've been taught very excellent students, or the children of wizard families who have a good reputation and status in the magic world, are also a communication platform I want to create for young people. During Slughorn's explanation, Hermione listened attentively. In fact, it was a kind of high-class party. Hermione was no stranger to this stuff. Don't forget, her parents are both dentists. They belong to the upper class in the country of Ying, and she has seen this kind of situation, so she actually rejects it. But she still listened patiently to Slughorn's excitement. But Slughorn didn't pay attention. His speech rate was getting slower and slower, and at the same time, it was a little unclear. The originally bright eyes became big and hazy, and he looked drunk. And he himself was still unaware. The originally loud voice became more and more low, and the tongue seemed to be knotted, and it became more and more dull. In the end, Slughorn stopped talking completely, his eyes staring straight ahead, like a puppet, his fat body sitting on the sofa. Ryan, Hermione asked cautiously. Professor, what's wrong with him? Added something to the mead and the candied pineapple. Are you still on medication? After thinking about it, Hermione probably understood how Zaya operated. Whether it is mead or candied pineapple, there is no problem in tasting them individually, but some of the potions are added to these two things. When the two colorless and odorless potions are gathered in Slughorn's body, they will become a hallucinogenic potion with extremely powerful effects. Even more terrible than the Imperious Curse. It can powerfully block the judgment ability of the Chinese herbalist without making the Chinese herbalist lose their mobility. If combined with the Veritas Rom and some series of thinking-hinting spells, the Chinese herbalist can give the answer that Zaya wants like a puppet. Originally, Ryan didn't want to do this either, because it was a bit disgraceful after all. But Char didn't want to spend a lot of time playing emotional cards with Slughorn, like Harry did after all. Ryan knew the number of Horcruxes, and all he wanted was a piece of evidence to convince Dumbledore, otherwise many plans would be unfavorable to carry out. While talking, Zaya got up and placed various protective spells on Slughorn's office door, while instructing Hermione. These spells are just to prevent the office door from being opened. After all, this is the school's castle. Many magic is limited. It is not difficult for someone to forcibly use magic power to break through, and if you see a problem with the protection spell, you must contact me as soon as possible. Whoa. Hermione was a little puzzled, but she silently helped Char look at the office door. Ryan's movements were fast. He quickly took out a bottle of Veritaserum from the storage bag and poured it into Slughorn. At the same time, his eyes flickered, which was his spiritual suggestion to Slughorn. Tell me, Professor, do you know anything about Horcruxes? Char's voice was low and magnetic, and after hearing Char's question, Slughorn answered without any hesitation. Yes, this is a very evil. Slughorn, refined and accurate, gave Hermione Culpa Horcrux, this terrifying and evil black magic, which made her horrified. Then tell me, Voldemort, how many Horcruxes he made? How many? Hermione was even more chill, and the name Voldemort alone was enough to make people panic. And in order to pursue immortality and protect himself, this Dark Lord actually split his soul many times? Slughorn struggled slightly, then returned in a low voice, I don't know. Then have you told everything about Voldemort's Horcruxes? Slughorn was silent for a long time this time, as if it would take a lot of work to convince the memory of Char's potion. After about half a minute, Slughorn nodded, yes. Yes. Give me this memory. Char's mental cues intensified, and he could feel Slughorn struggling. It's a pity that Slughorn's willpower and mental power are vulnerable to the dual effects of Char and the potion. Slughorn silently raised his wand and placed it on his temple. Then, he pulled out a silver thread like water, and a section of it was connected to Slughorn's wand and was caught in the air, pulled very long. His movements were very slow, as if he had used a lot of strength, and after a while, the silver memory wire was broken. Ryanya picked up a small crystal bottle, put this piece of silver wire in it, and randomly deformed a water basin to check the authenticity of the memory in it. It seems to be all right. After Ryan's inspection, he put the memory silver wire back together, and nodded to Hermione. Only then did Hermione return to Ryan's side. And Char gave Slughorn an antidote and mixed some refreshing potions, and then quickly untied the various spells on the office door. In the end, Ryanya snapped his fingers and suddenly woke up Slughorn, who had already unlocked the effect of the medicine. His chubby face was a little puzzled. Hey, did I lose my mind just now? Where did I say? Hermione answered at this time, you are talking about the excellent students you have taught. Oh, so it is. Slughorn patted his head, it's getting old after all, ha ha.